stream. 5 seconds, Madam Chair. Okay, we're live anytime, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Good morning. The hearing board of the South Coast Air Quality Management District is in session. Today is December, what day is it today? December 22nd, 2020. The time is just after 9 o'clock a.m. and we are meeting remotely via Zoom due to the current pandemic and the stay-at-home orders still in the state of California. We have two matters. Well, we have one change to the calendar today, and that is the case of OnWave Los Angeles, Inc., case number 3447-72. Pre-hearing teleconference had already been held December 8th, and that matter has been taken off calendar, both the request for a variance and the appeal. We have two matters on the calendar today. The first matter, Tiffany Cleaners, case number 6179-1 for a regular variance. And the second matter, Jasmine Cleaners, case number 6183-1, also for a regular variance. There is also a pre-hearing teleconference today at 2, and if we are not done, this was the teleconference from last week that I had to interrupt the hearings for, but we limited it to a half an hour, and so I will have to continue that pre-hearing teleconference today at 2. I understand that the first matter today, Tiffany Cleaners, there is a question as to whether the petitioner will show today. I understand the petitioner has both contacted the clerk's office requesting whether the petitioner needs to appear today. The clerk's office has informed the petitioner that they do indeed have to appear. They still have not as of today. I understand that that same petitioner has also contacted Ms. Manwaring, and I believe Ms. Manwaring stated similarly that as long as they will be in non-compliance as of January 1st, they would need to appear today. I would like to read in for the record, so we're going to take them in reverse order, but before I do that, just in case the petitioner for Tiffany Cleaners is watching the webcast today, I want to read Hearing Board Rule 8B regarding attendance at the hearing. It states, a party who is petitioning for a variance, which is this matter, in order for abatement or appealing from or responding to some action taken by the executive officer must appear in person or by legal counsel or other authorized representative in any hearing scheduled on the matter, unless the matter is being heard on the hearing board consent calendar. And as we know, there has been no request to place this matter on consent. 8B1 states, if the petitioning party fails to attend the hearing, the hearing board shall, it's not a question, shall dismiss the case without prejudice, which means the matter can be brought again and petitioned for by the petitioner if the petitioner chooses to. But if petitioner does not show today, that matter will be dismissed. And that's because the hearing board does need to have the petitioning party present for the hearing. So what we will do is if Tiffany Cleaners, petitioner for Tiffany Cleaners is watching the webcast today, please know that we are an independent board. We are not part of the district. This hearing board is independently appointed, and we are assembled solely to hear matters of dispute between the district and facilities and the public. So that is why you need to appear today. And if you do not, we will dismiss without prejudice today, but I will give you until the other hearing has been heard. As for Jasmine Cleaners, I'm going to call that matter, but before I do, I understand there is an interpreter. And if I could ask the interpreter just to identify themselves and let me know what language it is you are interpreting today.
Yes, Ms. Pursak, this is Dr. Aslan Slanian, and the language is Armenian. And already at the beginning, I spoke to Mr. Armenak, and everything is okay. The sound, it's smooth. I'm just gonna tell him that. Պարոն Armenak, ինչպես լսեցի կսկացի սկիզբը որոշ տեղեկություններ ներ տալիս ուրիշ кейսերի մասին էր, բայց հետո մեկ հատ ուրիշ кейս կա Tiffany кейսն է, որ սպասում են տեսնենք կա, եթե չեղավ առաջ ցեզի կվերցնեն Jasmine-ը, հետո նրան, բայց ինձ ասեց, որ անունս հասկանում ստամ, լեզուն հայերեն է եւ ասեցի որ արդեն մենք սկիզբը պարոն Armenak-ի հետ խոսացին, ցայնը բանը ամեն ինչ པարզ է, հիմա շարունակենք տեսնենք ինչպես է, օրակարգն էր բացատրում բոլոր տեղեկությունները. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
And before we begin, what I need to do first, and is your name spelled correctly for the record? Can you just spell it and then just remind us how you pronounce it?
My name or Mr. Armenak's name?
Your name first.
That's correct. Aslan. Last name is Aslanian. As in Tom Thompson, Robert Robertson, Jack Jackson.
And it's Dr. Aslanian.
Correct.
Okay. Dr. Aslanian, I will need to swear you in first as an interpreter, and then I will swear in all witnesses, including the petitioner once I call their name. So I'm just going to read this to you. Please raise your right hand, which you already have. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will make a true interpretation to the witness from English to Armenian, and that you will make a true interpretation of the witness's answers to questions from Armenian to English to the best of your ability?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Aslanian, if you want to just let the petitioner know what you just did and what we said.
Պարոն Armenak, ինչպես վստահ եմ հասկացաք, ինձ երթուն
Այո.
տվեց, որ բոլորը ճիշտ թարգմանեմ հայերենից անգլերեն եւ անգլերենից հայերեն ծեր համար, եւ հետո բոլոր վկաններն որ արդեն ներկա են, նրանք դու էլ ներառյալ եք, բոլորին հիմա ինչ կանի երթուն կտա, որ կսկսենք ժողովը.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to call the matter of Jasmine Cleaners, case number 6183-1, and who is representing the petitioner Jasmine Cleaners?
Պարոն Armenak, ծեր кейսն է, ինչպես լսեցիք, 6183-1 է եւ հարց տվեց, որ ով է ցեզի ներկայացնում։ Դուք մենակ եք թե ուրիշ մեկն ունեք ով ցեզ ներկա։ Ով է։
Yes, I'm Nerkastum. I am Armenak Sarkisian, the owner of Jasmine Cleaners.
I just myself representing Armenak Sarkisian, owner of Jasmine Cleaners.
Okay, and can Mr. Sarkisian spell his name for the record, just so we know we have the correct spelling?
Պարոն Sarkisian, միայն
Okay.
տարարտար հեկեքսվել է։
Okay. Armenak, Armenak is the first name, and Sarkisyan, Sarkisian, it's the last name.
Thank you. And who is representing the executive officer today?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Good morning, Mr. Sarkisian. This is
Good
Karen
morning, Ms. Karen.
Manwaring. Thank
Yes.
you. Karen Manwaring on behalf of the executive officer. Madam Chair, there are exhibits to introduce.
I will do that. And if we can be assisted to make sure that we have everything that was produced by both sides. First of all, I understand that we have both portions of a sales contract, 2 pages, and that is on behalf of Jasmine Cleaners. Is that correct? And it's dated February 28th, 2020.
It's not a sale, excuse me, it's not a sale contract, it's a lease agreement,
Lease
portion of lease agreement, Ms.
I-
Prusak.
I apologize.
The-
So that lease agreement.
No problem. Mhm.
Okay, we're going to mark that as exhibit number 1. Exhibit number 1 for petitioner. We also received a price quotation to Jasmine Cleaners, and that is dated December 21st, 2020. So we will mark that as exhibit number 2. Okay. As far as for the petitioner, we have an email from Ms. Manwaring to Mr. Sarkeesian dated December 18th, 2020. I'm going to mark that as Exhibit A, and it attached a declaration of Mark Von der Rohe. And that declaration I'm going to separately mark as Exhibit B. Before we begin, I want to, well, I'm going to let the opening, but Miss Manwaring, in your opening, if you could address how we should receive this declaration, because your email did not have the appropriate notice in order to receive it as evidence other than as, although we could take judicial notice of portions of it if you wish to, but to receive it as other than hearsay evidence, I'm not sure it fits within Rule 9. I'm gonna, whose is that? I'm gonna just mute everyone who isn't speaking. Okay. Sorry, under 8B, no, sorry, that's the wrong one. Under 9C, evidence upon declaration, there is a required notice. So if you could just address that and how you wish the board to take that declaration and evidence today. And Mr. Aslanian, just let us, I'm sorry, Dr. Aslanian, just let us know when you need us to stop if you want to make sure you're translating.
As a matter of fact, Ms. Prusak, I was going to ask, apparently Mr. Sarkeesian speaks English. Let me see, ask him to see in what case, in what part of the this meeting he wants me to translate, unless he doesn't understand. Պարոն Sarkeesian, ինչպես տեսնում եք, ես հասկանում եմ, որ դուք որոշ չափով անգլերեն հասկանում եք, կարելի է բոլորն եք հասկանում։ Ինչպես եք ուզում լինի։ Ուզում եք, որ դուք լսեք, երբ որ դժվարություն ունեցաք, ինձից հարցնեք, այդպես եք ուզում լինի, թե ինչ որ դուք ցանկանաք։
Լավ կլինի, որ դուք թարգմանեք ամեն դեպքում, որտեղ դիթեյլներ կա, որ ես կարող եմ միստ անեմ, իմ intention-ը դա է, ես հայերեն, ասենք, անգլերեն ինավ գիտեմ, որ իրանց հետ շփվեմ, բայց բաներ կա, որ ուզում եմ, քանի որ շատ կարևոր է այս միտինգը, ուզում եմ բոլոր դիթեյլներով դուք իրանց հասցնեք հանգարց այս բան միշտ չանեն։
Այսինքն, իրանք որ խոսում են, դուք ուզում եք, դուք հասկանում եք միայն դուք եք ուզում խոսակ ես թարգմանեմ, թե երբ որ դժվարություն ունեցաք, ես դες թարգմանեմ, որ մեկը։
Չէ, լրիվ թարգմանեք։ Եթե հակառակ անեք, եթե ես ինչ որ բան հասկանամ, կխնդրեմ ձեզ չթարգմանել։ Կլինի տենց։
Այնպես դժվար կլինի։ Եթե չեք հասկանում, ասեք ես թարգմանեմ, ավելի լավ կլինի, որտեղ որ կեսից մի անգամից ասեք, այս մասը չհասկացա, դժվար կլինի։ Եթե չեք հասկանում, ասեք ես
Okay. Եթե ես բան չասեմ, ուրեմն դուք թարգմանեք։
Okay.
Okay.
Շատ լավ։ Let the record show I have asked Mr. Sarkeesian, he says he understands, but he wants me to translate. And in case he does not say anything, I have to continue to translate. But if he interferes or he speaks English, then obviously I'll stop and then he will continue. So whenever he needs help, I will translate, or if he doesn't need, then I'll stop.
Okay, so the fallback position will be that you will translate unless he
yes, and I'm gonna what you just said just last 5-6 minutes. Ինչպես իմացաք, exhibit-ն ասում, exhibit-ները այդ դոկումենտներ, փաստաթղթերն է, որ պետք է ներկայացնեն,
Այո։
երկու հատ փաստաթուղթ ունեք, անուններն էր փետրվար 28-ի 2020-ը, դեկտեմբեր 21-2020-ը եւ email-ներ եւ declaration-ը հայտարարությունն է, ինչպես գիտեք, թիվ A եւ B են ասում, անուն են տալիս կամ համրակառում են, տարբերություն չունի, դրանք արդեն կդնեն պաստարի վրա, սկրինի վրա եւ դուք կտեսնեք եւ դրա մասին նորից մանրամասն կխոսան։
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'm going to ask both Mr. Sarkisian and anyone else who wishes to testify today and give evidence to be sworn in. Please raise your
Sarkisian, Պարսասուր երթում տացես, բոլորին իհարկե, ով որ պետք է վկայություն տա։
Do you promise under penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Ըստ Զանցառության կանոնի ներքո արդյոք երթվում ես, որ իրականություն ասես, բոլոր իրականությունը։
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And before we begin, I have one other preliminary matter, and I'd like to just share my screen very short to show the public who might be viewing how to access the documents for today's hearings. So I'm going to share screen to make sure I get the right one. Here we go. Okay. And I assume we all see that document. If you are a member of the public and you wish to access today's documents and follow along with the hearing, please go to the district's website. That is at www.aqmd.gov. At the top, you'll find a scroll down menu for the Find feature, and choose once you get in there to start searching in Find. Once you press that, under the search type, select Hearing Board Case. And then there are two different hearing board numbers depending upon which matter you're looking at. You need to input the case number. For Tiffany, which is the second matter, it's 6179-1. And for the hearing we are currently in, Jasmine Cleaners, the case number is 6183-1. 6183-1. Once you're in there, you select the Documents tab at the bottom, towards the bottom. Press Hearing Board tab once you're in the Documents tab. Oh, sorry, that was a holdover from a different hearing. And then you can find all of the relevant documents in there. Okay, so I'm going to stop my share. Okay. Now I'm going to begin with Mr. Sarkisian. What we're going to do, let me just tell you a little bit about the process today. I'm going to allow you to have a brief opening statement, which is just a summary of your position today and what you're asking us to grant you today in this variance. I'm going to then turn it over to Ms. Manwaring, who represents the district, who's going to give an opening statement on position. I will then come back to you and you can present evidence that you have already submitted, state more fully your case. We have 6 findings we need to make today for a variance. And then Ms. Manwaring will ask you questions and the board members may ask questions as well. Then I'll turn it to Ms. Manwaring, and if she has any evidence or witnesses. Oh, those are the old instructions. Those are the old instructions. Sorry, I got a text from the clerk. I'll have to go back over them. I gave the wrong instructions for how to access documents. But once I'll turn it over to the district, Ms. Manwaring will present any evidence and witnesses she has. You will have the opportunity to ask questions. So will the board members, and we will deliberate, discuss the matter, and then make a decision today.
Pardon, Sarkisian,
How many cards are Baron Aslan?
you understood? That's fine.
Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. And I apologize. There was that interruption because I made a mistake and I shared the old instructions on how to access documents. It is instead, if you go to the aqmd.gov website, for the public to access documents. If you go to the About pull-down menu at the top and find the hearing board, on the hearing board's front page, there is a tab for case documents, and you will be able to find them there. My apologies. I was trying to find that last minute, those instructions, and I pulled up the wrong ones and wasn't really thinking about it. Okay, so hopefully that's clear. All right, I'm going to begin then with Mr. Sarkeesian. If you wish to give a short summary of your position today and what you are requesting from this board.
Okay. Այսօր ես դիմել եմ hearing board-ին, օգտվելով այս հնարավորությունից, ստանալ petition of Bryans for Rule 1421 եւ ինչու է դա կատարվել։ Ես երկու բառով ուզում եմ բիզնեսը ներկայացնել։
I thank you very much. Yes, I have a petition for the variance concerning the business, and there are two reasons that I will present to the hearing in a short manner.
Jasmine Cleaners the local business որը տեղակայված է Բենայսում արդեն 30 տարի եւ
Jasmine business, it's a local business, over 30 years, has been located in Van Nuys.
Ես հանդիսանում եմ owner-ը այդ բիզնեսի 16 վերջի 16 տարին։
Last 16 years, I have been the owner of that business.
Եվ բիզնեսը միշտ եղել է շատ հաջողակ, շատ լավ, շատ պոպուլար, շատ ընդունված customer-ների կողմից։
And this business always has been a very successful business, a popular business, and a good business, and accepted by the customers.
Եվ միշտ մենք
Frozen. Mr. Sarkeesian is frozen.
Oh. Okay. Mr. Sarkeesian, you are frozen. We are having, if you can hear us, he must be having some internet difficulties. Okay, we'll have to wait and see if Mr. Sarkeesian can either, Mr. Sarkeesian, if you can hear us, if you want, if you cannot reestablish your connection, you can try leaving the meeting and coming back in. Okay, well, he has done that.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
will we wait for that issue to resolve? May I share a quick comment with the board, extending myself to your mercy and your grace?
Yes.
Also, due to pandemic conditions, I'm working at home with a toddler, and there may be an occasion where I'll have to take an emergency break for biological reasons on behalf of that toddler, and I'm nearing that point. So just to advise, it's likely after the opening statements, I may request a short break.
Ms. Manwaring, anytime, please let us know. And we appreciate your dedication to your job to have to do this under those kinds of conditions, which I know you do often. So just let us know. Okay, it looks like we have Mr. Sarkeesian back again.
I am so sorry for interruption.
It's okay. We all experience these same problems. It is certainly the issue of having remote hearings.
Madam Chair,
I
I don't see.
appreciate your attitude anyway.
One moment. Yes, Mr. Balagopalan and Dr. Bernstein. Are we? Oh, Senator.
Yeah, I don't see Senator Holden.
Yeah, you're right. I meant to ask him before we started. Senator, are you present? Because we cannot see you through your background. Senator, are you present? Okay, we're going to take a moment and I'm going to ask Madam Clerk if you could please call the senator and see if he is having any kind of difficulty.
Present.
Oh, you are. Can we see you on screen? We need to know that all board members are hearing the matter since we're not at the hearing board on the dais.
Trying to get the tape off. There we go.
Ah,
All
okay.
right.
Thank you, Senator. It's nice to see you. Okay, wonderful. Okay, Mr. Sarkisian.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
And members of the board, I do apologize to interrupt, but I wanted to notify that the petitioner for Tiffany Cleaners has been able to connect. He contacted and was having issues. I just wanted to flag that. I'm not sure if he's already in this meeting.
And what is, just so we can look for him, what is his name? Do you know?
Yes, his name is Mr. Hosseini, but I don't know if his Zoom will have that.
Okay, well,
My recollection is the email has the word Mark in it. Ms. Lee, does that sound familiar? It's not his name, but a different name that has.
I see his email signature as Reza, R-E-Z-A, Hosseini, H-O-S-S-E-I-N-I.
okay. Well, I will let the petitioner then for Tiffany Cleaner know that we are taking that matter second today. And we are taking Jasmine right now. And now that we understand you are attempting to come in, we will hold your hearing and make sure you are on before we call that matter. Thank you, Ms. Lee, for letting us know. Okay, Dr. Bernstein.
Madam Chair, I just want to say, if I go off camera, I am here.
Okay, and thank you. And any members of the board, if you do need to leave, just do as Dr. Bernstein is letting us know so that we all understand that if we don't see you, we don't have to stop the hearing and that you in fact are hearing all the evidence today. But if you could stay, to the extent we can all stay on video, that would be much preferred, please. Thank you. Okay.
Nobody in waiting in attendees, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. And we'll just wait. We are taking Jasmine first. So petitioner for Tiffany Cleaners, just please come in as your connection allows. Okay, with all members of the board present and Mr. Sarkisian also present. Mr. Sarkisian, you may continue with your opening statement.
Thank you. Ինչպես ասեցի, ոչ մի ուրեմն միշտ հետևել ենք AQMD-ի եւ Air Resources Board-ի բոլոր նորմերին եւ նոթիսներին եւ օրենքներին։ Եվ
As I mentioned, always I have followed the laws concerning the board regulations and also air quality regulations.
Եվ ամբողջ 16 տարվա ընթացքում ոչ մի notice, ոչ մի penalty, ոչ մի punishment չենք ունեցել, ոչ AQMD-ից, ոչ Air Resources Board-ից.
And during last 16 years, never had or received any notice, any penalty, any punishment, or from the AQA board. Not at all, nothing.
Մենք չունենք ոչ մի պրոբլեմ միջև պանդեմիկ վիճակը եւ երբեք ոչ մի assistance եւ մենք ոչ մի financial եւ ուրեմն professional problem չենք ունեցել միջև մարտ 2020 թիվը.
We did not have any problem until the pandemic. We didn't receive any financial assistance until the March of 2020.
Ավելին ասեմ, որ 2020 թվի փետրվարի 28-ին բիզնեսը ստորագրել է նոր lease agreement.
In February 28, 2020, business signed a new lease agreement.
5 plus 5 optional, 5 տարի plus 5 շարունակության.
With a plus 5 years of continuation option.
Եվ նպատակադրված էինք եւ նպատակադրված ենք շարունակել մեր բիզնեսը։
And we have determined to continue the business.
Սակայն պանդեմիկի պատճառով ստեղծվեցին financial problemներ, որի պատճառով բիզնեսը գնաց down եւ մարտ-ապրիլ ամիսներին especially մենք ունեցել ենք regular gross-ի 25%, մինչև 25% անկում, այսինքն 100%-ից իջել է մինչև 25%-ը։
And because of the pandemic, the business went down, especially in the month of March and April, and it reached to almost 25% of the original 100% gross business.
Այդ պատճառով մեր մոտ ուրեմն դա է պատճառը, որ մենք ունեցանք լուրջ ֆինանսական loss.
And for that reason, we had a serious financial loss.
Եվ դրա պատճառով է, որ այսօր դրան հիմա honestly բիզնեսը բարձրացել է միջև մոտ 35-40%, բայց սակայն այս վիճակից ելնելով առայժմ դրանից ավել չեն կարողանում գնալ։
And honestly, now the business has developed more or increased, I would say, to 35 to 40%, and we cannot go more than that percentage rate upward.
Because of pandemic situation, again, because of this stay-at-home situation in LA. Եվ այս պատճառով է, որ մենք հիմա պրոբլեմ ունենք մեքենան փոխելու հետ, որտեղ դա մեծ big spending է, մեծ ծախս է դա ուրեմն Իրանից ներկայացնում։
For that reason, we have a big problem. We have to change the machine that we have, and that is creating a lot of problem plus and is asking for a lot of expenses, financial financial expenses.
Եվ էլի անկեղծ ասած, ուղղակի սա մեր համար մեծ, եթե board-ը մեզ թույլ տա, սա մեր համար մեծ opportunity կլինի պահպանել այս long time running business-ը, որը ես անձամբ ուղղակի իմ ոնց որ երեխան լինի ու ես պահում եմ ու ուզում եմ շարունակեմ, սա մեծ opportunity.
And honestly, if this is a big opportunity for us, and if a board gives us the permission in order to install that, that will be very much help to us. Honestly, this business, we will continue, and it looks like it's my child.
And Mr. Ashlanian, Dr. Ashlanian, can you let Mr. Sarkeesian know that if you don't understand Mr. Sarkeesian, that you will have time to fully tell us your entire story and all of your evidence. But at this point, if you just want to just tell us what you're asking for, and then I will go to the district for the same and then come back to you.
Okay, sorry, Ms. Rusak, I didn't understand exactly what it means statement that way. My request to hearing board of AQMD, my honest request, if it is possible, if board expect that it is possible, provide us that permission for regular 1 year extension to provide us the time to change the machine. And that is my only request. And I really hope, and last sentence, I really hope that the economic situation will be better next year during before a vaccination and so on, and we can again reestablish our gross income and our business regularly.
Thank you, Mr. Sarkeesian. And again, everything you said is important, and we'll come back to you if you want to more fully state it. But I just wanted to turn to Ms. Manwaring for the opening position of the district.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. And again, good morning, Mr. Sarkeesian.
Good morning.
Mr. Sarkeesian and I had a very courteous but difficult conversation yesterday.
Ես եւ պարոն Սարգսյանը անցյալ օրը շատ կարևոր եւ շատ շնորհալի խոսակցություն ենք ունեցել իրարու հետ։
It was difficult in terms of contents because I talked to Mr. Sarkeesian about why I thought it would be difficult establishing it was beyond his reasonable control to comply with District Rule 1421.
Դժվարությունը այն էր, որ իր ցանկությամբ այս դիստրիկտի միջոցով այս 1421-ը 1421-ը շատ դժվար կլինի, որ կարողանանք հաստատենք կամ ստեղծենք դժվարությունը դրա մեջն է, հիմա կբացատրի հետո ապակայում։
Our conversation was in English, and I again want to thank Mr. Sarkeesian for his courtesy.
Մեր խոսակցությունը անգլերեն լեզվով է եւ շատ շնորհակալ եմ պարոն Սարգսյանից իր համեստության համար եւ իր շնորհքի համար։
Ես էլ եմ շնորհակալ դիսպոնսի համար։
It would be the district's preference to focus on the beyond reasonable control finding, but if it is this board's desire and need to have a full and fair hearing on all findings, the district has available Mark Vonderall from compliance and a district permitting engineer, Ms. Shannon Lee.
Եվ դժվարություն նրա մեջ է, որ որոշ պայմաններ կա, որ մեր կոնտրոլից վեր է, մեր ուժերից վեր է, բայց մենք կարող ենք դրանք փաստերով փաստենք եւ ինչ անենք այդ կանոնը կամ այդ օրենքները բոլոր ժամանակին հետևենք եւ I did not get the last word, Miss Mishley.
District Rule 1421.
Yeah, Mishley. Ըստ 1421 դիստրիկտի կամ համայնքի օրենքին կամ կանոնի։ Ըստ այս դրա վրա մենք ապակայում կխոսանք փաստերով։
When the district originally reviewed the petition from Jasmine Cleaners, we were prepared.
Jasmine Cleaner-ի իրանց ցանկությունը մենք վերանայեցինք, review արեցինք։
We were prepared to oppose the request because this is an older machine and the compliance path was very uncertain.
Որովհետև որ հին մեքենա էր, մենք սկիզբը որոշել էինք, որ դիմացը դուրս գանք եւ չընդունենք։
After speaking with Mr. Sarkeesian, the district understands that he has a story to tell this board, and he's asked you to look at exhibits 1 and 2 to support his story.
Եվ պարոն Սարգսյանի հետ խոսալով հասկացանք, okay, continue.
I understand. Okay.
Mr. Sarkeesian does have a story to tell. He will tell you that he's a good businessman that knows about Rule 1421. And we will give him the opportunity to update his petition to see if there are any additional information he wants to share. Dr. Aslazian, may I continue without the pauses in translation?
I was going to ask Mr. Sarkeesian, whenever he needs, he can just signal me rather than we interrupt each other, which takes time. Mr. Sarkeesian,
I will signal you with hand if I don't understand anything.
Thank you.
The district cannot prejudge this case before we hear the evidence. And as we advised you recently, we're looking at these petitions on a case-by-case basis. As I mentioned, Mr. Sarkeesian will tell you that he's been in the business a long time and he knows Rule 1421. And he will tell you that signing a lease in February of 2020 with knowledge of Rule 1421 is an indication of his intent to comply. I'd like to address Exhibit B, the contents of Mr. Vonderall's declaration. And I'd like to note that this is a legal statement, so Mr. Sarkeesian may want a little help with this one. As this board knows, hearsay is admissible, but may not be used as the sole basis for a finding. So if this board needs the contents of the declaration to rely on for a finding, Mr. Vonderall is present to lay foundation for the entire declaration. If the district had concerns about Jasmine's compliance history, we would affirmatively present Mr. Vonderall to share those concerns, but we do not have that testimony to provide today. As I mentioned, this is an older machine, and the district is uncertain about Mr. Sarkeesian's path to compliance. And we advised him on the phone yesterday that we thought he would have difficulty making this finding. And we advised him, we informed him that this board will focus on evidence of what he has done in the past, as opposed to representations about what he can do in the future. With that, the district looks forward to hearing what other evidence and testimony Mr. Sarkeesian can present. And we remain unopposed until we hear all the evidence with the indication that we have strong concerns about the beyond reasonable control finding. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Manwaring, do you still need a short break at this moment?
Timing would be perfect for a 10-minute break. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay, given the difficulties of remote hearing, we're going to take a 10-minute break. And we'll come back on the record just before 10 o'clock. We are off the record.
Okay.
Oh, and this is not on the record, but please do not leave the hearing. Just definitely mute your microphone though, so that no one will hear you if you're doing anything in the background. And you can also turn off your video if you wish during the break. And again, members of the public who might be watching, we are on break. We are not on the record. However, I shared earlier the incorrect document and instructions on how to access documents easily for any hearing that is before us. I'm going to now, in the break, share my screen and give the correct instructions. So I'm going to do that right now.
Ms. Prusak, excuse me, can I leave now the meeting for a 5 minute?
Is that Mr. Sarkeesian? Mr. Sarkeesian, just
Yes.
don't leave the meeting. Don't press leave meeting, but do
Yes.
mute your microphone, and you can turn off your camera, but please come back
Okay.
by 10.
No problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Tiffany Cleaners. I couldn't log in the morning,
Okay.
but I'm here now.
Is that under the name Toshiba?
Toshiba, yes.
Okay. We are off the record right now.
Okay.
Stand by. We took the second matter first. So we're hearing that matter first. So you can either stand by, or if you want, if you had trouble getting in, I would stand by and not leave. But you can mute your microphone.
Well, I sent in the purchase agreement that I have along with the
I'm going
previous
to stop you. We're not in the hearing. Okay. So
Right.
please save your position for when we call the matter. But right now, we're not in any hearing either. So at this point, just mute your microphone.
When am I gonna be, do you think, how long? Because I'm working at the same time, so I
yeah,
don't know. Give
of
me
course.
an estimated time.
Of course. I would estimate that we would not hear your matter probably before 11 o'clock this morning.
11 o'clock? Okay.
Uh,
I'll come back at 11.
Stay tuned, yes. Well, stay tuned. We should not be done before 11, but just please stay tuned just in case. But you can check back in periodically. But
Yeah, I'll come back at 11.
okay, but I'm saying just please check in before that in case we are finished.
I will do, I do check it from time to time.
Okay, thank you. That's just my best estimate. Okay, I'm going to be sharing my screen. Let me find the correct, for those who are in the public, on how to access the documents for today's hearings. Here we go. Okay, I'm going to leave this then with the shared screen, and I am going to turn off my microphone since we are not on the record. But for the record, this is the appropriate and easiest way to access all current documents. Thank you. Okay, it's almost 10 o'clock, and so if the parties and board members can begin assembling, making sure that Ms. Manwaring has done what she needed to do. Looks like the members of the board are present. No, we're waiting for Dr. Bernstein, and I want to make sure Ms. Manwaring is back before we proceed. Ms. Manwaring is back. So we're only just waiting for Dr. Bernstein is also present. Fantastic. Okay. Yes. Who's it?
Please, when you're calling me, just call Aslan.
Okay. I want to give you all due respect. Okay, but if you prefer that, I will do that. Okay. Before we begin and we go back to Mr. Sarkeesian, I would like to just quickly share the screen so that we can all be on the same page in terms of the findings the board needs to make today, so that Mr. Sarkeesian, all of your testimony can be on point. So I'm going to share screen quickly to go over the variance findings. Okay, hopefully we have the right document here. Okay. I'm not going to go over all of them. There are 6 findings that need to be made. This is the California Health and Safety Code. It's section 42352, and it lays out 6 findings for all variances. In particular, Ms. Manwaring, in her opening, and I believe in the conversation that she had with you yesterday, Mr. Sarkeesian, the most important finding first that we will center on is the second one. And that is, because the violation is clear as of January 1st, and that is a 1421, you will need to present evidence that it's due to conditions beyond the reasonable control of petitioner, meaning beyond your reasonable control, that requiring compliance would result in an arbitrary or unreasonable taking of property or the practical closing and elimination of a lawful business. So it is that we will be centering on. And I would like to just, if I can scroll down. This is another section of the California Health and Safety Code, 42352.1, and it talks about the types of things we need to additionally consider when we're making the beyond reasonable control finding. So number 1, there's a few things I'd like to point out here. Number 1, in determining whether or not conditions exist which are beyond the reasonable control of the petitioner, the hearing board shall consider the extent to which the petitioner took actions to comply or seek a variance which were timely and reasonable under the circumstances, and in so doing, the hearing board shall consider actions taken by the petitioner since the adoption of the rule, regulation, or order from which the variance is sought. So the context there is the 18 years since 2002 when 1421 was adopted, in particular, the December 31st, 2020 deadline. And also when you purchased the cleaners, I believe you said 16 years ago. In addition, because you are a small business, we will also make inquiries into things you've already mentioned and can go into more, which is any reasons that you did not know of the rule, but more importantly, what you've already testified to, making specific inquiries and considering financial and other capabilities to comply. All of those things will be considered today in determining whether we can make this finding of beyond reasonable control. So I'm going to stop the share there. And Mr. Sarkeesian, did you need any interpretation of that?
No, everything is, I understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. with that, we're going to take your initial statement as evidence, since you did take the oath today. And at this time, if you want to introduce your exhibits and further explain anything you wish this hearing board to hear, and as Ms. Manwaring said, if you wanted to correct anything in your petition, this would be the time to do that.
Ես պետք է ասեմ, չէ՞, այդ էքսիբիտների մասին։
Բացատրեմ։ Հա, եթե առաջ փաստերը շատ համառոտ գեղեցիկ ձևով փաստ ասա, եթե մի բան ասած ուզում ես ճշտես, կարող ես ճշտես, եւ եթե exhibit այդ փաստաթղթերն ունես, դոկումենտներն ունես ցույց տաս մեզի փաստարի վրա, դա էլ կարող ես ցույց տաս։ Ունես որևէ դոկումենտ ցույց տաս։
Չէ, այս րոպեին չէ, այս րոպեին չէ։
That will be fine.
Okay.
However, at this moment, I don't have any document or exhibit to show, but I will.
Բայց ես ուզում եմ բացատրեմ, որոշ այն եղածը ուզում եմ բացատրել։
Yeah. Whatever happened, I like to explain and start. Համեցեք։ Շատ կարճ նորից ձերքսոր այսպես եմ անում, կարճ տվեք որ արագ շարժվենք։
Exhibit A-ը ներկայացված է lease agreement-ի առաջին գլխավոր էջը եւ lease agreement-ի վերջի էջը, որտեղ ստորագրություններն են եւ date-ն է այդ lease agreement-ի։
Հասկացա, ինչն է ներկայացված առաջու վերջի էջի։
Առաջին exhibit-ը, որ ես ներկայացրել եմ, դա lease agreement-ի առաջին էջն է եւ վերջի էջն է, որպեսզի տեսնեմ, որ lease ժամկետները եւ վերջի էջը ստորագրություններն ու lease agreement-ի date-ը։
The exhibits are the first page of lease agreement and the last page of the lease agreement. That is the signature indicated there.
Սա ես ներկայացրել եմ որպես հիմնական reason-ներից մեկը, որ ես intention եմ ունեցել միջև pandemic համարյա 10 տարով շարունակելու։
I mentioned that before even the pandemic that I had the intention to continue this for 10 years. That's one of the reasons, one of the main reasons.
Երկրորդ exhibit-ը, exhibit B-ն, դա վերջին ուրեմն quotation-ն է, որը ես ստացել եմ Kelleher group-ից, Kelleher կազմակերպությունից, մեքենայի գնի վերաբերյալ։
And the second exhibit, exhibit B, is the quotation of the price of the machine from the Keller company.
Սա ուղղակի վերջինն է, միջև էտել 2 տարի ունեցել եմ ներողություն, 1 տարի ունեցել եմ contact այդ կազմակերպության հետ մեքենայի փոխելու վերաբերյալ եւ շարունակում եմ իմ contact-ը հետագայի համար։
And during last year, for over a year, I have had contact with this company concerning the machine, and still I am continuing talking to them and communicating with them.
Այս երկու բանը exhibit-ների վերաբերյալ, ուրիշ լրացնելու բան չունեմ։
These are two things or 2 points concerning the exhibit. I don't have anything else to add.
Okay, thank you. Then I will open it up to questions, and I'll begin with Ms. Manwaring.
Thank you. Mr. Sarkeesian, I'm going to ask you a series of short questions to get some information in front of this hearing board. Are you ready?
Yes.
Did you take the oath today when it was administered by the chair?
Yes.
Are you the owner of Jasmine Cleaners?
Yes.
How long have you been in the dry cleaning business?
I am in dry cleaning business from 1997, but not as the owner of the Jasmine Cleaners. At first, I started as a regular worker in other cleaners, by the way, Jasmine Cleaners on Sunset Boulevard. Then in 2002, I became the owner of Ryan Cleaners in Mission Hills. And in 2004, I became the owner of Jasmine Cleaners. So from 1997. I'm in this appropriate business type.
Could you tell us what city the business in 1997 you were working in? Was it in the AQMD jurisdiction? Do you know what city that was?
I think it was in AQMD jurisdiction because it is in LA. I wasn't at that time. I don't have that particular information because I started in that business and I wasn't owner and something like that. I was just the beginner, and I learned every position of that businesses. So by the way, it's not as an advertisement, but I want to tell that I know to do everything in that business, and because I worked 5 years in other Jasmine cleaners in on Sunset Boulevard, LA, California.
So in all those years and all your experience, is it your testimony that you are familiar with District Rule 1421?
With Rule 1421, I become familiar when I covered already only in 2004. I'm honestly, because when I working before in Jasmine Cleaners and then in Ryan Cleaners, I don't, I didn't know about that, and there is no problem with the machine, and so only in 2004 when I covered that business, I was informed about that rule.
Thank you for that clarification. So at least since 2004, you've been familiar with 1421.
Yes.
And do you understand that 1421 has a compliance deadline of December 31st, 2020 to stop using the perk machine?
The exact knowledge about that I got only in 2000, approximately. I don't tell you exactly, but it was in 2009 or 10. I got the letter from Air Resources Board about that I will be compliant with that rule, the exact deadline. So I know about the rule from 2004, and I knew about the deadline in 2009 or
10. Do you recall me sending you a document and referring to it as a declaration?
Yes.
Okay, good. In Mr. Vonderel's declaration, he talks about the district going out to facilities with perk permits in 2019. Do you have any recollection of the district's compliance staff coming to your facility around April or May of 2019?
I don't remember anything to. Usually I collect all the letters, all the notices from AQMD, but I didn't remember exactly that I got that for 2019.
So as of today, you don't specifically remember whether or not you had a conversation in that time frame. Is that right?
No.
Okay.
The only one that I want addition to your question that it was exactly that in 2019 during the annual regular inspection from AQMD to any dry cleaning store, I had the conversation with the inspector who came, as I remember, in autumn of 2019 about the changing machine and compliance with the rule.
Okay.
With that conversation, I remember exactly, but about documentation, in 2019, no, sorry.
Okay, so just for clarification, you recall a conversation, but you're just not sure what the time frame was. Does that sound right?
Excuse me,
Հասկացա։ Խոսակցությունը հիշում ես, բայց ժամանակը չես հիշում երբ է այդ խոսակցությունը եղել, ճիշտ է?
No, I remember the time frame. Maybe it was in when he came to inspection. It was October or November 2019.
Thank you. Do you believe that you would have specifically remembered if during that visit, the inspector found something wrong? If the inspector issued you a ticket, you would remember that, right? Is it your testimony that you would remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about your machine.
Okay.
Do you know what year it was manufactured?
It was 1996.
Did you, were any modifications made to your machine to install secondary controls at any point?
No, because my machine had the secondary control and absolutely at that time comply with AQMD rules until now.
Other than the PERC dry cleaning system, do you have any other equipment such as laundry machines or any other services on site?
I have laundry machine, no other equipment.
Are you able to estimate a percentage of your business that goes through laundry versus goes through the PERC system?
Approximately 85–90% it is dry cleaning, and so 10–15% to laundry. It depends on the season of the it is summer or winter or whatever. I think you understand.
Thank you. A lot of variation.
That percentage.
All right. Now I'm going to ask you about operations at your facility, and I'd like to try to distinguish between pre-pandemic and pandemic operations.
Okay.
As you sit here today, do you know what the current PERC limit on your permit is?
Current permit is 10–15 gallons. No, 10 gallons per month. I have to replenish to the machine each month, maximum 10 gallons.
Can you estimate the quantity of PERC that is used per cycle?
Usually I start even in regular time before pandemic. Always I try to use the minimum that it is required for cleaning. That minimum for each cycle, it is approximately 10, maximum 15 gallons, but I try to keep 10, not to excess emissions, and not to excess, not to add too much PERC, and so to buy too much PERC and use too much PERC.
Thank you. Since reviewing your petition, I've become familiar with the term mileage. Do you know what the term mileage means in your industry?
Yes.
Could you describe to us what the mileage of your PERC machine is?
I can tell you exactly. I don't have that paper under my hand, but I can tell you that per month I can tell you that I use approximately maximum average replenishing PERC from 5 to 8 gallons per month. I add to that, but I clean in during the month approximately 1,000 pounds of clothes. It's before pandemic.
So before the pandemic, about 1,000 pounds of clothes per month using the PERC system. Okay.
Yes.
Now for comparison, could you tell us how many pounds, estimate how many pounds per month over the last several months?
Oh, last several months, it is different, Miss Karen. The problem that in April, March, business go down to 25% of its regular level. So that's why I give you, it is too small. From May and until now, we a little bit step by step go over approximately to I tell you from 320 to 350 pound clothing. So, and according to that, it was our usage of PERC. Because as you see, right now it is approximately 60–70% down of my regular situation. By the way, for your expectation, if before we are working 5 days a week, 5–6 hours for cleaning, now we work usually 2 days a week, the same time.
And when you say we, how many employees, how many people are working? Who is the we?
Before pandemic, I had 3 people for working. Nowadays, I keep only 1 person for working part-time, because all other job I do by myself and my wife.
Thank you. Returning to your estimates, 1,000 pounds of clothes through the PERC machine per month prior to the pandemic. Could you break that 1,000 pounds down to cycles? And if you're not able to, that's okay. I'm just trying to standardize some information.
No, I wanted Dr. Aslanian a little bit explain me, please.
1000 pound-ը ասում ես, ժամանակի ընթացքում կարող է սայկլների բաժանես, կարող ես անես այդ 1000-ը երբ է օգտագործում կամ երբ ես լվանում սայկլը։
Ոնց է գոյանում cycle-ը? Okay. Usually we do each cycle, even a machine is have more capacity, but to use less PERC and to make a better quality job, we always do 20–25 pounds per cycle. And I didn't change anything right now. So each cycle was 20–25 pound clothes, and every day we do usually 2 cycles of cleaning, 2–3. It depends. It depends of color. It depends of weight of the poundage of clothes, because misremembering, we are cleaning by poundage. We don't clean by, and so if it is much coats, it's one calculation. When much shirt, another calculation. That is the situation. Okay. If I answer your question, if no, please, I am ready to.
You've answered it sufficiently for me, and after I ask questions, the board members will have an opportunity in case they want some clarification.
Oh, I see.
Please tell us again, what city is Jasmine Cleaners in?
It is in Van Nuys, California.
Thank you. And
it is
do you know
Lake Barbara.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Are there any homes, residential communities immediately next to your business?
Next to my business is residential area in all 4 sites.
Okay. And are you familiar with any schools in that same area?
No, it is not in my area. It's enough far from me. It's not close. I don't have close any school or any kindergarten or something like that. By the way, near me only residential area, only houses and apartment buildings, even no office building.
I'm going to turn back to your exhibits now. Exhibit 1 was a portion of your lease, and Exhibit 2 was, I believe, a price quote. So regarding Exhibit 1, is it your testimony that this is a portion of your lease?
Yes.
All right. And when we spoke by the phone yesterday, did we talk about redacting or keeping private some information?
I keep only the numbers of rent of how much the rent, because it is the demand of my landlord not to make public the rent size. All other information, even common area price, cost, it is in that page. Only rent for space that I'm using for business.
Thank you. And I see that you did redact a portion, and thank you for providing that lease. Just so we have it in the record, can you testify, what was the date you executed that lease extension?
It is February 28, 2020.
Right. And did that extend your lease for 5 years?
It is 5 years plus 5 years as an extension. If after 5 years, landlord and me myself come to mutual agreement.
All right. And would you agree that you are trying to communicate to this board that that lease and your knowledge of 1421 supports your story
Absolutely.
that you intended to comply?
Yes, I told already that I knew about that rule, and I knew that I have to change the machine, everything.
Okay. Now I'm going to look at Exhibit 2, please. That's dated 12/21, and it's a price
Yes.
quotation. Could you please briefly describe what this is and how you came about getting a price quotation recently?
Okay. I get this price quotation even yesterday. It is last one from Ms. Kelly Kelleher. It is Kelleher Group. Because I want to show that to board members as my only last intention, but about to comply to Rule 1421. But the history of that starts from 2018. From 2018, I had contacts with not only with Keller Group, with other groups also, to get the quotation and to get the conditions of changing and installation. So I had contact with Multitech Group. By the way, yesterday also I have the phone contact just to get the recent prices, because I always keep my hand on the pulse of situation on the market, because I am intending to continue. I hope that I continue that business, and always I get all the information from them. And yesterday was just last. It is, by the way, third contact with Miss Kelly, and with the Multitech Group. I have contact with Unisec, because by the way, it is last sentence of my answer. In the future, I intend to change for the dry clean machine without water tower. It is the new generation machine. That's why I have the very strict contact with Unisec machinery also. It's New York machinery, that it is a new type of dry cleaning machine, that no water tower on the roof.
All right. So for clarification, Exhibit 2, dated yesterday, is not the first price quote you received for a machine.
No.
And you have been speaking with different vendors since 2018?
Yes.
Is that what you testified?
Yes, I had the contact with.
I'm sorry, Ms. Manwaring, you cut out at the very end, but did you say since 2018?
Correct.
Okay, sorry, Mr.
Yes, correct.
Dan, please continue.
I had contact, always I have contact with the distributors of the machine, and I have with three different companies, and whom I contact regularly. It is Kendall Mechanics, it is Kelly Keller Group, and New York Machinery, which is a product Unisec. And why I contact with three of them? Because I want to get the best machine and best price. I am honestly with you. I'm businessman, so I want to get the most convenient price and quotation. That way, but that is my answer.
Thank you. This may be a little bit repetitive, but I want to repeat some of the evidence you presented earlier. You are still down 60 to 70% in terms of business since the pandemic,
Correct. Yes.
but business has picked up since April.
Since April, because in April was go down approximately to 25%. And when, if you remember, when the first wave of pandemic go down a little bit from May, it goes up. And by the way, I was very hopeful that everything will be until September. From September, it is stopped and go until now. But now is again not good because of this new situation, new wave of COVID, and stay at home offer is something like I tell honestly, something like killing order for us. That orders as an economic consequences.
Mr. Sarkisian, given all that and the economic situation, do you believe that you have the financial resources to purchase a replacement machine?
Right now, no.
Do you have a plan for replacing the machine?
Yes, I have a real intention to replace it because the first I hope that in the future, when pandemic situation will be better, I hope that, and it goes up. And if it goes up, I'm sure that business again reestablished, because this business, as I told you, I'm repetitive also. That business, long time in that area, it is very successful and very popular in that residential area where I am, and so I am sure that as soon as situation with the pandemic situation in the country go better, my business absolutely parallelly go the same way. And my planning that my best hope connected with that vaccination process that started, that it is go pandemic down and my business go up. And as an intention that I am planning to do something, it is my lease agreement for 10 years that I don't want to breach. And the second, that until now I have the contact with the potential distributors of dry cleaning equipment.
Mr. Sarkisian, this is my last question for you at this time, and then the board members will have an opportunity to follow up. In your petition, you requested that this board grant you relief from Rule 1421 to allow you to continue using the PERC machine for 1 year.
Yes.
Is that your request today? A variance for
Yes.
1 year from Rule 1421?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Madam Chair, no further questions from the district at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And board members, I just want to remind you that the request from Ms. Manwaring, and I think which makes most sense, is to first focus our hearing on the beyond reasonable control finding. And with that, I just want to say a couple of things. First of all, to remember what is relevant in the beyond reasonable control finding. Of course, everything that Mr. Sarkisian has testified to with regard to his path to compliance thus far. Also, as I read at the beginning of the hearing, our findings under the Health and Safety Code are everything that Mr. Sarkisian and the petitioner have done since adoption of Rule 1421. We understand that that was in 2002, of course, taking into account the rest of Mr. Sarkisian's testimony. also his financial capacity to comply, and his knowledge of the rule. These are things that are important, are relevant. And in addition, I just want to again point out, we have received the declaration of Mark Vanderoe. At this point, Mr. Vanderoe is here. So if we move beyond reasonable control, and we need to bring this into direct evidence, we can do so. But the declaration is hearsay evidence, which simply put means it's an out-of-court statement being brought in for the truth of the matter, or being requested to. We can take that hearsay evidence, but at this point, we're only considering it as corroborating evidence of the finding of beyond reasonable control. If we want it to stand as sole evidence for any one of our findings, then we need to call Mr. Vanderoe. But I do want to state for the record that it is relevant as hearsay evidence if you would like to refer to it at this point. And with that, I will ask board members if anyone wishes to begin questions for Mr. Sarkeesian. And Ms. Verdugo Peralta, you have indicated you would like to start.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Sarkeesian, for being here this morning. I wanted to know, as you were telling us the situation that you're faced with and what you have been experiencing, unfortunately, this year, had COVID not hit, what was your plan? When would you have estimated that you would have purchased and installed that piece of machinery?
Okay, thank you for question, Ms. Verdugo Peralta. I'm honestly, absolutely, I want to be, in advance, I want to tell that I want to be absolutely honestly and absolutely in right way introduce the situation. I am planning, we are planned to make the changes exactly in the 2020 summertime. I explain you why summertime, because usually, especially in my business, business go a little bit slow and down on summertime. That's why I have the intention to do that in summer. Besides, when that plan was connected with my lease agreement, because I'm honestly, again, a landlord, a little bit was in think to prolong that lease or not. Only in November, he reminded me that he is ready to prolong our lease agreement from because it will be ended in March 1 of 2020. So in November, he reminded me that, okay, he came to the decision to prolong the lease agreement with us. And sure, he would take his word. And after that, and my plan was changed in after, especially of signing the lease, and exactly in summer of 2020.
Okay, that was when you were planning to do it, and there's a difference more or less when COVID hit and everything was shut down in March to, let's say, July, beginning of summer, okay? So that's about 4 months or so. If you were planning to purchase and install that piece of equipment, I would assume that you were either going to pay for it cash if you're fortunate enough to do so, or you were going to get a loan. Which one were you going to do?
No, I will take the loan 100% because I don't have too much cash to do that.
All right, I understand that. As a small business, I understand that. And therefore, my question then becomes, had you already been talking to lenders or your bank to get prepared to purchase that piece of equipment come summertime?
The thing is that, yes, I did everything at that time. I know that I could acquire money for that, because most of the distributors, when we made in advance negotiations, they told me that they can provide me month-to-month agreement for paying off the machine. So I didn't need at that time any big amount of money to make as a down payment for the machine.
Okay,
Even yeah, that's why. But I had no problem with the lending the money for that.
all right, let me see if I understand this correctly. So you were going to more or less like rent it on a month-to-month basis, but with that option to purchase,
Yes.
that's something like that? Or will
Yeah, I'm planning to buy the machine for long-term repayment, not to pay in fully when established. But
and this was to the vendor? This was to the vendor that you were going to pay that amount of money?
sorry, Miss Verdugo.
Վաճառող, vendor, այսինքն վաճառող, վաճառողի միջոցով պետք է վերցներ եւ մաս-մաս վճարեիր։
Ուրեմն երկու տարբերակ էր, կամ վաճառողը պետք է ինձ վենդ աներ, կամ usually վաճառողը ինքն է գտնում lender, որը փողը տալիս է։
Yes, sir, there are two versions. There are two versions of it. One, the vendor finance it, and the second version is the vendor find a third party financier.
I see. Okay. Let's see. That was my main concern, because I was trying to figure out, you know, I know these pieces of equipment are not cheap. I know that they're very expensive, and for a small business, it's a big hill to climb. And that's always been a problem. I'm trying to get financing for these cleaning machines, these that are non-perk, especially right now. And I know it's difficult for everybody, but I wanted to know what your process was going to be. And I'm sorry to hear that you have lost that amount of business, but right now it's a little bit bad for everybody. But right now, that's the only question that I wanted to be clear on, and wanted to know what your, as we're saying, your path to compliance was going to be. That you did know about 1421 is a good thing. And I did have another question about when you became familiar with the dry cleaner business. And you said that it's been since 1997, I think that was correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So from 1997 until 2002, that was the first time you purchased a business, a dry cleaning business?
Miss Cynthia, I clarified the situation. From 1997 to 2002, I wasn't owner or anything. I was just a worker. I work as a filer, as a front desk, as a spotter. I'm learning the business and I'm working in that business. And my last position before I become the owner, I was the manager of that store, approximately 1 year, and only after that.
Okay, so when was the first year that you became an owner of a dry cleaning business? Not necessarily Jasmine.
The first time owner was in 2002.
Okay, so were you aware of the rule 1421 when you purchased that business?
Again, I wasn't know about that rule.
Okay.
Maybe it's my fault. I am honestly again, but I didn't know. I want to be absolutely correct with you.
I understand. So the first time that you became knowledgeable was when you purchased the Jasmine business, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you explain or clarify? You said in 2002 you were owner of a different cleaner. Are you still owner of another cleaner, or is Jasmine your only current?
No, Jasmine is current business, Ms. Purcell.
Okay, so you sold that business or otherwise?
Yes.
Okay.
I sold it.
Okay, thank you.
In 2003.
2003. Okay, thank you. You presented this price quotation in Exhibit 2. have any intention of attempting to purchase that machine that you have presented in the price quote in Exhibit 2?
I'm honestly, I wanna, if I will have the possibility to change as soon as I have that possibility, I wanna change exactly on that machine. That's why it is the second reason why I introduce you that. Because this machine I like, I see that in the operation, that machine, and if when I change the machine, more possible that I change to that exactly to that machine, Union HXL 8025.
Okay, and it says at the bottom of this quotation, price good for 30 days. Do you intend to, I just want to be clear, do you intend to purchase
Yes.
the machine within 30 days?
Unfortunately, not, because the form that always vendors send the quotation, usually they send for 15 or 30 days. This is just their form to do that.
Okay, so the answer is no.
So if, excuse me, I make a more clarification. If, for example, I wanna buy the machine, for example, in February or in March, they gave me another quotation.
Okay.
Let me 1 second, please. Let me 1 second interrupt Zoom, okay? 1 second.
Oh, yes, yes, take a moment.
Thank you. Amy.
We'll take another break if we need to. Anyone else need to take a break? And when we could take our regular break. Dr. Bernstein, you need a break? Yes, okay.
Okay, I am so sorry.
Okay, Mr. Sarkeesian,
I'm here, sorry.
I'm going to hold my questions then. I think that it's time to take a break for everyone. So we're going to take a 15-minute break. I'm sure Ms. Manwaring could use one as well. So we'll take our 15-minute break now. Please come back no later than 11 o'clock. And if the petitioner for Tiffany Cleaners is on, obviously we will be going beyond 11 o'clock with this current hearing. I do not know yet what the estimate is, but certainly I can't imagine we would be done before 11:30. So again, we're going to go, Mr. Balagopalan, before we go on off record.
Yes, before we go on the break, I was wondering if Mr. Sarkeesian during the break can get a copy of his permit.
Oh,
Sorry.
Mr. Balagopalan,
Mr. Aslan.
regarding the, I'm sorry, if he has the permit, I defer.
Yeah, no, if you, during the break, if you can get a copy of your permit. And so I had some questions regarding the permit.
My permit I sent already to the clerk of board. It should be my permit of operation, right? I sent
Yes,
it.
permit to operate, yeah.
It should be.
Do you have it with you?
I have with me, sure. Here.
Okay, that's fine. As long as you can, okay, that's good. That's all I wanted to.
do we have the permit?
No, I don't think so.
No.
But Miss Rothschild, I sent to Miss Faye Thomas. I sent maybe in the 10 days ago, maybe.
Okay. We'll see if we can in the
But
break.
I can send again. I have no problem. If you need, I can send again.
If you can do that in the break, Mr. Sarkeesian, that way, when Mr. Balagopalan asks questions, all board members can have that before us.
Ms. Prusak, I have to send to clerk of board's email.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'll do it. I'll do that during the break. No problem. No problem.
Thank you very, very much. Okay, we're going to take a short break and we'll be back at 11 o'clock back on the record. We're off the record, and a reminder, please don't leave meeting, meaning press the leave button, but feel free to please mute your microphone, and you can turn off your video as well. We're off the record until 11 o'clock.
You're muted, Julie.
I wasn't speaking on the record. I was
Oh,
just
okay.
promoting Mr. Sarkeesian. I see he was no longer a panelist. I'm sorry. I'll be right there.
I'm here. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Okay. We will start reassembling, please. It's 11 o'clock. I just want to make sure everyone is present before we move forward and go back on the record. And did we receive in the break? Let's see. I haven't checked my.
Yeah, I did see the permit was sent, yes.
Okay.
A permit. Thank
you. Okay, I see all members of the board are present. Make sure Ms. Manwaring is back. Mr. Sarkeesian is here. Ms. Manwaring, if you're present, if you could just let us know. I don't want to start without you. Ms. Manwaring, are you present? Ah, wonderful. Okay, I didn't want to continue without you. Okay, we are back on the record, and I was asking questions of Mr. Sarkeesian. Hold on one moment. I'm receiving a call from the clerk. Madam Clerk, okay, I see they stopped. There's nothing imminent, correct? Okay. Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
The call may be about the timing for your pre-hearing conference later.
Yes.
We can address that on a break.
Well, I'll address the board now. It was mistakenly written in the notice, but the parties are all aware that in fact the pre-hearing conference is set for 3 o'clock, not 2 o'clock. So if we are not finished with our calendar for the day, we will need to take a break at 3, not 2. But obviously before that, we will take a break at some point for lunch if we're not finished. Okay, Mr. Sarkeesian, I wanted to just preface my questions just so you're aware. There are hundreds of dry cleaners that this Rule 1421 applies to. There is a fraction or a smaller percentage of those that remain not in compliance. And we're hearing a lot of those matters, just so you're aware of the context. This board is hearing a lot of requests for variances currently and into the new year. We have heard a couple, and the board has granted and also denied. Just so you know, we are looking for a path to compliance. So I wanted to state that for you so that as we ask questions during the testimony, you have an opportunity to either change a position or otherwise know what the board has been looking for previously. And again, there's 5 members of this board, and they might not be looking for that in this matter, but that is what we have applied previously. Are you aware that there have been grant monies been made available and financial monies been made available by the district? Whether there are?
Can I answer?
Yes.
Can I answer? Yeah. Yeah, I know that, but unfortunately, the money that granted by AQMD, it is that types of machine that I don't have intention to buy. I explain. The grant will be that AQMD will provide is for CO2 solvent machines and wet cleaning machines. You know, I intended in last 2 years a couple of workshops in different cleaners with wet cleaning, with CO2, with hydrocarbon, and my decision was in the beginning and after that workshops, I was insisted on my intention to, if I change only on hydrocarbon machine. On hydrocarbon machine right now, as I know, according to my knowledge, according to the letters that I received from AQMD, there is no granting any money for that type of machine.
Okay.
That is, but anyway, I told previously, I want to repeat again that even especially I stopped on the model of the machine that I will to change in the future if hearing board provide me that opportunity.
Okay, and I should let you know that again, a year is a long period of time, particularly given the. Are you aware? Well, let me start with. Are you aware of the harms of perchloroethylene?
Unfortunately, I know I knew and I'm knowing about that, and I understand the situation absolutely. In my side and on the another side, from the side of air quality control. The thing is, Ms. Prusak, I want to explain. The thing is that I'm not now struggling for me especially. It's struggling for that business, the possibility to continue that business, and struggling not for me. It's for Jasmine cleaners in that area. The first and the second, my real intention was in 2020, as you saw, I could stop the business and go out because my lease was expired in 2020. But I didn't do that to continue that, and that way. But even if I know about that, I explained as I could that right now, unfortunately, I don't have, especially financial possibility to get that machine right now. That's why but I want to tell one more thing. I have no evidence to assure you, but it's only my words. But during that year, as soon as I can change it, I will change it.
Understood.
Because by many reasons, I don't want to continue, not to spend your time. But
No,
during
okay, I don't want to cut you off. Okay.
sorry, during this year, as soon as I can, if you provide, sure, if you provide that grant, if I can change the machine, I do it as soon as I can.
Just one last statement, and just to ask again, if this board deliberates at the end of, we close the hearing and we deliberate, and we determine that a year is simply too long, given different circumstances, is there anything you can provide us right now through testimony of a path that you could see, aside from, if and when your financial situation gets better, but is there a path of, for example, could you see any kind of path for financing the current machine, and perhaps within a month or 2 months, bringing that machine on and ordering it within the 30 days of the quote? I just want to give you the opportunity.
I understand. I try to ask you to answer your question. I don't want to, I'm sure, but I'm confident with that as soon as I see that I can change the machine with the financing, everything I think will be good, because I'm long time in this business. Many vendors know me personally, and so with financing, my problem is not get the financing. My problem is that financing to hold. Being time in the future. That is my fear.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat? Can you repeat that? I didn't catch that.
Okay. I'll do it with interpreter. Okay, Ms. Prusak, to be
I just didn't understand.
more clarified. Պարոն Ասլանյան, իմ հարցը ես կարող եմ ես իմ խնդրեմը, որ ես հիմա վախենում եմ փոխելու ձեր այդ ֆինանսական բանից, որ ոչ թե ստանալ այդ ֆինանսավորումը, այլ այդ ֆինանսավորումը կարողանալ սպասարկել, որ ես կարողանամ ամեն ամիս իմ payment-ները տամ։ Այսօրվա դրությամբ
That's fine. Հասկացան. I like to finance, however, I worry about how to finance it, how to service that financing with the present situation, economic situation that is existing at the present time. How am I going to service that loan? That is what I am worrying about.
Not the financing, not the beginning financing, the continuation of that financing.
Okay, and if this board were to determine that we would be able to make the findings for a variance, but only for a limited amount of time to allow that financing, is there a possibility that you could comply? And I'm talking about a matter of perhaps a month or something along that line.
Մեկ ամսվա մեջ, եթե բորդը երբ որ այդ որոշեցին, խորհրդակցեցին, ինչքան ժամանակ, մեկ ամսվա մեջ կարող ես այդ տեղեկությունները տաս այդ ֆինանսավորման վերաբերյալ բացատրությունս ում ասա կբացատրի նույնիսկ ես։
Ես նկատի ունեմ ֆինանսավորման, պարոն Ասլանյան, նկատի ունի ֆինանսավորման մասին ոնց, որ ինձ կարող են ֆինանսավորել, թե ես նորից եմ ասում, իմ խնդրեմը իմ ֆինանսավորումը չի։ Այդ բանն է։ Մի ամսվա մեջ բացատրություն տամ իրանց, ես ճիշտ եմ հասկանում։
As I mentioned, to finance it, meaning the sources, is not the problem. So, Ms. Prusak, this is interpreter. I believe Mr. Sarkisian did not understand that 1 month period of time that you mentioned, offered it what do you want? What do you need? Please explain.
Just want to understand. So if when we're deliberating, I cannot speak for other board members. But based on where we have gone in the past, it is unlikely that the board would grant a 1-year variance. However, under the proper circumstances, the board may agree during deliberations to a much more limited variance that would allow you the opportunity to get things in place to get that piece of equipment. So if we're going to deliberate on that, I would want to understand that that would be something you would work towards if that were the decision of the board, and say it were a month. And again, I can't put a time frame on it, but I'm trying to say something much more limited than a year.
Շատ կարճ ու համերոտ, սպասի, շատ կարճ ու համերոտ։ Անցյալում բորդը խորհրդակցությունը 1 տարի ժամանակ են տվել, բայց հիմա չեմ կարող ասեմ 1 տարի կա, բայց կարող եմ ասեմ ավելի պակաս, ավելի քիչ։ Հիմա 1 ամիս, 2 ամիս վստահ չի միս պրուսակը, բայց եթե լինի այդ 1-2 ինչ ժամանակ որ տան ավելի կարճ, իհարկե կարող ես հնարավորությունն ունես որ դրանք բոլորը կարկացրես։ Այո, ասական։
Ուրեմն բացատրեմ, նայած ինչ ժամանակ եւ հենց ասեմ, այո, բայց դա պիտի լինի, ես ասեմ, at least 6 ամիս եմ ուզում, at least 6 ամիս, եւ ուզում եմ բացատրեմ ինչու։
Spasi. Yes, concerning the time, I have 1 or 2 points. The first one is when. It depends when I receive that offer concerning the financing, so I can give you the information or financing 1 month, 2 months, whatever. Number 2, my answer is yes. Number 3, at least I need 6 months. And if you want, I can explain to you.
Yes, please, because this is the opportunity to do that, and then I'll pass it off to my other board members, my fellow board members.
Բացատրիր, կարճ ու համառոտ գեղեցիկ բացատրիր։
Ուրեմն ես չեմ ոնց որ ասեցի, ես ուզում եմ փոխեմ as soon as I can.
As I said, I want to change it or replace it as soon as I can.
Բայց ես ուզում եմ քանի որ ես այդ բիզնեսը գիտեմ եւ տեսնում եմ տենդենսը ոնց է գնում առաջ, ես ուզում եմ այնպիսի ժամանակ, եթե բորդը ինձ կտա այդ հնարավորությունը, այնպիսի ժամանակ, որ հետո չկանգնեմ փաստի առաջ, չլինի նենց որ ասենք ինձ տալիս են 2 ամիս, ես ռեալ ժամանակ եմ ուզում, որ կարողանամ տեղավորվել։
First of all, I know the business, as I have mentioned before. Number 2 is I have to see when I am going to receive that yes or no from the board, because I don't want to say yes because I don't know the time when you are going to tell me. For example, in the future, you tell me and I say yes, and then since I do not know when I am going to receive that offer from you, I get the financing, and then something happens, the obstacle arises, and then I not be able to do anything. So that's why originally I asked. It depends when the board gives me that permission.
Thank you. I think we have enough. Go ahead. I think we have enough, and I think Mr. Sarkeesian, you have said a lot, and we're also taking into account everything you said before I asked those directed questions. And I just want you to know that today, the way the process works is once I close the hearing and we're done with testimony and evidence, the board will discuss the matter and make the decision as to how long, if we grant a variance, if we can make the findings, we'll make that decision today.
One clarifying, Ms. Prusak, if you allow me.
Yes.
I don't tell about when board to allow me. It's board decision. Board will decide when and how much and can provide or not. I don't talk about that. I talk about the time frame that I can testify to you. I wanted such, for example, that 6 months at least not to be will be in compliance with the rule.
Okay.
I don't want to ask you, Ms. Broussard, give me 2 months, and after, and I know in advance that 2 months is not exact really time. I take at least, I have to have 6 months to be comply with that rule. Maybe I will comply in 2 months. Again, I tell you as soon as I can. But I am a realistic approach to this situation. I know I see the situation how it goes on. That's why I want to suggest for board the time frame that it is realistic for me, not
Okay.
only for.
And that's all I wanted to know. Thank you, Mr. Sarkis.
Yeah. Thank you.
And I'm going to turn over to Mr. Balagopalan. He has some questions for you as well.
Yes, thank you. Well, first of all, Mr. Sarkisian, I want to thank you for your candor, your responses, truthful answer. I mean, giving frank answers to the questions that have been asked. So appreciate that.
Thank you.
You did say, and I think this is one of your responses, that in 2009, 2010, you got a letter from ARB, and you were aware at that time of the deadline to phase out the PERC machine, use of the PERC machine. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I was a little concerned when Ms. Manwaring asked you the question, and you say your usage is 10 gallons a month, and your permit shows that. That permit, if you look at the second page of that permit, and the permit tells
let me mark the permit. We haven't.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, but the permit that we received by email during the break, we're going to mark that as exhibit number 3. Okay, exhibit number 3.
Okay. Mr. Sarkisian, you have that permit in front of you?
Yes, sure.
Okay. If you look at the second page of the permit at the very bottom, you see the date. That's the date it was issued. It's 2004.
Yes.
And that's the permit. I think that's the time frame you said you did the change of ownership from the previous company, previous owner.
Yes.
Yeah. Did you subsequently receive another permit from the AQMD?
No, only this permit.
Okay. All right.
But Mr. Balagopalan, I want to explain. After that, every year I have renewed that permit, and every year I get the new permission to continue. But not this permit. It is another type of the document.
I think what you get every year is the invoice to pay for the renewal of the permit.
Sure.
Yeah. No, I think most of the dry cleaners, and we've seen in the other 2 cases, they actually receive were reissued permits with a limit about 4 gallons a month. So 10 gallons a month was not allowed because of PERC being a toxic air contaminant. Most of the permits 2007, 2008, maybe 2009 timeframe were reissued with a much lower limit. Are you saying you don't have that permit, or you have not seen it?
No, I never received such kind of permit, and I tell you more. As I told you, each year inspector visit my store to check up everything, and they always check this permit, always.
Okay. And maybe
and
we can
they don't
find out
have
from
any.
the AQMD inspector if there was a subsequent permit that was issued. Because if your permit is 10 gallons a month, is that about how much you're using, right? Typically, the last several years, about 10 gallons a month of PERC?
No, it's not every month I use 10. I have, by this permit, Mr. Mohan, I can replenish 10 gallons to add. I mean add, but I never add too much because my machine always was in very good condition, because once a month my mechanic do regular maintenance. Besides, every week I do a couple of maintenances. So I always try to use as less as I can, because besides it is very expensive position to buy the perchloroethylene. It's too much money. So I could use 10 gallon, but I never use.
Okay, you could, yes, that's right. Again, thank
Yeah.
you for the answer. Can you tell me when was the last time you added perk to your machine? How many gallons that you replenished?
Yeah, last time I add in May.
May. How many gallons do you know?
In May, as this yearly type 10 gallon.
Oh, okay. Okay, so that's the purchase.
Because I have something from previous years, so I had that much.
Okay, all right. I think so, and it appears you have got some quotations, but you have not, and you said because of the financial situation, you have not given a purchase order yet, right? You haven't decided which machine exactly. You may go with the multi-state, you said, or the Keller machine, the machine proposed by Keller, but you have not issued any purchase order at this point.
Right now, I just only get the quotation, but I don't sign any contract because, Mr. Balagopalan, if you see on the quotation, it is the policy of the vendor to make some deposit to the when we sign the contract. And if we deposit and then in the future not to buy it, we can lose that deposit.
One last question, Mr. Secretary, if I may, is why did you wait so long? When your business was good in 2018, 2019, why did you not make the switch then? Why did you wait till 2020?
Thank you for the question. The thing is that as I told you, I wanna keep this machine long time. Each year, approximately, when inspector come to my store, we talk about that. And always they told me that if you are in compliance and you take in good condition the machine, you can go up to the rule. You don't, you are not in violence. So that's why I'm frankly and honestly with you, to keep this machine as much as I can, according to rule, according to law. I do that. I do my best. And I don't have any problem with the AQMD inspections, with the maintaining and keeping the machine. That way, only that way, not other conditions and so on. And as I told you, last year, exactly only last maybe half year of 2019, it was a little small problem with the landlord. In that case, I explained that not the problem with him. He is thinking, keep the cleaners or not keep the cleaners. And only in November, he told me that finally on March, we can sign that contract.
Okay.
That is.
No, thank you for your responses. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Board members, additional questions for Mr. Sarkeesian. Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Sarkeesian, you stated that you sold one of your dry cleaners in 2003, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so when you sold that business, I'm sure you explained to the new owner about the machinery, correct? How to operate it, how old it was, all of the all of the pertinent information. But did you or did you not disclose to that new owner that you would be, or that he would be, or she would be coming under Rule 1421 with the AQMD, or that they had anything? Did you explain any type of AQMD process regarding the permit to them? What was your explanation to them?
Okay, thank you for the question. As I told previously, until I covered the Jasmine cleaners, I didn't know about that rule. So when I sold the business, we don't talk about that 1421 rule. The only thing that I did as a seller, I explained how to operate the machine, but in advance, I tell that guy who bought from me, he knows the dry cleaning business also. About permission, we do easy way. I apply to AQMD to discontinue my permit, and they apply for their new permit, and that's it. That is all the process that we goes. Especially, I explained him how to operate my type of machine. It was SailStar USA machine. Before it was Multitech, then SailStar, the Chinese machine, as I remember. I show him how to operate the machine, how much I use it. Even I didn't know how much replenishing amount he got it or not, Miss Verdugo Peralta. So that is all the process that I did that time.
Okay, you also stated that one of the reasons that you did not apply for a grant from the AQMD for dry cleaning machinery was due to the fact that you were not going to purchase that type of machinery. Can you tell us why you don't want to use that one?
Excuse me, which one?
The one, okay, you're telling us that you did not apply to AQMD to get the not a loan, to get the rebate or to get the monies available. Okay. And you said it was because that was the type of machinery you were not going to utilize. What is the reason that you were not going to utilize that type of a machinery, that type of equipment?
Okay, thank you for question. As I mentioned, this grant is for CO2 machines and wet cleaning machines. CO2 machine is out of my intention because it is too expensive. And I don't think that that expenses is equal to their quality. It's my opinion, just. So that's why I refused that type of machine. About wet cleaning machine, I especially intend workshops, especially in 2019 October in Sunset Cleaners on Melrose Boulevard, Los Angeles. And one, as I remember, was in Rancho Cucamonga or something like that, because it is 2 years ago, I didn't remember exactly. And during that workshops, I took with me some clothes, complicated clothes, silk or jackets and such kind of things to see how it cleaned. And there was demonstration cleaning in that cleaning. It was on Sunday that workshops made by AQMD and Air Resources Board with the cleaning. And I'm honestly with you, I didn't like the quality that they come out. It was clean, but I don't know, something like in my eyes, I don't like that. By the way, I tell you, Ms. Verdugo Peralta, if I'm looking for easy ways, wet cleaning is the easiest way, because you can do dry cleaning, you can do laundry. Besides that, machines is less in cost, they are more cheaper. So I could do that, but for me, the quality of the job is the first thing. That's why I try to keep it. And besides, I tell you, in 2006, 2007, my son has cleaners for 2 years in Woodland Hills, Prime Cleaners. It was closed now, but it was Vineta and Ventura. And that cleaners had hydrocarbon machine. That's why I knew the hydrocarbon quality also. During the 2 years I was followed that, especially I know that in the future I have to change in my business. So that's why my choice was between CO2, hydrocarbon, and wet cleaning. I took hydrocarbon type.
Okay. My other question,
I just want to interrupt for 1 second, just for the record. There was a sound that was picked up by the microphones of maybe sighing. I just want to be clear that that was not one of the parties or the board members, and it's not on the record. Anyway, it was a live mic, which I've now silenced. Okay, Ms. Verdugo Peralta, you may.
yes. You had explained to us how you were speaking to one of the vendors and that it was going to be a month-to-month payment that you were going to pay the vendor versus getting a large loan, correct?
Sorry, Mr. Aslanyan, can you explain me more detailed, Ms. Verdugo Peralta question?
Question one more time, please. That was a long one.
Yes, previously when I was asking about getting a loan or how he was going to acquire the new machinery, how was he going to go about doing that? Was he going to get a loan? Well, did he have cash on hand? How was he going to do it? And he said that he was going to be paying on a month to month. So therefore, my question becomes, if he was going to do it then, why can't he do it now?
Մի քիչ առաջ ասես ֆինանսավորման պատճառով դու լրիվ դրամա պետք է վճարես, թե պետք է պարտք վերցնես, լոն վերցնես եւ ասեցիր որ ուզում ես որ ամսական վճարես, այսինքն վճարումներով, payment-ներով։ Հիմա ասում եմ, եթե պետք է այն ժամանակ նոր ասում էիր, խոսում էիր, ամսական պետք է վճար, ինչու հիմա չես կարող հենց նույն գործն անես, ամիս վճարես։
Որովհետև այսօրվա դրությամբ իմ gross income-ը եւ իմ ծախսերին համաձայն ես այսօր ի վիճակի չեմ ապահովել այդ բան, դրա համար էլ ես ասեցի իմ մոտ պրոբլեմը ստանալը չի, պրոբլեմը սրվ անելն է։
Because of the present economic situation, as I have mentioned before, I am not able to do that because of my gross and net income. That's what I said. The source of financing is not the problem. The service of that financing is the problem because of the present economic situation.
So let's say that we were going to give you an amount of time. How then would you be able to start doing it then, if you're telling us that you can't do it now?
Որտեղ ասում ես հիմա չեմ կարող անեմ, եթե քեզ ժամանակ տանք, երբ որ ժամանակ տվեցինք, այն ժամանակն ինչպես ես կարող անես։
Okay. My answer is the following. I hope that in that time it goes on everything, and I could provide more level in my business to rise the level of the business. I am honestly, it's not too much to how I do in Armenian, he translate. Mr. Aslanyan, ինձ պետք չի որ վերականգնվի անպայման առաջվա level-ի։ Even եթե դա գա 70-80%-ին, ես կարող եմ դա provide անել։ Ու հույս ունեմ, որ այս մոտակա ժամանակները, ես արդեն ասեցի, կապված vaccination-ի հետ, կապված economic relief-ի հետ եւ այլն, ես համոզված եմ, որ դա պետք է լինի, որտեղ սա շանսա, որ ես կարողանամ շարունակեմ բիզնեսը, ոչ թե փակեմ։
Ինչ է 70% պերս վերականգնես։
Առաջվանի գոնե 70-80%-ը վերականգնեմ, որ կարողանամ
եկամուտ, ինչ պերս եկամուտ, okay, got it.
Պրոցը վերականգնեմ, որ կարողանամ մուծվել այդ գումարը։
Հա, բայց ինչը պերս 70%-ի հասցնես, եկամուտը
իմ եկամուտը, gross եկամուտը,
income-ը
Երեմ հասցնեմ գոնե ռեգուլարի 70-80%-ին, որ կարողանամ afford անեմ այդ բան։
The reason I mentioned about the period of time is if I can reestablish at least the 70% of my previous income, bring my income high enough to get 70%, yes, I'll be able to get that loan to service it. Otherwise, I won't be able because of, again, the present economic situation. 70%, I'll be happy with that.
Thank you.
Board members, any other questions for Mr. Sarkeesian? Senator?
Okay, there we go. How do you do, sir?
Hi.
All right. When did you cut your staff to one employee and your wife, and you let the other two go?
Երբ
You had three
երկու
employees.
գործավորներիդ դուրս արեցիր եւ դու եւ տիկինդ մնացիք, երբ, when, երբ?
Okay. My answer is following. I fired them in the end of July because before that I had the possibility to pay them according to PPP loan that I got from government. According to my, because that two people that work with me, they work long time. And when I have the opportunity to apply for PPP loan, I get that loan. And according to the amount of the loan, I kept them until the end of, until the end of July. But in the end of the July, I have to fire them to ask them, you know, guys, I can't pay you. And I am here instead of them, my wife. And besides, I reduce my third worker from full-time to part-time because not too much job. So right now, this situation, Mr. Holden.
Okay, for your maximum performance level, we had a maximum income.
Yeah, I tried. They get money for 8 weeks. So in 8 weeks.
I want to finish the question. Maximum performance level, maximum income. Compared to today, what percentage of performance work are you doing compared to the maximum?
Can you translate, Mr.
Ի համեմատած անցյալին եւ ի հիմա ներկայումս ինչքան է պակսել համեմատես իրար քանի տոկոսը մաքսիմումներ հիմա ունես ի բաղկացած անցյալին?
Mr. Holden, according to the months and day, approximately average, it is reduced for 60 to 70%. So, for example, I had 100% regular gross, for example. Now that is 30-40% of that amount right now operation.
At what period of time did that reduction take place?
I understand the question. This reduction start from March, and in March, April, I stated already, it was significant reduction. It was in March and April, I have 25% of that amount. From May, it goes a little bit high in May, June, and June, July. And from that time, it goes approximately from 30 to 40% until now. But now, by the way, unfortunately, I expect for December not good numbers again because of, again, this tight and very bad situation, pandemic situation.
You testified.
So from March, exactly to answer your question, from March, I have that significant reduction.
Right. You testified earlier on that in response to your question, that if you were able to perform at a 70% level, you could service the debt on the equipment. Is that not correct? 70%.
No, it's not now 70%. I'm expecting to go.
If you were to be able to perform at a 70% level, could you afford the equipment? You said yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now, these tough times that you're having, initially you stated that it was because of the pandemic. No.
դժվարություն ասեցիր ունենում ես tough time, դժվարություն ունեցում ես pandemic-ի պատճառով էր։
Այո, միմիայն պանդեմիկի պատճառով է։
Yes, yes, only because of the pandemic, yes.
So if the pandemic would be resolved with a vaccine, would that help you?
Absolutely. I hope. It's my good hope. It's my big hope for that.
So when you ask for 1 year for a variance without determining whether or not the vaccine would help, what was you thinking along that time? Talk to him.
Հասկացա՞ր։ Այո։
Չէ,
Եթե վակցինը օգտակար լինի, այդ մտքով, այդ ճանապարհով կմտածես, որ կարողանաս վճարես, եթե օգտվի լավանա միջից գնա վակցին։
Պատասխանս հետևյալն է, որ հույս ունեմ, որ վակցինի պատճառով վիճակը կսկսի լավանալ ու ես համոզված եմ, որ վիճակը լավանալուն հետ իմ բիզնեսը կլավանա։ Ու ասեք, որ կարող եմ երկու բառով բացատրեմ ինչու։
I am hoping that the vaccine will help, and since vaccine is going to help, my business is going to get better. If you want, I can explain why.
You asked for 1 year variance. It was suggested that you would be considered 1 month or 2 months at most. And the trigger would be then, based on your testimony, that once the vaccine solves the problem, basically, you could begin to purchase that equipment. And the only problem is that, and my question is, you have no idea, do you, when this pandemic is going to be addressed and resolved and things back to normal? And I think the answer with that, we all know that answer, but I'm trying to make the point that you can't begin to meet the request or the demand to be in compliance until things are normal again. Is that what you're saying? Talk to him.
Ասեք։
Մենք ասեցիք, որ դու ասեցիր մոտավորապես 1 տարի ժամանակ ունեն, նրանք ասեցին 1-2 ամիս կարելի է բորդը քեզի իրավունք տա, ասենք եթե որտեվ չենք իմանում որ վակցինը կամ այնպես հիվանդություն համաճարակը երբ կվերջանա, օգտակար կլինի, չի լինի, այդ բոլորը աչքի առաջ ունենալով, հիմնավորվելով այդ հարցերի այդ կետերի վրա, ինչպես ես կարող ասես որ when, երբ իր հարցը երբն էր, երբ ես կարող վճարես կամ սկսես վճարելը, այդ ինչպես ենք իմանում, ոչ ով չի իմանում, երբ համաճարակը կվերջանա կամ աստեցություն կունենա վակցինը։
Ես լրիվ համաձայն եմ Mr. Holden-ի ասացի հետ։
I completely agree with Mr. Holden.
Statement. Ուզում եմ իմ կողմից ավելացնել, այդ դրա համար ես վերցրել եմ 1 տարի extension եմ request արել, որպեսզի որը իմ համար թվում է խելքին մոտիկ ժամանակահատված։
Спасибо. For that reason, I requested 1 year period of time, which means it's, in my opinion, is reasonable.
Որպեսզի ես կարողանամ որ գամ այդ վիճակին, որ դե սենց է, դուք բացատրեք, ես իհարկե չգիտեմ ինչ կլինի, բայց ես կարող եմ միայն
շկարճ նախատեսություններ մի թռնել ես կողենքով. In order to adapt myself, I know what is going to happen, but the reason I asked for 1 year so I can adapt it and continue. Հիմա շարունակիր.
If for 1 month,
ես հենվում եմ իմ professional եւ իմ բիզնեսի իմացության վրա, իմ գիտելիքի վրա եւ իմ expectation-ն եմ անում, ինչ ժամանակում ինձ թվում է ես կարողանամ վերականգնվել։
And I am relying on my business experience And according to that, I am thinking that that 1 year will be enough that I can adapt and follow and perform.
One final question, please.
Oh, go ahead, Senator, because I was going to say, given the time, and I think we've gotten a lot of testimony on this, quick, go ahead with your final question.
If 1 month or 2 months are imposed on you by the board, this hearing, and you cannot comply for the reasons you're given, would that force you out of business?
Board-ը, եթե քեզի պարտավորված 1 կամ 2 ամիս ժամանակ տա, եւ դու չկարողանաս հետևես եւ կատարես, քեզի բիզնեսը փակվի, կպարտավորվես, որ բիզնեսը դուրս գցի, ասում force, քեզի բիզնես դուրս գցի։
Ես ուզում եմ բացատրել, որ եթե ինձ հիմա էլ այդ հնարավորությունը ընդհանրապես չտա բորդը, այդ բորդի իրավունքն է իհարկե, ես հիմա էլ արդեն դուրս կմնամ բիզնեսից, բիզնեսը կփակվի։
If I want to say or add, of course that's the board's right, if they do not give me that period of time or permission, I will be going out of business.
Thank you.
So that is my answer. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, board members, before we move on? Okay, and again, understanding that I think we have thoroughly covered this issue, but if there are any other questions that still remain, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, please. I just don't want to spend all day on this and then we don't get to both cases.
Mr. Sarkisian, are you aware of the health impacts that perchloroethylene is to the public as well as you and your workers? Are you aware that it attacks the nervous system, respiratory system, kidneys, gastrointestinal system, the liver? Are you aware of that?
I know as much as for my knowledge, for my specialization, because unfortunately I'm not a doctor or something like that, but generally I know about that, and I know why AQMD banned from next year these machines. Oh, sure, I know. I have to know because I'm in that business.
All right, thank you.
Okay, board members, any other questions for Mr. Sarkisian before we move on? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sarkisian, for all of your testimony.
Thank you.
Ms. Manwaring, at this time, do you wish to present any district witnesses? And perhaps I think Mr. Balagopalan was wondering whether there are any witnesses who could discuss the current, which is the current permit. Is that correct, Mr. Balagopalan?
The district is prepared to put on a district permitting engineer to clarify what the current perk limit is and when the permit was reissued, if the board finds that necessary to make a finding. Other than that, we do not intend to present affirmative testimony, but for any requests you may have to us.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful if we can get that information as far as the usage and when it was issued.
We'd like to go off the record for 5 minutes to prepare the district's permitting engineer to answer those questions.
Okay, let's take 5 minutes. And please don't leave the meeting, and everyone please come back in 5 minutes. Yes.
Ms. Prusik, for the sake of efficiency and the credit of district witnesses, let me just take a quick look here and see if anyone is available yet. We may not need the full 5 minutes.
Okay.
Miss Shannon Lee, are you available?
Yes, I am.
All right. Madam Prusik, give me just a moment.
Okay. Well, just a moment, and everyone please stand by to make sure that we keep this moving along. And just while we're off the record right now, waiting for that, the petitioner for Tiffany Cleaner, if you are available, I just want to let you know that we will be taking our lunch break before we get to you. So I don't know when we'll be finished with this particular hearing. I think we've heard most of what we'll hear for this hearing, so not much.
Okay, so what time should I come back?
Well, Well, we'll probably take a lunch break. Let's just say we take a lunch break at noon, which is probably not correct. So please come back around 1, just to check in.
I'll be back at 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Manwaring, were you back?
The district is ready to proceed. Thank you.
Okay, you may proceed.
Right. Ms. Lee, good morning. Could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Sure, it's Shannon Lee. Shannon is SHANNON, Lee, LEE.
Did you take the oath this morning?
I did.
Could you please describe your position with the district?
I'm a senior air quality engineer.
Right. And are you familiar with the contents of today's petition from Jasmine Cleaners?
Yes, I am.
Right. Were you asked to review the permit and gather information from the permit?
Yes, I was.
Have you been listening to the hearing this morning?
I have been.
All right. Could you please tell this board when the district reissued the permit to Jasmine Cleaners? Let me take a step back. Do you have Jasmine Cleaners' current permit available to you?
Yes, I do.
When was that issued?
That was issued on May 8th, 2007.
What is the perk limit in that permit?
52 gallons per year.
Per year. All right. Thank you, Ms. Lee. I have no further questions for you at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Sarkeesian, do you have any questions on that testimony?
I am a little bit surprised. I tell you why, because that reissuing permit I didn't get. I'm honestly with you. I have only the permit that I sent to hearing board of July 2nd, 2004, and unfortunately, I didn't get that new reissuing permit. That is the only thing that I am a little bit confused. I'm trying.
Do you have a question about that the witness can answer?
No, I just stated that unfortunately that 2007's permit I don't have at all in my documents. And by the way, any inspector that after that every year I tell my business was checked out by the inspectors of AQMD and nobody asked about it.
Thank you, Mr. Sarkeesian. At this time, if you have any questions, please let us know.
Sarkeesian, harç serasum, Miss Leeds harç uneste chunes.
No question.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair,
yes.
The district would posit and remind the board that we heard Mr. Sarkeesian testify that an inspector came out and we heard him testify about compliance. I can't clear up the source of confusion, but the district is not alleging any violations.
Okay. Mr. Balagopalan, did you have questions for Ms. Lee about her testimony?
Yes, I do. Based on what you heard so far, Ms. Lee, would you think he would be in violation of the current permit?
I'm not a inspector, so I can't make that determination on compliance.
Because he was saying about 10 gallons versus 52 gallons a year is roughly 4.33 gallons a month, correct?
Yes.
So if he was using more than that, potentially he was exceeding the permit limit.
Mr. Balakabahan, I'm going to sort of object to her. The witness has said this is not her area and she would rather not make a compliance determination. And you are asking her to.
And we'll sustain that. And I think as Ms. Manwaring stated on the record, the district is not alleging nor have there been any NOVs that have been issued in prior years for non-compliance.
Okay, fair enough. That's all I had. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any questions for Ms. Lee on that testimony? Okay, yes, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Lee, I just want to be clear. Did you ever go out to this property and have a discussion with Mr. Sarkeesian about 1421?
Again, the district, please forgive me, but the district objects. Ms. Lee just testified that she's a permitting engineer. In that role and capacity, she would not visit a facility.
Okay, good enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Lee on her testimony and in particular in her capacity as a permitting engineer? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lee, for that testimony.
Sure.
Okay, board members, anything else before that you wish to ask or have a witness presented for before we close the hearing for now and enter into deliberations? Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
I would like to have heard from Mr. Mark Von der O. Since he wrote this declaration, I would like to have at least had him there to ask him questions about it.
Let me ask you before we do that, Ms. Verdugo Peralta. Again, we can accept that declaration as hearsay evidence, which means we can accept it for the truth of what's in there, as long as it's corroborating anything else required to make a particular finding. If there's anything in there that you need to base a finding solely on, then Ms. Manwaring has said she would make Mr. Von der O available. He is present. But otherwise, we can rely on that evidence as corroborating evidence.
We can or cannot, did you say?
We can, just cannot base any finding solely on what is contained in that declaration unless we bring Mr. Von der O on to testify.
I'm just wanting to know what contact there was in reference to AQMD inspector and or whomever engineer with the owner of the property, with the owner of the business, I should say, Mr. Sarkisian.
And do you need to know that, given that Mr. Sarkisian has stated on the record that at least by 2009, 2010, he was aware of the rule and the
Well, yes, but my questioning goes more to the discussion and or well, the discussion, if there was any discussion between the AQMD representative and Mr. Sarkisian about this.
Okay, and
about the deadline that was coming up.
Understood. And again, is that you would base your finding, one of your findings, or beyond reasonable control finding or other finding on any discussions versus what Mr. Sarkisian has already
Well,
testified?
I wouldn't know that until I heard what they had to say.
Okay. Ms. Manwaring, can you present Mr. Van der O? Can he answer that?
Absolutely. Ms. Verdugo Peralta, having listened to what it is you'd like to hear from the compliance officer, may I ask you if Mr. Sarkisian's testimony that he recalls the inspector coming in 2019
Mm-hmm.
And that he has received notice and that he is familiar with 1421,
Mm-hmm.
do you still need confirmation from a district witness that we spoke with him in 2019?
Well, I'm getting so much pushback on this. I guess not. I just want to know what the discussion was and if he felt that he had fully explained to Mr. Sarkisian and that Mr. Sarkisian was aware that this was going to be an impending deadline on him versus waiting until the deadline to do something about it, that he only had a short amount of time in reality. So, but I'm getting that much pushback on this.
For the record, I know we're not trying to push back. I feel that there's significant evidence on the record with regard to both Mr. Sarkisian's knowledge of the rule, Mr. Sarkisian's attempts to comply with the rule beginning with 2018, Mr. Sarkisian's conversation in October or November of 2019 with inspectors with regard to compliance with the rule. And I don't think Mr. Sarkisian has stated in any way that he does not understand that the rule deadline was December of 2020. So the only thing I'm trying to avoid is an overlong hearing in which case we hear both hearings.
I understand that.
So I'm not trying to cut anyone off or give pushback. I just want to make sure that we're not overly repetitive to the detriment of hearing our cases today.
No, I'm just trying to get everything on the record as far as if we're presented this document, that we look at this document, read the document, and talk to the person who wrote the document, period.
Okay, and again,
let's just let it
I think
go.
we're spending a lot of time talking about it. So again, I'm just going to say it one more time. And then if you still feel you need to, we will bring on Mr. Vondero. I'm trying to explain that this document can be considered for everything that's stated in it.
I'm not questioning whether it can be considered. That's not my question. It was to speak to the person who wrote it. And if let's just remove the question.
And I don't want to have arguments with.
Well, I'm not arguing. I'm just saying, let's just go forward. I can make up my mind without that.
Understood. And my sole question was simply to understand how much you needed it for direct evidence to make any one of the findings. And that would be if you said, I can't make the finding because I do not have enough evidence, then we would go ask Mr. Vondero. That's the only reason for my question.
And this is a general statement in reference to whether it's this hearing or any other hearing. If we are given exhibits, that we take each piece of the exhibit and we look at it, read it, and go over it. And if we have questions in pertaining to that exhibit, that we in fact question it. I'm not questioning the person. I just want to know, okay, I want to hear it from him, I suppose.
Okay, and that's the only reason why I was trying to explain the limited nature. We have accepted that evidence, but I want you to feel, but again, and I've tried to portray this or convey this, I mean, in our trainings, that we do want to fully question anything we receive, but only as far as we need to know it to make each of the findings. So that is why I asked the questions I asked. Would you like to bring on Mr. Vondero? This is the last time I'll ask.
No.
Okay, and I don't want in deliberations for anyone to feel that they didn't get enough evidence. That's why I'm asking, do you need more evidence?
No.
Okay. Any other questions then before we do close the hearing? Again, I don't want to get to deliberations and feel we can't make a full finding or decision. Okay. All right, then board members, what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if there's any member of the public who might be present, who might wish to be heard on this matter. And if there is a member of the public who wishes to be heard, if you can look at the bottom of your screen, or if you're on a device, you should have a raise hand function. And if you wish to be heard, please virtually raise your hand and I will call upon you to give comment. I'll give you a couple seconds to do that. I don't think there are I don't think there's anyone on this Zoom. And if you are on the teleconference, which I don't know if there's anyone on for this hearing, but if you are, just simply press *9 if you wish to be heard. Okay. Okay, I see no one who wishes to be heard. Okay, so then we will start with a closing statement. Mr. Sarkeesian, if you wish to make a closing statement which just summarizes the position you've made, or you can rest upon the evidence and testimony you've already given to us.
Pardon Sarkeesian, վերջնապանն է, եթե ուզում եք վերջնապանը շատ կարճ համառոտ կերպով ասեք, կամ արդեն ինչ որ ասել եք, փաստեր ներկայացրել եք, արտահայտվել եք անցյալում, դրա վրա հիմնվեք, օքեյ է, որ մեկ նոր ուզենաք, նույն բանը
just 2-3 նախադասություն ամենաշատը.
Maximum 2 or 3 sentences.
Go on.
Okay, առաջինը ինչ որ ուզում եմ բորդը, ես just ուզում եմ իմ position-ը բորդին ասեմ անկախ այս լսումներից. Առաջինը, որ շնորհակալ եմ, որ ժամանակ տրամադրվեց ինձ լսելու.
I want to present my position to board. First of all, I thank you very much to give me this opportunity and time.
Երկրորդը, որ սա պայքարը ոչ թե առաջի հերթին իմ համար որպես բիզնեսմեն, այլ պայքարը բիզնեսի համար, որը 30 տարուց ավելի այդ location-ում է եւ շատ սիրելի է customer-ների համար.
And the second, this is a fight. This is a fight not just for my business. This is a fight for the business for last 30 years in the community that is liked very much.
Ու երրորդը, որ ուզում եմ որ ուշադրություն դարձնի բորդը, որ ես 2020 թվականին expire ելնում իմ բիզնեսը, եթե ես կուզենայի փոխել կամ մի բան, ես միանգամից կարող եի օրինական ճանապարհ իմանալով այդ ռուլը, ասենց ասեմ, իմանալով ռուլը ես ստորագրել եմ lease agreement։ Հետևաբար ես անցյալում միջև պանդեմիկ, դա եղել է միջև պանդեմիկ, ունեցել եմ լուրջ intention փոխելու մեքենան։ Ուզում եմ ուղղակի բորդը դրա վրա just ուշադրություն դարձնի։
The last point is I like the board to pay attention and consider, because my license was expiring 2020, and before that, I was aware of the rule as well, that I had a serious intention to go forward and improve the business or add the machine. So I am still thinking of that, and I hope the board give me the permission and consider that.
One more small clarifying. Ոչ թե license-ներ expire, Պետերբանին expire ելնում իմ lease agreement.
Okay. You did not mention that, so I assume. Sorry.
Pandemicից առաջ ստորագրել։
And before the pandemic, it's not that the license was expiring, the lease was expiring. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Sarkeesian, for your closing. Ms. Manwaring, your closing.
Yes, thank you. I'll be very brief today. Mr. Sarkeesian, the district applauds you for coming before the board today and thanks you for your honesty and veracity.
Thank you very much.
However, without more certainty regarding a path to compliance, the district is unclear how this board could craft a variance term without greater certainty. And so for these reasons, the district cannot support the request today without greater certainty around a path to compliance.
Thank you, Ms. Manwaring. Board members, would anyone wish to begin our deliberations? And the hearing is closed. Board members, anyone wish to begin? Mr. Balagopalan, would you like to begin?
Yes, I think, again, I think with what Ms. Manwaring just stated, without, we don't see a clear path to compliance. Mr. Sarkeesian has been very truthful and full of candor in his responses. So really appreciate he was not, sugarcoating any of his response. I think he was very frank in saying he would probably need a year to come into compliance, given this economic situation. And I don't see how can approve that for a year. And we have in one case, and I know we're taking it case by case, we did give a limited usage for a few cycles, but to allow more than that, I mean, that was a different case. So I can see he has asked for a year. I think he says he needs at least a year to do that. And I don't see how we can, at least I cannot see approving this variance request for that period of time, because as we have seen, we know that PERC is a toxic contaminant and the rule requires you to phase out by the end of the year. And so, and this machine has been in operation since 1998, according to Mr. Sarkeesian. So it's definitely more than 15 years old, the useful life of the machine. And I'm also a little troubled because he was not aware, or did not, of the revised permit that actually limited almost half of his usage, his monthly usage. And I don't know how much he's been doing a month, but clearly, that was also it may have exceeded the limit and may have, contributed further to the problems in the community. So for all those, I cannot find that it was beyond his reasonable control to come into compliance. So for that reason, I'm going to have to oppose it.
Thank you. Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel that it's very unfortunate that Mr. Sarkeesian has found himself in such dire straits here. And However, what I wasn't hearing, which I was hoping to hear, was a more concrete path to compliance if in fact there had been an actual purchase order that you had, that Mr. Sarkeesian had every intention of getting this done, let's say within a month or two. I think we could be more understanding of that and in wanting to get him into compliance. But I don't see that. He's hanging it on the fact that when business comes back to at least 70%, well, as the senator questioned him, it was evident we all don't know when that's going to be. And we, as the AQMD hearing board, can't hang our hat on that either. We have to have something much more concrete in front of us to make a decision, especially if you're asking for such a long time as a year. So therefore, I have to also agree with Mr. Balagopalan that I would vote no for this. Unfortunately, I'm so sorry about that, but that's the only vote that I can see that I can make based on what we have in front of us. Thank you.
Senator, were you wishing to be heard?
Right.
Forward.
I would urge both of you to reconsider your position based on evidence that we received today, was that his business would have been intact if it were not for the virus. He also stated his willingness to comply, but he could not service the debt if income were not compatible to the need. Then if we don't show any flexibility on this family-owned business, then we're shutting him down. And I don't think that's the district or your intention to do that. I would suggest, however, that let's hope in the next 3 months, the economy will turn around. There's been an appropriation bill signed in Washington by the president the day or the next day. We will provide additional funds for people in this area, for employees. Because of last year, this year that is, he was provided additional funds for his employee, the two of them, kept him on as long as he could. You know, we should not, it's a small business. And I see both sides. We have to have clean air. But come on, we cannot put this small business out of business. You cannot do that. I would say seek a compromise. Seek a compromise, not a year, but certainly not a month. Let's give us 3 months, January, February, March, and see what turns around with a new effort to control the pandemic. And with that, I would urge you to support that proposal. I hope that you will. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. I hear everyone's thoughts, and I want to say, I just really want to thank my fellow board members for the thoughtfulness and for expressing an understanding of how we need to look at these cases. Oh, Dr. Bernstein, did you want to say something before I do?
Either after or before, Madam Chair, whatever you desire.
I just wanted to say, and then I'll turn right to you. I just wanted to say that, and I think all board members so far who have spoken have expressed an understanding that we do need to take these case by case. And that I think every board member is expressing an understanding of how difficult it has been for each of these small businesses, and no exception for this one. And I think, as the senator has said, Mr. Sarkeesian has done a great job of attempting to keep employed his employees, and we do applaud that. And certainly don't want to be the straw that puts this business out of business. But we do have to be consistent in how we're applying. Even though we look case by case, we do need to consistently apply the same standard to each of these matters that we are hearing. And so far, I know it's only been a couple of cases, but so far the way we have approached it is case by case, but understanding that only where there is beyond reasonable control that has been satisfied and clear attempts have been made to comply and a path to compliance that we could understand and craft a variance around, have we granted it. So far we've denied and we've granted, just in different situations. I think it goes, as Senator, as you said, it goes both ways, and you could see it both ways. But I would say a few things. First of all, again, this rule has been in place for 18 years. And so we have to look in that context. Mr. Sarkeesian in particular stated that he's been aware of the deadline for at least 10 or 11 of those years, being in December of 2020. His reasons, and he also did state that his business has been quite good, not this year, but in the past, that this has been a very successful business. He's enjoyed that success. And really, it has been a business decision. Mr. Sarkeesian said, it's been a business decision to essentially kick the can down the road, let's say, and wait until the end of the 10 or 11 years he knew he had in order to comply for business reasons. And we all understand that, but we also understand that nothing is a given in business. And yes, every small business that comes before us it has experienced this severe downturn that is COVID related and unfortunately not within our control. But this has been something that all these businesses have had to grapple with. And those businesses that are not in compliance have enjoyed and will continue to enjoy if we just give variances simply because they're not in compliance, based upon they'll continue, if we just say we're giving it out because it's hardship now, they'll continue to enjoy that competitive edge. So I'm having a hard time finding beyond reasonable control. I will consider the 3 months, but I'm going to go first. Dr. Bernstein said he would like to say something. Then Senator, you indicated you would, and then Ms. Verdugo-Peralta. So in that order, Dr. Bernstein.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the deliberations of my colleagues, it is quite evident the difficulties that we're dealing with regards to a small business that has been affected dramatically, as all small business has.
Dr. Bernstein, we have trouble hearing you again. That I don't know what that modulation issue is, but if you could just speak very loudly.
Let me see. Can you hear me better now? Now I can't hear you.
Go ahead, yeah.
Okay, how about now?
Yes.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Better.
I'm in the cone of silence. No. What I was stating is that it is obvious hearing the deliberations of my colleagues how the difficulty of dealing with the impact of COVID-19 on small businesses. And this is going to be at the core of every one of these cases that we review with regards to perchloroethylene. Beyond reasonable control, it seems to me that there has been an attempt, at least that's noted in testimony since 2018. Mr. Sarkeesian stated that he was looking into purchasing a new machine. People have known about this rule for many, many years, and that just complicates the issue of whether or not we can look at beyond reasonable control with regards to the efforts of actually coming into compliance prior to the deadline. Many statements have been made, and people are looking to some kind of economic relief, and hopefully the economy will get better with the introduction of the vaccine. In all likelihood, we'll probably not see the results of the vaccine on on a wide margin, affecting such things as economics for many, many, many months, particularly given the allocation strategy as the most highly risk patient populations will be addressed first, and essential workers and such. And so therefore, and it's an unknown. We're not really sure what's going to actually occur, but given the history of vaccines and its normal protocol epidemiologically, we probably won't really see any benefit from that on a wide scale until probably this second or third quarter, optimistically, of next year. So given that, I guess going forward, we're really going to have to take those things into consideration when we are attempting to frame a compliance path, if that is even an issue in some of the cases, as it is in this particular case. And so I'm conflicted even at this time in my deliberation with regards to whether we can meet the 6 findings to grant a variance and then craft that variance so that what we were attempting to do is have Mr. Sarkeesian come into compliance. Another factor is, of course, in running any business, the only thing that is certain about business is its uncertainty. And every business owner must make a decision going forward with regards to their business. And what we're coming to find so far is that many business owners put off obtaining compliant equipment really until the very end of this allowance period. Again, and we can understand that. However, then the pandemic hit and radically changed their thought process with regards to that. So taking all these elements into consideration, I am still unsure of which way we can actually go and understand each and every dissertation by my colleagues regarding this, because like I said, I'm caught sort of in betwixt and in between, understanding that the last thing that we want to do is shut down any business when we think that there's a path that we can bring that business owner into compliance with reducing, obviously, air contamination and air pollution. Interestingly enough, because the volume of business has gone down so dramatically, these businesses are exuding the least amount of contaminants than they have probably during the entire time they've been in operation. So again, I guess I'm verbalizing my internal conflict right now. But
which is an important thing to do, I think. Should we take the senator, Dr. Bernstein?
Yes, ma'am.
I thought I was after Dr. Bernstein.
Oh, no, Senator had put up his hand first, and then Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
Thank you.
Go on, and then.
Each of you make a good point. Dr. Bernstein, I heard what you said. It is a small business, a family business. And as the chairperson has said, they're kicking the can down the road. You don't take care of that later on. But this Mr. Sarkeesian stated in this evidence that he signed a lease for 5 years. That's, to me, suggests that he intended to be in compliance, knowing that at the end of this year, there was the deadline. And that's when his business was flourishing. He kicked the can down the road, not knowing at that time that this virus was going to take control of everything and determine the future of his business or even of his life. I would say to you that, as the chair mentioned, 3 months may be acceptable to see what kind of turnaround time we have after March. I would strongly suggest that the doctor and each of you give that additional time to see what happens at the end of March, as what the economic climate is in our environment. Mr. Sarkeesian knew and know that he's got to be in compliance, that he intended to do that. If he knew that he would be denied of any extension, I don't believe he would, as a good businessman, would have signed the lease for 5 years. He's stuck with that. He may have to close his doors, but he got to pay. You get to pay the terms and conditions of that lease. So once again, my dear friends, what can we do to make it possible, given the fact that Mr. Sarkeesian have good intentions to be in compliance? What can we do to make it possible to grant a short period of time to see what the climate looks like early next year? And I think the 3 months that was suggested by the chairs. Okay.
Just to be clear, I don't want to jump in front of Ms. Verdugo Peralta, but it wasn't my suggestion, the 3 months. That was your suggestion. I said I would consider that personally, but I'm not sure where I'm headed. But Ms. Verdugo Peralta, let's.
Mr. Sarkeesian, having been a small business owner and still kind of sort of am, but this comes first, I totally understand where your concern is coming from and where your feelings towards trying to get everything going, keeping your business doors open, et cetera, et cetera. If this cleaners was not in a neighborhood, if you were in a strip mall, let's say, but knowing that you're in a neighborhood, knowing how toxic this particular solvent is, that's what leads me towards not agreeing with allowing you to have any more time. However, I do take into account what my two previous my board members, what they just said, both Senator Holden and Dr. Bernstein. These are extraordinary times, very extraordinary times, more than any of us have ever known. I even think probably even worse than what businesses went through during World War II, having heard all the stories from my parents. That being said, I could very easily think about and possibly even agree with a short amount of time. My only concern is this. Yes, you have a lease there. However, the quote that you got was as of yesterday. And when we're talking about the path to compliance, I don't see that there has been that much due diligence on your part to get something to show us that there was more effort in trying to purchase another piece of equipment to keep your business going and to comply. I think if we would have seen a purchase order, that would have been much more convincing. Saying that, I would need, if we do allow you, let's say 3 months or 4 months, the first quarter, let's say, how sure are we that you would be able to get a purchase order to come into compliance? How sure are we? I don't know that answer. I can only go on what's been presented before us. And I would believe that you could and would, but time would tell. But I'm not opposed, let me put it this way. I am not opposed, as the senator has suggested, that we do allow an amount of time, whether it's 3 months or 4 months, but I could not go beyond that. I don't think we could, because we have, like I said before, the neighborhood around you, all the residents around you, and yourself, as well as your wife, who's your only other employee, who are being contaminated by this toxic. And as I read to you before, it's not something insignificant. It creates a lot of health effects in people. And this is only going to compound. The time frame is only going to add on to, and it's going to add on to what you're being affected by, this carcinogen, as well as the residents around you. So that being said, if we were to craft some type of an agreement, but there would have to be deliverables. There would have to be the deliverable of a minimum, a purchase order. And an exact amount of time when you would be able to get this piece of equipment up and running. But without deliverables, I could not go for this. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to say, I want to be careful about how we're discussing this. I would not support any amount of time where Mr. Sarkeesian and the petitioner is simply waiting to see how things turn around. If we were to give time, it would be time to get the affairs together and get in compliance. And I think it would not be a long period of time at all. And I'm not sure I support 3 months, but I certainly wouldn't support anything more than that. Personally, that's my feeling. And I do go back to beyond reasonable control is very difficult. These are all small businesses, all of them. There's barely any cleaners which are not small businesses. And yet the vast majority are in compliance. It is simply the ones that are remaining, which we are addressing currently one by one. And so I do think the beyond reasonable control is a little difficult when we're presented with a petitioner who has had years of good business and simply waited till the last minute. Again, I've heard at least 2 other board members understand that business is never a certainty. And yes, no one could predict the pandemic and what it has done to small businesses, but certainly no one can be 100% sure that by 2020, business is going to be in the position to be able to comply. So beyond reasonable control is very, very difficult. But then I want to be consistent with others that we have heard so far. And again, we are creating a standard by which we're going to look at all, and we have a lot coming down. And if the standard is simply you can't comply now because your business isn't in a good position, well, then we're going to have to give all that time to a lot of cleaners. And the result is going to be a lot of perk, a lot of additional perk. And again, that phase out was very long. 18 years is very long. And Ms. Verdugo-Peralta knows better than any of us how much weighing and balancing went into that 18 years. And so to extend it, that is really serious. We're not talking about an issue that just came up with NOx or even particulate matter. We're talking about PERC, which is a human carcinogen and a very serious one. And so with all of that, I come down to the fact that board members, we have denied one that asked for 2 years. We granted one for 2 weeks. That one had already had a purchase order and was simply waiting for the machine to come in. I can't see giving anyone who has not taken those steps with a path forward, giving them any more than 1 month. And the reason why is because, again, it's not to wait and see when are we going to get more money in. It's simply to allow them the time not to be out of compliance because of all the things that Mr. Sarkeesian has done. I think we all are acknowledging that and acknowledging how important the small business is, as all are. I don't want him on January 1st to first be out of compliance and have to shut down, but to give him the opportunity to not to shut down and get his affairs in order. So if it's beyond a month, personally, I don't think I'll be able to make the beyond reasonable control finding and grant it, but I don't know, I want to hear from others and then we could sum up. I think we've all said our feelings, but if anything has changed. I am concerned. We're not dealing with non-compliance, we're not dealing with NOVs and any of that, but I am concerned that Mr. Sarkeesian seems to not know that since 2007, he has a new limit on PERC. And that does go into my decision-making as well, like Mr. Balagopalan said also. Anyone else Mr. Balagopalan, you wish to be heard, and then you are on mute though.
Yes, this is a toxic contaminant, as we all mentioned. It's both carcinogenic effects and also it's both has chronic and acute impacts from exposure to it. And as Mr. Sarkeesian said, the community is beyond that. Plus, additional concern that he was not aware, or whatever the reason, the permit revision that limited his usage was not adhered. We don't know whether he adhered to it or not, but there was a substantial cut in his usage, and he may have benefited from not knowing that, and had continued his business. And I think it was, in a way, it's unfair to other dry cleaners in the area or in the community who knew about the regulation and they knew they had to make the change, and they took upon themselves to do it in a timely manner. And also, again, the overriding concern is it is not a criteria pollutant, it's a toxic air contaminant, and we have to weigh that very seriously because it's a toxic contaminant. It's we find out there's some medicine they formulate chemicals that causes cancer. We stop using it right away when you get the notice. So it's almost a similar, and I think the governing board did give them, because it was a small business, took that into consideration, as Cynthia very well alluded, and gave a long period of time for them to come into compliance. So did the Air Resources Board, because that's the state regulation too. So this machine has seen its useful life and beyond. So he's got the return of his investment on that machine, I would assume, on that. So for that reason, I cannot see a month or 2 months, because I think Mr. Sarkisian very truthfully said he needs, it's not buying the machine, it's making those payments on the monthly payments on those, the lease or the loan, that's where he's going to have the difficulty. And he's been very truthful and honest about until he get back to 70% of what he was before, he will not be able to do that. And we don't know when that's going to happen, with the pandemic.
Mr. Dugo Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My other concern is we're on a slippery slope here. And I'm real concerned that, based on the fact that this is such a carcinogen, that us granting an inordinate amount of time is exposing the neighborhood, as I mentioned before, and everybody around it. All of these cleaners that we're talking about. You're right, Mr. Balakopolan, that this was a very hard fought rule, very hard fought. And I wanted to, at the time, give the opportunity for all of the dry cleaners, not just one ethnic group or another. We met with every single association to make sure of two things. One, okay, we understand the hardship that this would be to immediately change to another expensive piece of machinery when they were still paying on the previous one that AQMD had them change to, which included the perk. So for those reasons, I was able to convince my fellow board members that we needed to give them an opportunity, and not only that, to give them monies to be able to at least put a down payment on this piece of machinery. But 18 years, as was mentioned before, I thought, oh, everybody's going to be in compliance. 18 years is a long time. But we're finding that those few that are not in compliance because they just waited too long. Didn't even get the ball rolling in some cases until the last couple of months. And in this case, as I mentioned before, that quote is only a day old. So as I am very conflicted with this as well as the doctor is, and I think all of us are. We see the one side and we see the other side, but my concern is for the fact that, will he have the ability, if we were to give him some more time, to come up with the monies to be able to service the loan, to get that into compliance? I just am not sure that that's going to happen. And my concern remains how carcinogenic this solvent is to everybody around, including himself and his wife. And It's been around for 18 years that we've allowed them to continue to put this toxic into the air that affects all of us, not to mention in the clothing that the people wear. So I will defer to my other board members as far as any other comments, but it is a conflicting situation, unfortunately, but I do feel that there's been an inordinate amount of time that's been given to these owners, the dry cleaners owners, to be able to at least get the ball rolling. A long time, 18 years has been a long time to get the ball rolling. And even in Mr. Sarkeesian's case since 2004, that's still a long time to get the ball rolling. So with that, those are my comments so far.
And, you know, you remind me of Miss Manwaring's closing, which is, you know, I started asking the questions. Could you, I knew we were going to be in this deliberation. We all knew that. Mr. Sarkeesian could not give us a path to compliance. And certainly I don't want to arbitrarily give a month where more perk can simply, you know, be put out there into the air, into the water, into the soil without knowing that there's going to be movement towards a path to compliance. And again, I go back. I do really struggle because I don't want to be the death knell, but it is not it's not the fault of the district or this board that the dry cleaners find themselves in these positions. But it is the fault of any dry cleaner who did wait and kick that can down the road, waiting to the last possible moment and finding themselves in this position. Senator, if you want to make your last remarks, and then.
Right, we know how business operates in our country. Each of you have been around a long time. Understand that for whatever reason, they cut corners and find themselves not in compliance, even with our rules and regulations. But we set conditions and give almost every business that comes before us an opportunity to continue to be in business. We've not shut anybody down, especially big stationary sources. You wouldn't dare do that. For whatever reason, you find some conditions for which you allow them to continue to operate. They're big guys. This is a small guy. Small guys, well, they don't have as much voice. But I can tell you this, if this pollution was so bad, pollutant so bad for 18 years, we should have shut it down 12 years ago. We should have done 16 years ago. She shut it down 12 years ago. In a short period of time, Mr. Sarkeesian understand that we are serious about getting him to be in compliance. And going forward from this day, he understands that. Had he known that this would be a real problem early on, if you look into the crystal ball, if you signed that lease, he would have been in compliance. Otherwise, why commit himself to 5 years of indebtedness that he could not service? So I mean, just simple logic. And I would say that a small amount of time, any amount of time, we better than shutting him down post haste right away. If we're gonna do that for him, let's do it for the big guy.
Okay, and thank you. And I want to, again, this is why we look at everything case by case, because right now we are talking about PERC, which is much different than any other pollutant that we might be talking about. We've had cases in the past about hexavalent chromium, same thing. When we're talking about toxic air contaminants, it's a it has to be a very, very high level that we're talking about. It is that important. But I also want to remind us that should we just say, okay, COVID hit, people don't have the finances, they're all small businesses, we don't want to put them out. Well, then we're setting that as a precedent, and we're going to have a lot of cases. And that, again, that toxic air contaminant is going to start racking up. Plus, I want to point out, the vast majority of these small businesses have complied. So what we're saying is we're punishing them. we're going to be punishing those small businesses that were forward thinking and didn't kick the can down the road. If we say, well, it's small business and the only thing we have to consider is to whether they're going to be put out of business. I want to put this out there and see if the only way I could find, again, there's a lot on the record for us to find beyond reasonable control. We have all said it. Mr. Sarkeesian was a very credible witness. He did mention that since 2018, he has been taking the temperature. He has been thinking about it. He did re-sign his lease. He did have an intention of being in compliance at the end of the year. That's important, and I think it goes towards beyond reasonable control. However, what we all would have liked to seen is obviously a path moving forward, and like we saw in at least one other case, having that purchase order and knowing that that even though we're giving a variance, we're going to see compliance. So I could make this finding, but only if we're going to be making a finding to craft a variance where we're bringing Mr. Sarkeesian immediately into compliance. And what I would like to see is if we give a month to be in compliance, that with the understanding that that's it, there's no more. It's not, we're not waiting for a better financial situation. But I would also like to see a purchase order, and I think Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, you mentioned this, something within that month, maybe within 2 weeks, that a purchase order, that there be a secured purchase order, and if not, then the variance would be crafted in a way that it would no longer be valid, and it would no longer be standing. And that way, we're moving Mr. Sarkeesian forward. We're only going to be giving that month, which is a lot when you're talking about PERC, if we see that he's moving forward. And if he is moving forward, then we could craft a variance in that way. So board members, would that be something that we could short circuit all of this discussion? Would that take everyone's feelings into account? I see both Ms. Verdugo-Peralta and then Dr. Bernstein had something to say.
I would feel much better about that. Say that if we gave him 2 weeks to get a purchase order in front of the AQMD, and if not, then it's null and void. And after that, I don't want to go out 2 months. I don't want to go out at all, actually. But I just don't think he can get it done reasonably in a month. I think a month is unrealistic. I think much more closer to 2 months. If he comes up with that purchase order, I could do that.
Okay, Dr. Bernstein, your thoughts?
I was just going to add that I think he may need a little bit more time, and also needs to show us that he's secured the financing for the equipment as well. So 2 months, in a 2 month period of time, all of those elements, 2 weeks for the PO, and then the rest of the time to secure the financing and have evidence that in fact he has secured the financing to proceed to purchase the equipment.
How about if there were another increment at the 1 month time? Because we heard Mr. Sarkeesian say he has been in this business for a long time. He knows all the players. So getting the financing is not the hurdle. So I think within a month he should be able to get the financing. It's servicing that loan, which unfortunately is a risk he's going to have to take. However, I don't think otherwise I would be able to make the beyond reasonable control. And then if that were the case, 2 months is a lot, I think, but Mr. Balagopalan, you want to be there as well.
I can't support that only because we heard direct evidence from Mr. Sarkeesian that, again, servicing the loan or the lease is the issue, and he needs, I think time and time again, I think he's emphasized that it's not so much as getting them initially, putting the down payment on the machine. He needs that 60-70% level of income before he can feel comfortable in that he can go forward. So I think we heard direct testimony that was presented that he doesn't have a path forward at this point unless he's given a year and the business picks up to 60-70%. So I don't see why we're taking the path to give him a month and put him in a situation that he already told us it's not viable for him.
It's a very good point. And I think the concern we would have is all we're doing is extending this 18-year deadline by another month. However, would you be willing, Mr. Balagopalan? I mean, again, I don't support 2 months for 2 months' sake. I support, if we're saying we would like to see a purchase order within 2 weeks and financing by a month, then there should be no reason why Mr. Sarkeesian couldn't be in compliance. And allowing another month is simply just allowing another month for another month's sake. But Mr. Balagopalan, would you, I mean, we have allowed a 2-week, you're saying a month overall, but if we allowed 2 weeks to get a purchase order in place, would that be something that you would support? And again, we don't have to get everyone's support. I'm just wondering, I think these are very valid concerns. And so I think we want to address them.
I say we deal with the case as is presented, and my position is we deny it. If he has the option to come back and ask, if he has a path forward and what he has in place, and then come and present it to the board at the appropriate time. But from what we've heard, he doesn't have a path forward. It's all contingent upon how the economy does, and we know that has been going up and down. There's no guarantee that when that will happen. So that's the issue. And the one case where we did agree, he did that order months ago. It got delayed in the shipping, and so there was mitigating circumstances that was way different. We only allowed it for 4 cycles, just a limited time.
Yeah. Sure. Senator, last comment?
Yeah, I don't think that we should take a hard-nosed position on this situation where the compromise is being offered. It's up to Mr. Sarkeesian. If you give him 1 month, if you give him 1 day, if he accepts it, then he's going to make a determination whether or not he can follow through. So it's been talked about 2 weeks, 1 month, 2 months. If he says, no, I can't do it, then he's out of business. He's already made that very clear. So give him something so he can have an opportunity to get into compliance.
Okay.
Don't take a hard-nosed position against the man.
Ms. Verdugo Peralta, and then I'm gonna address the other findings so that we can move forward with any kind of motion, and then we'll take a vote. Yes.
I'll try to make this really short. The way that I have judged the economy and the ability to work, let's say, and people who need business clothing has been on the freeways. At first, there was nobody on the freeways. We're back to traffic all over again. So people are out and working. They are doing it, I'm hoping, in the most social distance responsibility way. But that being said, I don't think that he's going to have to wait that long, even though we're going through possibly another wave or so of COVID. But as Dr. Bernstein said, everybody may not get that vaccination until second, third, maybe even not till the fourth quarter. But business is coming back. Slowly but surely, it is coming back. It's not at zero. So I have more faith, I suppose, that his business would be picking up more. But that being said, also the other side of this is if he doesn't have problems procuring the money, then I agree that we should give him an amount of time to do that. But being in business, it does take time to go through the red tape of procuring even that money. And I'm not sure that he can do that unless he shows us some type of a document in a month that he's got that ability to procure that money and that he's going to go forward with that. So that being said, I'm willing to give him some time, but as I said before, we've got to see the purchase order. I think we also have to see an agreement in regards to the money. But it's the question of how much time should we give him, 1 month or 2? I don't think business in a business sense that he can do it in a month. Not that he wouldn't want to.
I have to go back to what Mr. Balagopalan said. We asked time and time and time again, can you do this in a shorter time? Can you do this? And the answer was no. So I don't want to unrealistically give an additional amount of time that is simply going to be wasted or frittered in terms of just her being emitted and continue to be emitted. I'm also looking at the date, and here's what I have to say. It is December 22nd, okay? The non-compliance won't occur until January 1st. So it would be, I want to go through all the other findings, but if we were to do it in the way that I have presented, then I would say by January 5th, that's 2 weeks from today, I would like to see a purchase order, a purchase order issued by January 5th, not 2 weeks from the time the variance begins, which is January 1st, which is a while from now. I would also like to see within 4 weeks of today, which would be January 19th. And if that's not the case, then the variance would end. By January 19th, I'd like to see financing in place. And if that's not in place, then the variance would end. And I would not continue to give a large amount of time. Again, we're setting a precedent here. I want to be clear that there was no right, no petitioner should be coming in here expecting to be getting additional time, and if they're not, then they're caught unawares. That rule has been in place since 2002, and there's no unaware. Nobody had a right to any continued amount of time, so they should have been moving forward and not expecting to get any kind of extension. And then I would think that shortly thereafter, no later than the end of January would the variance end. But if those 2 steps are not followed, the variance ends as of January 5th, or it ends as of January 19th when financing needs to be secured. And I want to move forward from there. Let's just go through the findings so that if we can all agree on the findings, other than that, then we've really narrowed it down and we can make a motion. Clearly, there is a violation. We can make the first finding of 1421 as of January 1st, not currently, but as of January 1st. It's the beyond reasonable control we are having a really hard time with. And I think we've talked enough about that and how on the fence we are, and it goes both ways. I won't touch that right now, but we're talking about a very big issue because it would mean the practical closing or elimination of a lawful business. And that's something that we would weigh heavily. The closing or taking would be without a corresponding benefit in reducing air contaminants. That's also very difficult. And that's why I think the time frame has to be very small. Because again, I can only make that finding, and board members can chime in if they want, but we're talking about PERC. We're talking about a toxic air contaminant. We're talking about something that has been ongoing for a very long time while this rule has been winding down and coming to completion. Yes, there is right now, because of the pandemic, there is a reduced ability to use PERC and make money. We know that's happening. And so the corresponding benefit, I think the more time we have, and Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, you really hit your head on this. Clearly, the economy has been picking up. You see it in the traffic. And so, and even Mr. Sarkeesian said that, more recently, he's seen an increase from the decrease, which was at 25% level, but it's gone up now. And so we're going to see, that there's a corresponding more air contaminants. So I want to shrink that time. So I can only make that finding if there's a very small period of time. Reducing curtailing operations. Again, we're talking about either shutting down or not. I mean, there is a very small amount that can be cleaned through wet cleaning processes and laundering machines, but that's a very small percentage, and we heard that. Reducing excess emissions to the maximum extent feasible, that's already happening, although I think we'd want to see a limitation. I think we would limit it to what Mr. Sarkeesian said that he's doing per month. We'd have to go back, I think, to Ms. Manwaring to craft that if we decided we wanted to do that. And finally, monitoring. We'd have to go back to the variance that we did give, and we'd have to make sure that we can monitor how much PERC is being used. Any other thoughts before perhaps we do open it up and ask Ms. Manwaring if she has those mechanisms? But are there any other thoughts on those findings? Okay. Ms. Manwaring, the question was, I know in at least one other case, we were able to craft a variance that did have a limitation, and I don't know if we could do something similar, and also that had monitoring, I believe, or unless the monitoring is being done through the permit.
Madam Chair, my recollection is that the district compliance officer testified that additional record keeping beyond the rule would not be necessary, but that in order to accurately monitor the level of PERC in a system would be challenging. So we crafted a condition that went by industry standard using 800 pounds per cycle. And thank you. If this board is inclined to grant a variance, the district would request a condition limiting the monthly amount of PERC or limiting the number of cycles if you think that is appropriate.
I do. I will call upon you for that, and I'm wondering, do you have that with you, where you'd be able to provide proposed language for that?
Well, I could reiterate the condition that was crafted for the hearing you're referencing. I would defer to the board whether or not you have sufficient evidence in the record to impose the similar condition, or whether or not you may not think that's necessary, given that it's based on an industry standard.
Okay. Yes, and what was that?
That was not to exceed 4 cycle, excuse me, may operate 4 cycles, not to exceed 1 gallon.
And what was the time period?
I don't recall if that variance was granted based on the cycles or based on the duration.
I believe it was 4, the total was 4 cycles within a 2-week period.
Right.
That's correct. Okay. 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 Thank you. Thank you for that, Ms. Manwaring. Okay, board members, given the time, I will attempt to make a motion based on what I think I've heard from everybody. And again, I don't expect that every board member is going to support this motion. And in particular, I understand the position of Mr. Balagopalan, and I echo a lot of what Mr. Balagopalan has been saying. But my motion will be as follows. In the matter of, let me get the right, Jasmine Cleaners, case number 6183-1, I move that we grant a limited variance, which will begin on January 1st, 2021, and will end January 30th, 2021, or because of non-compliance with the conditions of the variance. And I'm gonna go back, and for the clerk, I'm gonna specify which conditions those are once we've actually put those conditions forward. And just to be clear, the motion is going to be that the 2 conditions will be either not issuing a purchase order within the time frame given, or securing financing within the time frame given. And it is for the dry cleaning equipment that is at 16900 Sherman Way in Van Nuys. And it is Rule 1421. From Rule 1421. I further move that we adopt the following conditions. Condition number 1. Petitioner shall issue a purchase order to purchase a 1421 compliant machine by January 5th, 2021, period. If petitioner does not comply with this condition, the variance will end on January 5th, 2021. Okay? So,
Madam Chair,
yes.
should we ask the petitioner if this is something that,
Well, I'm willing to
You
do
know.
that because otherwise I will vote no, right?
right?
And will other members of the board agree? I need 3 members to reopen. Just ask Mr. Okay, that's 3 members. Thank you, Mr. Dugo-Peralta. Mr. Sarkeesian, we are opening up you have heard this discussion, and we're opening up the record simply to ask whether you understand that if we vote in favor of this variance, it will be very limited with the 3 time frames. One is by January 5th, issuing a purchase order. My motion will be by January 19th, securing financing for the machine. And it will, if those 2 things are complied with, in any event, it would end January 30th. Is that something you believe that you would be able to comply with?
Can I get the translation
Yes.
for more detailed
Got it.
understanding?
Yes, I got it. Ասում է, որ դուք բոլոր վիճապանությունները, խոսակցությունները լսեցիք։ Հիմա, ասում է, եթե քեզ իրավունք տանք January 5-ին, կարող ես purchase order-ն ապահովես, January 19-ին financing-ն ապահովես, եւ իմ կարծիքով ասում է, որ հունվար 30-ին end լինի, վերջ լինի։ 5-19 purchase order finance։ Կարող ես։
Okay, I tell you so. I try to do my best because I explain one more detail in these situations. When somebody made purchase order, it's in my experience with contacts with vendors. Usually, average time to install the machine take 2 to 3 months. Just according to my yesterday's 2 conversations by phone with Multitech Corporation and Keller Corporation, both give me the time frame after purchase order, 2 to 3 months. So that is from this decision for which anyway, in advance, I am very comfortable and very thankful to board to give me any breath of air. But in this situation anymore, I try to do my best to go to that way. I don't know how. I'm again honestly with you, but I'll try. But purchase is not only dependent of me; it is dependent of the vendor when he can install. And for example, if vendor tell me, okay, we theoretically expect that I make a purchase order, I finance it, but vendor have the possibility to establish the machine, for example, in February or in March, so 2 to 3 months, I told you. What shall I do in that case? I can't expect. Well, by the way, why I tell that I want a little bit more time. Anyway, I am thank you for your that possibility that you give me opportunity, but that is connected with that also. Financing time, installation time, deliver time. It's not. It's absolutely beyond my possibility to push something in this situation.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
I may also add, he has to get permit from the AQMD, but I think there's an online system where you can get it quickly. But nevertheless, that's the other aspect of it too.
Okay.
Sorry, can you translate?
AQMD-ից
Mr.
էլ
Aslan.
պետք է իրավունք առնես։ Բացի այդ երկու իրավունքներն ասեց, AQMD-ից էլ բայց ասում եմ on-line կարող ես արագ գնաս այդ իրավունքը վերցնես AQMD-ից։
Ես կարամ վերցնեմ, եթե իմ մոտ փրկ մեքենա չի, եթե փրկ մեքենա է, ինչքան որ բորդը ինձ տա, ես տենց եմ հասկանում։ Ես այդքան կարամ դա օգտագործեմ։
I can get that according to Mr. Balagopala. If I don't have the machine, but you have the machine, then board has to give me the permission.
It is perk machine, so for perk machine I can't from after the 31st of December, as I understand, if I don't have any permission to use, I have to stop it and I can't get any permit for use it. I have no right to do that.
Oh, did we lose Miss Verdugo Peralta?
Oh.
It looks like we
Yes, we
lost.
did.
Oh, wait, we have attendees. No. We lost Miss Verdugo Peralta. Trying to get us to eat lunch, but I keep thinking we're going to be done. Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Sarkeesian. I just want to get Miss Verdugo Peralta back on. She tends to have a faulty connection at times where she lives, and I want to make sure she heard all of that. I did not realize she was gone, and I suppose the clerk is going to try to find her. And I see Tiffany Cleaners is on again. Just to let you know, it seems we had hoped we would be done with lunch and be back on by 1, but unfortunately we have not yet finished deliberating and motion making. So we will still need to take our lunch break before we hear from you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
When you do take your lunch break, I'd just like to draw your attention. I believe the petitioner for Tiffany's has provided an additional document.
Oh, another document other than the ones this morning. Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Manwaring. Board members, hopefully we all heard that. I'll try to. Madam Clerk, have we heard from Ms. Verdugo Peralta?
I'm trying to reach her by phone. She has not called in, and her phone is going to voicemail.
Okay.
So I will keep trying.
Okay, board members, if we do not hear from Ms. Verdugo Peralta within 2 minutes. Oh, sorry.
This is Faye. She's trying to get back on.
Here I am.
Oh, okay, great. Did you miss going back to Mr. Sarkeesian? Well, how long were you gone? Oh, she's frozen. Oh, yes. You keep freezing, Cynthia. Okay, can you hear us? Okay, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta is freezing. Let's give it another minute or two, and then I think just to move this day along, if we can't get Ms. Verdugo-Peralta back, we will need to take our lunch break, unfortunately, before we finish the motion and deliberation. But we do need to do that. Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, you are still frozen. Ah, you've come in a different place. Okay, wait, I still in two places.
It kicked me off 3 times. Okay.
That's
So
very
I
strange.
heard up until the end of Mr. Sarkeesian's comments, he was talking about that it would take him at least 2 to 3 months for installation.
Okay, and I think that was the end of his statements. So I'm going to close back up the testimony, and I'm going to continue with my motion because while I do understand that there's more that goes into it, I want to remind the board that we have, again, we wanted to see attempts at compliance, and I'm not willing to find beyond reasonable control in order to have an extended period of time with which to come into compliance. If we want to see that petitioners are coming to us already, having started that ball rolling. So I'd like to, well, let me finish my motion and then I want to take the temperature of the board. Okay, so I already said the first condition that I'd like to see, and that's the January 5th, 2021. And again, with the added sentence, if petitioner does not comply with this condition, the variance will end on January 5th, 2021. Condition number 2 will be that petitioner shall secure financing for a 1421 compliant machine. So petitioner shall secure financing for a 1421 compliant machine by January 19th, 2021. And then period, and then I would add that same sentence. If petitioner does not comply with this condition, the variance will end on January 19th, 2021. I will also add, sorry, let me finish the motion and then I'll call for discussion. Okay, third condition will be petitioner may not operate let's call it the non-compliant machine more than 4 cycles, and that cycle, just for the record, is 800 pounds per cycle. That's the industry average. No more than 4 cycles every 2 weeks. And in no event may exceed 1 gallon, the use of 1 gallon of perk every 2 weeks. And then
I'm so sorry. Can I make a small detailed clarification to the numbers only?
Are you asking what? Okay, yes. Let me just clarify. So
no. Excuse me, Ms. Prusak. I'm so excuse me. The numbers that you tell me it can be in the ոնց ասեմ հակադրության մեջ են մտնում.
Contradicting each other. The numbers that you just mentioned is contradicting each other.
It's contradicting. I'm sorry. Can you say that last word?
Yes.
It'll be contradiction in the numbers.
Contradicting. Yeah.
Okay, I was going to base this condition on the industry average of how many pounds of clothing per cycle is in the industry average, which is 800 pounds per cycle.
No, per cycle it can be 800 pounds, Ms. Prusak. Per cycle, I
Yes,
told
yeah.
that, for example, my machine can be 40 pounds, but I use always 20-25 pounds clothes for one cycle. And
Yeah.
you told that one, if I do 4 cycle, it means 4 cycle, it is 80 pound. No, it's not 80 pound. It's for my machine, for my usage, it is approximately each pound 20-25. It can be 4 cycle, it can be per day 40, per 2 day 80,
Okay.
80.
All right, well,
80.
give me some more
I think,
minutes.
Ms. Pruzak, we limited the previous case to
So,
800 pounds total.
Wait, Mr.
Excuse me, what I want to tell that if I do a 4 cycle per week, I have no possibility in my way to use 1 gallon. It should be much less than
Okay.
1 gallon.
Okay, and Mr. Balagopalan, did you, I know we have in testimony and evidence how much is used from, were you trying to correct me to say what there was?
Yeah, it was not 800 per cycle, pounds per cycle. So it was like Mr. Sarkisian mentioned, the cycle is, 20, 25 pounds a cycle. I think we limited in the other cases was a total of 1 gallon, and we will use 800 pounds as a surrogate for one measuring, because we cannot measure 1 gallon in the usage. So we said 800 pounds of clothes.
Okay.
Period. That was it.
Approximately.
Yeah,
Do you
approximately.
feel, Mr. Balagopalan, that we have adequate evidence in the record to craft a limitation? A condition?
sorry?
Do you feel we have enough evidence in the record to craft a condition that has a limitation?
Yes, I think so. Based on how.
What would you craft if you?
Well, I don't agree with this, but so if we were to go forward, I would say we'd, limit to. I don't know how, because we are giving them essentially 3-4 months or more then of usage. If you're trying.
That's not my motion. My motion would end at the end of January.
Yeah, but as Mr. Sarkisian said, it'll take 2-3 months after the PO is issued to get the equipment. In the meantime, then they will be operating the perk machine.
No, they can't. If we end our variance at January 30th, they cannot operate the perk machine beyond that.
Don't you need to state that in the motion though, so it's clear to the petitioner?
Okay. I guess the problem is that I had to stop in the middle of my motion, but the motion was for a term starting January 1st, 2021 and ending January 30th, 2021, unless conditions 1 or 2 are not complied with, in which case it will end earlier. But I'm asking Mr. Balagopalan whether or not you have language, not whether you support, I understand you're not going to support the motion, but whether you have language that could help us craft the limit.
Yes, I think if you want to limit him to a gallon of perk for that month, then I think we can use 800 pounds as a surrogate for the gallon usage.
Okay, so then do you know how many cycles that would be for it? So it would
No, I think
straight math for.
And I don't think we have to go by the cycle. They can compute that based on how much they do per cycle. Okay. 800 pounds, it could vary. Sometimes some load might be heavier than the other load in a different cycle. If they put drapery, it'll be much heavier. So I think we limit it to 800 pounds total, then whatever cycle it takes.
Okay. Okay, so your condition would be petitioners shall not exceed the use of perk, not exceed 1 gallon of perk over the variance.
Yeah.
Okay. So then 3 would be petitioners shall not exceed the use of 1 gallon of perk during the variance term. And then condition number 4 would be our usual condition, which would be all excess emission, well, all fees, which would include excess emission fees, all fees must be paid by, and I would give till January 30, let's just give to the end of the month. I'm amending the motion to be through January 31st. And all fees must be paid by January 31st, 2021, or I can't recall, Madam Clerk, what is the wording, or the under Rule 303K, the variance is invalidated. So that's the gist. But
as I know fees, I paid the fees already until July.
Yes, I'm going to explain, if the motion passes and variance, I'm going to explain all of this.
Oh, okay, okay, sorry. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I'm sorry.
And excess emissions are of PERC and to be determined. We didn't get any information on that specifically. And that completes my motion. Is there a second before we discuss it? Senator, is that a second or a discussion?
Discussion.
Okay, well, let me see if there's a second to that motion. Dr. Bernstein, are you seconding the motion? Okay, Dr. Bernstein seconds the motion. Now, Senator, discussion on that motion.
What we're doing here, if this motion should pass, that you're shutting him down for about 3 months. You acquire the money, you place the order, but then he cannot operate because the equipment has not been installed, received and installed. And yet he's got to start servicing that debt as soon as he make that agreement to purchase. So
I don't know what the agreement is going to be.
pardon?
I don't know what the agreement is going to be, but.
Well, sure, you make the agreement, I'm going to buy this, and you get the funding, and then of course you got to service the debt. You can't service the debt if you're not operational. You can't be operational till the new equipment come in and install and operating. It's so simple. So I mean, I know we all have good intentions. We want to hold their feet to the fire, and we should. But if we're going to put them out of business for 3 months, let's let it be known that that's what we're doing, because that's what's going to happen.
Thank you, Senator, and I think those are very important words that you're saying, and I thank you for saying them. I just want to be clear on the record, we are not putting anyone out of business. It is the circumstances, and again, considering the fact that it was, the reason why I struggle with this is because I struggle with the beyond reasonable control finding, because it was a business decision not to purchase a compliant machine before 2020. And we understand hindsight is golden. I mean, I don't want to say hindsight is 2020 when we're talking about 2020, but and none of us have it. And of course, it seemed like a very good business decision at the time. I want to say that, you always have to be planning for that, and it's hard for me to make beyond reasonable control beyond that. Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, did you also have discussion that you wanted to say on that motion, or I'm sorry, and then otherwise Senator has something?
May I say something here? I'm from Tiffany Cleaners.
Yes.
You say you are not putting people out of business, but
okay, no, I'm sorry, sir. You are not a part of this hearing, so no. I thought you were asking about timing. We will take up.
When would
we will take up. I'm gonna mute. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to take a lunch. Unfortunately, this board has been working very hard to try and.
I just need to know my time, so I come back.
I understand, and I'm trying to give you my best estimate every time you come in. I told you we're going to need to still take a lunch break. So you can try back again at 2 or a little bit later and see if we're back
2
from lunch.
o'clock, okay, I'll come back at 2.
We're trying our best. Okay. Senator, go
Well,
ahead.
wait.
Mr. Dubois did want to say something, sorry, and then Senator.
What the senator is saying is true. And having been in business, when you do order equipment, even if you know somebody, sometimes it does take 2 to 3 months. But as I said before, I am so concerned about this being such a strong carcinogen. I was concerned in 2002, and I am even more concerned now because of the fact that we gave them 18 years. We gave that to them. That was a big gift and a big ask of the board members to agree to that. And that's a lot of perk that's been put into the air since then. And that was always my regret. But that being said, I think we do have to push them to do and comply with this rule as much as possible. I understand the small business side of it. And I think that we're being pretty generous in a way because we are giving them that time. But I also understand that it may take them time to get that up and running. So I'm reluctant to give them any more time other than when I already gave them to begin with.
Okay, thank you. Senator, last words, and then I'm going to call for a vote.
Well, you're an attorney and a good one. And you go before court. The court will always be persuaded by the argument. What was the legislative intent before he makes a ruling? What was the intent? The intent in this particular case was to comply. The evidence has been submitted to this board that this gentleman signed a rental agreement for 5 years. That shows intent. That he did not foresee nor look into a crystal ball to see what would happen going forward the next 2 or 3 months, which curtail his operation. What he's agreeing to do, find the funding, place the order, but he cannot install the equipment until it arrives. And during that period of time, you don't service your debt if you're not producing anything. We can hold his feet to the fire, fine, but we cannot be totally unreasonable as according to what the circumstances are, and that is the equipment can't be operated until it's installed. If he shows already us that he meets your first conditions that you set forth, that he's got the money, that's one of your conditions. That he's placed the order, that's one of the other conditions. But he cannot begin to operate a service of debt until the equipment is installed. It takes a certain amount of time to do that. So that's all I can say.
And I thank you. I thank you all. I think everyone has raised exceptionally important points. And I think we have spent a lot of time, more time than I think I can remember deliberating on that, except for an appeal that we deliberated for days on any other case. And so I think we all very much care about all of these, and it's been a very difficult decision. I'm going to take, I'm going to call for a vote, and then we'll see where we land. Okay, so it's been, I made the motion. Dr. Bernstein has seconded the motion. Senator
Repeat the motion, please.
I'm not going to repeat the whole motion, but the motion is generally for what you want.
The essence of the motion.
The essence of the motion is I guess it's essentially 31 days. It's from January 1st through the 31st. But again, today is December 22nd. So you have to assume there's all that time additional. It will end on the 5th if there is no purchase order. It will end on the 19th if there is no financing secured. And if those two things are met, it will go through the 31st. And in addition, there is a limitation on the use of perk to 1 gallon during the 1 month of the variance that it is in operation.
Does your motion require that the equipment be installed and operational end of January?
Well, that would go without saying, because yes, the variance would end and there would be no variance protection after that date.
It's impossible to have the equipment installed in operation. That point has already been made. So we're shutting him down for 3 months.
I do appreciate what you're saying in every way. But right now, so you're voting no for that reason.
Of course, for that reason, of course. It's not a fair position, I don't think.
I appreciate what you're saying a lot. Mr. Balagopalan, you vote,
I have to vote no.
but no, and that's because you would not grant any variance, is that correct?
Well, I think Senate is right, because 1 gallon and they will take 2 to 3 months or more to get the machine in. They, after that month, they have to, cannot operate the existing PERC machine.
Mr. Balagopalan, with that said, would you support a motion if the motion were amended, it kept the 1 gallon limitation and it were longer than a month?
I'm sorry, kept the 1 gallon
Limitation per month, use of
per
per,
month?
but it were longer and it gave the amount of
No,
time.
I would not.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Verdugo Peralta, how do you vote on the motion?
Aye.
Okay. Oh, Dr. Bernstein, you vote?
Aye.
I vote yes. Motion passes then 3-2. And again, this was you heard Mr. Sarkeesian, this was a very, very hard decision to make. The board wanting to give you time and not shut you down, but understanding that this has to move along very quickly. So, so motion passes. We're going to take our lunch break, but first I want to make sure Mr. Sarkeesian understands the order, because it might take a few days for the order to be written, and at least the minute order to be written. That it will be for, it's longer than a month, but you have longer than a month because today's December 22nd, but you need relief beginning January 1st. So you will have relief beginning January 1st and ending on January 31st with very strict conditions that a purchase order be issued by the 5th of January. And given that you have.
Madam, this company say anything interpreted.
Translate for me.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is correct. Should I talk slower? Mr. Sarkeesian, would you like all of this interpreted?
Sorry.
Would you like this interpreted?
Yeah, I wanna.
I'm so sorry. So then let me ask you, Aslan, would you like me to start over again, or do you have enough?
I have it written down 3 times. So,
Okay.
But if you want to go again with concise, that would be much better.
Okay, so understood that you will have till the 31st, the variance, and the variance means that he has protection from enforcement through January 31st, 2020.
Միջև 31 հունվար 21-ը դու variance տունես քեզի պաշտպանված է կանոնից այդ առաջինն է.
But there are very strict conditions. The first one, there needs to be a purchase order. Oh, you know what? Sorry, I need to make that enforceable. So before we do this, board members, it's not to change it in any way other than to make sure that Mr. Sarkeesian is sending the purchase order and a copy of, and he is sending a statement that he has financing by the 19th. I need to reopen the motion because otherwise it is not enforceable. May I have permission to do that?
Yes, with this condition, that the purchase order should include a delivery date in the purchase order.
A delivery date. Is that normal? Is that usual?
Yes.
It can be.
Okay. Okay. With permission of the board, I apologize, I didn't think of this. That's what happens when you write things on the fly. I'm going to just reopen it for a very small amendment, and then I'll ask Dr. Bernstein if he still seconds, and I will retake the vote with the changes. In condition number 1, Madam Clerk, I'll say that for you. Right before the sentence which said if this condition is not complied with, I'm going to add a sentence which said petitioner shall send a copy of the purchase order via email to first to the district, attention Karen Manwaring. What is Miss Manwaring's email address? It's kmanwaring@aqmd.gov, at kmanwaring, MANWARING, clerk@aqmd.gov, and to the clerk of the board at clerkofboard@aqmd.gov.
On the motion.
Well, one moment. Oh, I just want to finish my amendments.
Okay.
And then,
On your amendment, on the motion.
right, and then you wanted to add a delivery date. So in the first sentence where I say, where we say petitioner shall issue a purchase order to purchase, issue a purchase order that includes, no, issue a purchase order to purchase a 1421 compliant machine.
Yeah.
Right after that, before by January 5th, 2021, we'll say that includes a delivery date.
Delivery date. And it should be a stipulated agreement where the petitioner and the district agrees with the delivery date for compliance.
I'm not going to get into that. They have it. He has a date by which it ends. And so we'll just make sure he has that delivery date.
Okay. I can vote yes if you stipulate it.
Yeah, but I can't do that. And plus I can't force the district to stipulate anything.
Will you ask?
I want to have this.
You want to have it over with?
I do because it's already been voted on, and I'm only opening it to amend it to make sure it can be enforced. And then in the second, I'm going to make a similar amendment to the second condition. So before that having to do with the securing financing by January 19th. So before the sentence that said if this condition is not complied with, we're going to add a sentence that says petitioner shall confirm via email compliance with this condition by January 19th, 2021 to, and again, Karen Manwaring for the district and clerk of board.
Կարող է թարգմանել մի քիչ երկար է
Այո, չէ, շատ կարճ բան։ Երկու հատ պայման։ Հիմա միջև որ հունվար 1-ը, այսօր 21-ն է, չէ, 22-ն է, 8 օր ժամանակ ունես, հետո ավելորդ քեզ ժամանակ ունես, ոչինչ։
Եթե գլխած ունեի ինքը չի տալու։ Հետո
հունվար 1-ից, հունվար 5-ին P-on purchase order-ը պետք է ինչ անես, կարողանաս ունենաս email-ով էլ ասես ումին պետք է ուղարկես եւ ասես
հունվար 5։
Okay.
Հունվար 5-ին։
Yes, սպասիր, մի շտապ հանգիստ մնա։ Delivery date-ն է։ Հետո մինչև 19-ն էլ finance-ի աղբյուրներ ասեցիր որ կարող ես finance անես եւ ինչը Illinois email-ով լուր 10 օր արդեն էլ ապահովվել է։ Այդ երկու հատը կա, հիմա 31-ն էլ քեզ կասի։ Okay, we got the PO5 financing source 19 waiting for the January 31st.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Bernstein, do you agree with those amendments? Okay, so the amended motion has been seconded. I'm going to call again for a vote. Senator Holden, your vote is still no?
Well, based on the legislative intent, in most cases, the court would accept. In this case, it's the intent, and the content is not being supported.
I just want to be clear on the record. Legislative intent only comes, and that's the intent of the legislature in enacting a particular law. In this case, it would be the intent of the governing board. However, that only comes into play if the black and white of the rule is not clear. And in this case, there has been a clear deadline since 2002. So that doesn't come into play.
In this case, it's the intent. I just mentioned legislative intent because you should know that. But in this case, that means the intent.
And we do consider that in beyond reasonable control. Here, we're looking at the fund.
Anyway, I'm no vote. Don't you worry about it.
That's right, but I agree. His intent was relevant, and that's why the majority of the board has voted to support this. Mr. Balagopalan, your vote is still
No. Yes.
no. And Ms. Verdugo Peralta, your vote remains yes. Okay. So Dr. Bernstein, you still vote yes. I vote yes.
Aye.
motion still passes. The amended motion now passes 3-2. And I would think, did we lose Mr. Sarkeesian? Looks like we lost Mr. Sarkeesian. Okay. I'm gonna then, let's have it on the record. It's our, oh, there's Mr. Sarkeesian. Okay. Okay. So
Sorry
I
about that.
want to reiterate. Okay. So that Mr. Sarkeesian understands. And Ms. Manwaring, did you have anything you wanted to say before? Okay. Mr. Sarkeesian understands. So the variance has been granted. Again, he has protection from enforcement through January 31st, 2021. However, there are two very stringent, well, there are three very stringent conditions, but two would end the protection earlier. Condition number one, there has to be securing of a purchase order by January 5th, and Mr. Sarkeesian will have to show that purchase order to the district by email to Ms. Karen Manwaring and to the district, to the clerk of the board, There is also a January 19th deadline for securing financing. And for that, you don't have to give us the finance agreement. You simply have to, because I don't want to, you disclose anything you don't want to disclose, but simply confirm via email, both to Ms. Manwaring, to the district, and to the clerk of the board that you in fact have secured that financing. And if you haven't, then the variance protection ends on the 19th. And for the entire,
Okay.
And for the entire
Sorry,
month,
any question after?
not to exceed, only if you don't understand. And only.
Yeah,
and
one question.
Yes, Mr. Sarkeesian.
Okay. What do you mean the proof of financing? What you need for that as a proof?
All I think we intend by that is that you write an email to Ms. Manwaring and to the clerk of the board saying, I have secured the required financing for the machine.
Պարոն Սարգսյան, պարոն Սարգսյան, ասեց որ ամսի 19-ին, հունվար 19-ին, արդեն մինչև հունվար 10-ը, Ms. Karen-ին եւ մնացածի նամակով ասեց, որ ապահովել եմ աղբյուրը ֆինանսավորման, կարիք չկա իր պայմանագիրը, կոնտրակտը 10 մեզի, չենք ուզում տեղեկությունը առաջ։ Միայն հայտարարես։ Got it, thank you.
Okay.
And there is a limitation overall for 1 gallon of perk for the usage of 1 gallon of perk for the entire month of the variance. Okay. Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, did you want to clarify?
Well, I'm concerned that it's just a letter from the petitioner, and procuring a loan or whatever, I normally have to show, like, let's say I'm going for a contract, I have to show a letter from the institution.
Okay.
Not a letter from me. It has to be a letter from the institution stating that they are going to loan X amount to this person.
Okay.
I'm not comfortable with just a letter from a petitioner.
Thank you for that. That's helpful.
Ms. Karen,
so you can do that.
Ms. Karen ասում է որ մենակ դու նամակ գրես, այդ email ուղարկես որ ես աղբյուրն ունեմ, ինձ համար բավական չի։ Պետք է ընկերությունն որ քեզի պարտ կտալիս է, գրի որ մենք ես պարոն Սարգսյանին այսքան գումար պարկը տալիս ենք։ Ապահովել ենք, կտանք իրան։
Okay. And you can do that, Mr. Sarkeesian?
Կարող ես այդ գործն անես։
Կարող եմ անել, իմ միակ concern-ը ժամկետներն է, ուրիշ problem չունեմ։
Yes, I can do it. My only concern is the timing, deadlines.
Okay. And Senator, did you have something you wanted
to? Yes, I mean, it may be a personal loan. That's not an institution.
Okay.
That's okay, as long as
if a friend gives them the money, then that's not coming from an institution. It's coming from an individual.
Okay, so wait, a letter from either
whomever he gets acquires the loan from.
I think what Ms. Verdugo-Peralta is saying is in the usual course of business, the proof of a loan is a letter from an institution. If it's a personal loan, it can be a letter from the personal lender.
Right.
And it's just an explanation of what we've already adopted in the conditions based on what is the usual practice.
Senator Holden ասում է ընկերությունել չլինի վնաս չկա կարելի մեկ հատ անց հարուստ անց ասենք նամակ գրյոր ես այս մարտին այսքան դրամ տալիս պարկ եմ տալիս ասում է օքեյ սենատորը կամ ընկերություն կամ անց. Thank you.
Thank you. And one last thing. So the variance has already been granted. We've now explained what it is and its scope. I would recommend, given what you've said, Mr. Sarkeesian, it's up to you, that you try to get that purchase order out even before the 5th, understanding that it's going to take that time for installation. Okay, board members, I want to thank you for a really important discussion and a really excellent discussion. But we'll take lunch now. The problem is it's almost 2. Can we, board members, will you be able to take the lunch and, one moment, board members, will you be able to take a lunch and come back by 2:30? Because of the 3 o'clock, so we can get started? Would that be a fair timing for everyone?
Yes. Right.
One last question, can
Yes, Mr. Sarkeesian.
Okay, as I understand that variance until January 30 or 31st, right?
The variance
Brian's time frame until January 30, right?
31st.
Okay,
And
if I couldn't install. Yes,
earlier if the other conditions are not complied with.
I understand it.
Okay.
If I can't install the machine before that, for example, I installed in February 20 or March 10 or something like that, how can I operate the business? I have to close? What is your regulation? I'm not.
I can't tell you what you want to do. You are then vulnerable. You need to be in compliance with the rules. You no longer have a variance protecting you from enforcement, and so the rule can be enforced against you. So
So as I understand, if I have time, I have to close the door. Okay, I understand it.
And thank you, Mr. Sarkeesian, for coming to us and for giving us such candid testimony. I think we all appreciated that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to take a lunch break until 2:30. Hopefully, Tiffany Cleaners will be back. Ms. Manwaring, is that time constraint? Are you coming for the second cleaners?
Ms. Lee and I will be back at 2:30 for Tiffany Cleaner, and then I will be available at 3 o'clock for the pre-hearing.
Okay, wonderful. All right, you're in all of them with me. And
every day this week.
That's fabulous. Okay, we are going to take our break. Don't leave, please. And we'll see everybody at 2:30 for Tiffany Cleaner, and we will more likely than not have to take a break at 3 o'clock and then come back. So let's try to get as much done as we can.
Okay.
Okay, we're off the record. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. End of call.
Thank you.
Oh, I should have thanked our interpreter, and now I think he left.
Sure.
Well, for the record, thank you very much for your service. My phone.
Hello, I'm here, Tiffany Cleaner.
Thank you. Thank you for letting us know. Do you have video capacity?
I don't know. Let me check. Hold on. Can you hold 1 second?
Yes, we can do that. We're still waiting to go on the record. Al Teresa, did you have enough time to take a break?
Sorta.
If you want to just turn off your camera during the hearing and just put it on only if we need it and take more of a break, just let me know, because it's being webcast. You don't have to be 100%.
Right.
And if you're not there and I have a question, we'll just wait for you to come back.
Yeah, I'm always in here. I'm trying to do a whole bunch of different things all at the same time.
I know, and we're going to be jumping off in half an hour.
Right. And I had to make sure that was up so that it would work.
I know you have so many other things that you're doing as well. So that's why I'm saying just take a break if you need it. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
District council certainly takes that liberty and goes off camera on occasion.
Oh, district council needs to do that as well, especially given what's going on in district council's house.
Thank you kindly for acknowledging.
Okay.
Hello, I'm sorry.
Did
Hello,
you?
I'm back. Let me see if I have the video.
Sure.
Thingy.
Like, all the
Video.
board
There
members.
you go. Yeah, I do. I think. Yeah. Here I am. I'm working, so I may get interrupted.
Wonderful. Well, I'm going to call the case and put us back on, on the record. Since it looks like all the parties are present, we're going to go back on the record, and I'm going to call the second matter for today, which is Tiffany Cleaners, case number 6179-1. And I'm going to begin by asking, who is representing Tiffany Cleaners today?
Reza Hosseini, REZAHOSSEINI.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hosseini. And who is representing the executive officer today?
Good morning, Josephine Lee for the executive officer.
Thank you. And Ms. Manwaring is there also, correct?
Yes.
Okay. To begin with, first of all, I want to make sure to swear in any witnesses who may be testifying or giving evidence today. That would include any potential, district witnesses I think have already been sworn in today, so you don't have to re-swear in. But Mr. Hosseini, yourself, and anyone else who you wish.
No, I don't have anybody.
Okay.
No,
So if you raise your right hand.
Okay.
Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? So help you God.
I do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to make sure to to make sure that we have all of the documents that have been submitted, I'm just gonna go through
I
what
submitted one more document today. That was the lease agreement that I
Okay.
haven't signed yet. I may sign it later because they promised me one price and they put in another price. So I don't know. I sent it to Miss Josephine and the clerk's desk, and I don't know who else got it.
We did receive that on a break. Okay, wait, I just want to make sure I have
And then
it.
I have the purchase agreement for the equipment with the
Agreement.
company, and I sent in. I don't want to waste everybody's time, so I'm just gonna go quick over it.
Well, wait, before you go through it, I just want to make sure we have everything so I can mark them. The sales agreement you sent us. Is that sales agreement? We had a one-page thing and then a supplement. So we have the equipment lease agreement. Is that what you're talking about?
That came in this morning. That I just got it this morning, and while you were doing the other.
And is this sales agreement that's dated, let me start with that, because that's one page. Is that a one-page document dated March 4th?
That's the first one. That's when I ordered it, like just to show you that, like, I was gonna order the equipment, but COVID happened and everything went down the drain, basically.
Okay.
So
You'll tell us in a moment, but just I want to mark it. It's one page and it says sales agreement, and it's March 4th, 2020. That's a one-page document?
Right.
Okay, so we're going to mark that as exhibit number 1. Okay.
Your second exhibit should be the purchase agreement that was dated, I don't know what date it was, but it was in December of this year.
Is it this equipment lease?
I just decided, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that should be the one. It's the same exact thing, except it's different date. But the price is different too. They added some other stuff to it.
Oh, is that it's something that says invoice?
I don't know if it's invoice or whatever it is.
The sales agreement 1216 is present.
1216, correct. 1216.
Okay, and that's this equipment lease agreement? Is that what we talked
No,
about?
it's sales agreement. It says
Another
on the
sales agreement with the date of.
The equipment lease agreement is what I sent you this morning, and that's exhibit 3, showing you that I bought the equipment. I'm gonna go ahead and lease the equipment.
Okay.
If I can afford paying it or not, that's beside the point, but that remains to be seen.
Okay.
And
Wait,
anyway,
let
do you
me-
have all the exhibits?
We're adding a lot of confusion, so let me just make sure. So, Mr. Balagopalan, you're saying there's another sales agreement and it has a different date on it?
It's dated 12/16 to 2020 and sales number 3866. It's a 2-page.
66. Okay, that's a 2-page? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it printed the second one where he showed it paid 10,000.
Okay.
Towards it.
I also see on Merchants Bank Equipment Finance letterhead and invoice dated.
Yeah, that's the lease agreement, equipment lease agreement.
That's part of the lease agreement. Okay,
Yeah.
so there should be 3 exhibits. So we'll
Yes.
mark, okay, so we'll mark the sales agreement that was dated in March of 2020 as exhibit number 1. The second sales agreement that is dated December 16th of this year is a 2-pager. That will be exhibit number 2. And exhibit number 3 is a multiple page with attachments and everything, equipment lease agreement. And that will be exhibit number 3.
And that's an unsigned document.
Unsigned document. Okay. And then, Ms. Lee, did you also have, do you wish to mark the email that went out with the declaration of Mr. Vanderoe? Was that also this matter? Okay. So we're going to mark the email that transmitted the declaration as exhibit A. As exhibit A. And just like we did in the last matter, the declaration itself of Mark Vanderoe will be exhibit number B, or letter B. B as in boy. Oh, thank you. The clerk is just reminding me. I have a very important question. Sorry, Mr. Husseini.
Yes.
I understand that the clerk's office has not received a filing fee for this variance request.
Right. Well,
Did you-
because I purchased the equipment and I thought I don't need to do the hearing anymore, but evidently I need to do the hearing. I don't know why, but that's fine.
Okay, so, so you have not paid the filing fee?
No, I haven't paid the filing fee.
Okay, usually we do not, the clerk's office is very busy, so this obviously slipped. But usually we do not notice a hearing or accept a filing without.
Let me get the phone, please. Can you hold on 1 second?
Yeah, I just want to,
Hi, Lisa. How are you? Yes. Yes. Yeah. We do.
Madam Chair,
yeah,
the, hi, the exhibit number 2,
I'm sorry.
when do we get that? Where is that? I don't know that I can't find that exhibit. Oh,
I couldn't either. Was that along with exhibit 1, Mr. Belakopan, or was that?
That was exhibit 1 I got.
It's in a separate email?
Let me see if there's a separate email.
I will figure that out, but Mr. Husseini, if you could, I understand you have to work as well, but under normal circumstances, hearings would be held in the hearing board room. And so I'm going to request that please that you don't take phone calls during the hearing. And we'll try to take breaks and get through the hearing as quickly as possible. But if you want to have a decision today.
Well, I have all the paperwork submitted, so that's all I have, and I can tell you this.
Okay.
I tried to buy the equipment. COVID happened. I couldn't buy it.
I haven't started the hearing.
Very simple.
Just give me a moment, please. Okay. I want to make this move as quickly as possible. Okay. I want to be clear, first of all, that you understand that the filing fee is necessary generally to even have a case heard. In this situation, since we did not catch that issue and it's been noticed for today, we will hear the matter today. However, if we grant a variance, that variance will become null and void if the payment of fees is not made for this hearing board. So we have our own filing fees. So I want to be very clear with that on the record. Also, I want to tell you how this is going to go and who we are.
I know who you are. I already heard that. So this morning.
Okay, so then you would understand, Mr. Husseini, that we are separate from the district.
I understand that. They have told me that was in the letter.
And it is your request today that we grant you a variance.
My request was before I purchased the equipment.
Understood.
If I had known that I had purchased the equipment, I wouldn't ask for a variance.
Okay, Mr. Husseini, are you going to be in compliance as of
I'm
January?
always in compliance. I have always been.
Okay, Mr. Husseini, just answer the question. Please listen.
Well, I just did.
Okay. Are you going to be in compliance?
I will be, yes. I will be in
January
compliance
1st?
as soon as the machine comes in, which is
No.
like it's on the ocean
Mr.
right
Husseini,
now.
this could take all day, or you could listen to the question. Will you be in compliance as of January 1st, 2021?
As of January 1st, no, because the equipment is on the ship.
Understood. Wait, I'm going to get
coming.
We're going to hear your
Once it comes
testimony.
in, then I will be.
Mr. Husseini, we're going to hear your testimony in a moment, okay?
I don't have a testimony. I just gave you my testimony. That's all I can tell you.
Okay, Mr. Husseini, we didn't
So
take it on the record.
make your
Okay, Mr.
decision
Husseini,
based on what
please,
I said.
I'm going to mute your microphone, Mr. Husseini. Please just listen, okay? I'm muting your microphone just for now, so you listen to how this is happening, okay? All right. Because you will not be in compliance as of January 1st, 2021, you require a variance. You have asked this hearing board, we are independent of the district, to grant you a variance. That means you have to appear for a hearing today and present your case, okay? I'm glad you gave us the documents. We have marked them. Now we're going to need to hear from you as to what is your position and how you can meet the findings we need to make for a variance. Then I will open it up to questions from both Ms. Ms. Lee, and from the board if we have additional questions. Okay, but it is your request that this board hear today whether to grant you a variance, which is protection from enforcement. So again, please just let us move this along quickly. In 15 minutes, we have to take a break. because I have another pre-hearing conference. So I'm going to unmute you. Well, I can't. Now you have to unmute yourself. And please, I'm going to ask you for a short statement of your case. And if that's all you want to say, then when we come back, we'll just ask you questions. Okay, Mr. Husseini, then please, if you can give us your opening statement, which is just your position today.
My opening statement is this. I purchased the equipment in 1990 with permission from AQMD. AQMD came along 2 years, 3 years later, came up with 1421 thing, and then forced me to sign the agreement that I would use 50 gallons or 49 gallons of perk and no more. And I said, okay, fine, no problem. So we have been in compliance the whole time. Then they said, oh, you have to change the equipment by 2020. I'm not going to change my equipment until the last minute because I don't have that kind of money. I'm a small business. I have only so much money that I can buy new equipment. So I did not want to buy the equipment until the last minute. And the last minute I submitted, I spoke to Western Multitex about the equipment, to the new equipment that I'm buying in March. And March 6th, whatever the date of that invoice is, I asked them to give me a price. They did, and I was gonna purchase it like before the end of the year. COVID happened, it like stopped everything. I didn't have any funds because I had to keep my employees employed, and I paid to them until May 20th. Whenever I got the PPP, I was paying them out of my pocket, even though I didn't have any income. So, make a long story short, I looked at all the paperwork. I spoke to Mr. Ignacio and I spoke to somebody else at the AQMD. They said, yeah, you can apply for a variance. I said, okay, fine. But at the last minute, I decided not to do that because, well, I sent in the paperwork for the variance. Then I said, you know what? Eventually I have to buy the equipment so I can go borrow money and buy the equipment. So I talked to Western Multitex. They sent me another invoice in December. I paid them $10,000 from a line of credit that I had. And they said that, well, right now, because of COVID, Italy is not making the union machines that I have, or they have made it, but it takes much longer to get here. And I said, okay, so I should just go ahead and order it for me. So it's going to be here 4 to 6 weeks or 8 weeks. So, and I'm not going to be in compliance on the 1st, even though I have the machine ordered, it's not going to be here. So that's my opening statement and my closing statement.
Thank you very much. So just stay around, please, because first I'm going to ask Ms. Lee for her position, for the district's position and her opening statement, and then we're going to come back to you for any questions. So Ms. Lee, your opening statement, please.
Thank you, Chair Prusak and members of the board, and good morning, Mr. Husseini from Tiffany Cleaners. We appreciate your time and your patience as the hearing board has to work through a very full schedule today, so I'll try to keep this brief. As stated in previous hearings, the district is reviewing these variance petitions for Rule 1421 on a case-by-case basis. However, we understand that the board is working to craft a standard in order to approach these cases equitably. Upon review of the original petition, the district was prepared to oppose as petitioner did not provide a path to compliance. However, district council has since spoken with petitioner and received new evidence that is also before the board, showing that Mr. Husseini has purchased a non-perk dry cleaning machine and secured financing for this machine. I believe the board has indicated that in the case where a business has a purchase order for a non-perk compliant machine, it would be willing to grant up to a month variance to allow time for the machine to be delivered and installed. We believe that Mr. Husseini will be able to meet the findings accordingly, and the district remains unopposed to this variance request, subject to the evidence and testimony provided today. We have submitted the declaration, as was discussed earlier, from Mr. Mark Vonderall. He is available for testimony if the board needs in order to make the findings. he could testify as to the contents of his declaration and the compliance history of this facility. And we also have staff from engineering, Shannon Lee, who can also testify to the toxic characterization of PERC. Ms. Lee could testify that should the board grant a variance for the limited time that Mr. Husseini seeks, the increase in cancer risk for this facility is estimated to be less than 0.1 in a million. For the foregoing reasons, the district remains unopposed, and we look forward to hearing more from Mr. Husseini. Thank you.
Thank you. I should say for the record, I live very close to this cleaner, but it is not going to affect my, I'm not biased because of that. And as stated, we will be approaching this with the same standard of review as all cleaners. Okay. Mr. Husseini, let me turn to you now and ask you, is there anything else you wish to add to your testimony? I think you indicated no, and then we could turn it over to Ms. Lee for any questions.
Well, if the variance is not granted, all my employees have to stay at home. That's it. I have to close down shop. I can't do anything. 6, 7 employees will be out of work. So if that's what the district wants to do, be my guest. I'll do that. No problem. And wait until the machine comes in.
Okay.
And I want to make sure that the district knows that I'm going to close down and all these people will be out of work. So.
Okay. And Mr. Husseini, were you present? I will go through the most important finding that this board has been struggling with in order to make variances. And that is we have 6 findings for a variance that we need to make. And the one we are going to hear probably most about today is that it's due to conditions beyond the reasonable control of the cleaner, the petitioner, that compliance would end in an arbitrary or unreasonable harm or taking of property. And I just wanted to point out that in the Health and Safety Code, which is what our process and our findings are all based upon state created Health and Safety Code, the California Health and Safety Code, we need to look at considering actions that were taken by each petitioner before us since the adoption of the rule. And here 1421 was adopted or at least the deadline of 2020 was adopted in 2002. So that's the past 18 years. So we will likely ask questions. And I know you already said for business reasons, you waited till the last minute because you're a small business. But we could ask more questions maybe about that if you have anything more to say. But we do take into
like I said,
wait, just finish. Okay, just finish. We do take into account that you are a small business, so your financial situation is taken into account, and so is your knowledge of the rule and when you had knowledge of it. So with that, if you want to add, do that, and then I'll have questions asked.
As I said, I knew the rule from the beginning because I purchased my equipment in 1999 and AQMD gave me permission to buy a PERC machine without telling me that there is going to be a rule 1421. And 3 years later, they said, oh, you can use this machine till 2020. Okay, well, I'm using my machine till 2020. And COVID happened. So it's all beyond my control. I have no control over COVID. I have no control over what's happening in the ocean with the equipment. And if the board wants me to close the shop, I close the shop, no problem.
Thank you. Ms. Lee, do you have questions for Mr. Husseini?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Husseini. I understand there's a lot of information to get through in a limited period of time, and I want to be respectful of everyone's time. But just to note that since this hearing is being held virtually, I kindly ask that you allow the questions to be completed. And before you respond, I will extend the same courtesy so that you can respond in full. And this will help ensure everyone can be heard. So just to start, I saw that you took the oath earlier today. Could you state again how long you've been in the dry cleaning business? How many years?
Since 1991.
Thank you. And have you been operating Tiffany Cleaners since 1991?
No, 1994, I purchased the Tiffany Cleaners.
Thank you. And can you remind me again in what city Tiffany Cleaners is located?
Manhattan Beach.
Manhattan Beach, thank you. And I believe I heard you say earlier that your perk machine, that your current perk machine was obtained in 1999. Is that correct?
Somewhere in that neighborhood. I don't know the exact date of it, but it was in the 1999, I think. When I spoke to Mr. Ignacio, he checked it and he said, I think it was 1999.
Okay, so a little over 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Does that sound right? Okay, thank you. And do you have any other dry cleaning equipment on site at your facility?
No. Dry
No.
cleaning equipment or presses we have, not dry cleaning equipment.
Thank you. And around how, I don't know if you've heard in the prior hearing, but are you familiar with the mileage of your machine?
Yes, I am.
And how many miles, or I guess pounds of clothes items can be processed per gallon of perk?
Per gallon of perk, I'll tell you from last year's paper, it was, I can do about like mileage was 2647 in 1919. In 1919, I mean 2019. 2019 was 2,647 pounds per gallon.
Okay. Thank you. So to clarify, you were able to estimate around 2,647 pounds of clothes could be processed with 1 gallon of perk.
Yes.
Okay. Given the reduction in business, as you cited before, could you provide an estimate of around how many pounds of clothes that you currently process a day?
A day, probably around 300 or so.
Hi there.
Hey, how are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Good.
And how many pounds of clothes can be processed in one cycle of your machine?
How many pounds? The machine is 50 pounds, so I try to put in 50 pounds every load.
I see. So if it's 300 pounds a day, 50 pounds a cycle, would you say around 6 cycles a day?
Around, give or take.
Okay, thank you.
But you know, every day is not the same. Some days is more, some days is less. Averages out to about that much.
Average 6 cycles. And would that be 7 days a week, 6 cycles a day average?
6 days.
6 days a week. Thank you. Great. And as we've heard, could you please explain when you became familiar with Rule 1421 and the requirement to phase out perk by 2020?
When they forced me to sign it in 2002 or 3.
2002 or 3?
Right.
And could you clarify who's they and what were you forced to sign?
AQMD.
Okay.
South Coast.
Okay. So you had been informed by the district in 2002 or 2003 of the deadline for 2020.
After I purchased my new machine, yes.
Thank you. Yes, I understand. And I understand you have revisions to make to your petition that you've already provided in your opening. It would be helpful if you could explain briefly what actions, if you wanted to add anything to what you've already stated in terms of what you've done to come into compliance with Rule 1421.
I purchased the equipment, that's it. I mean, what else have I done? Nothing.
Yes, and I see that you've submitted several documents. The first was the purchase settlement, I'm sorry, not the settlement, the sales agreement dated March 4th, 2020. Right. Can you explain who US Western Multi-Tech Inc. is?
They are a distributor. I don't know what equipment they have, but one of them is Union, the one that I purchased from them, and they supply parts as well as equipment and install the equipment.
Thank you.
And Ms. Lee, if you can hold the rest of your questions, it is a minute to 3. And unfortunately, a large number of participants on the Zoom call will have to go to the pre-hearing conference now. So as I did last week, I'm going to limit this pre-hearing conference to no more than a half an hour. We'll be back on the record at 3:30. And my hope is that at 3:30, we could probably hopefully finish up by 4, but if not, go a little bit later, given our impossible schedule. Unfortunately, we're going to go off the record now for a half an hour, and we will come back on the record at 3:30. Thank you. And we will continue with Ms. Lee questioning Mr. Husseini. Okay, we're off the record. Please don't leave the hearing, and just mute your microphone, and we'll be back. We're off the record. Okay, we're just concluding the pre-hearing conference, so we can start reassembling. I want to give the clerk and Ms. Manwaring a moment to, and myself, a moment to shuffle our papers and okay, Ms. Lee is here, and I see Mr. Husseini is here, and I believe all board members are here, and Madam Clerk is here. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk, and all the members of the clerk's office for your unbelievable work. Sure. Okay, Ms. Lee, we left off and you were asking questions of Mr. Husseini. So we are back on the record. Thank you all for your patience.
Thank you. We left off, Mr. Husseini, on the March 4th, 2020 sales agreement, and you had identified US Western Multitech as a distributor. Can you please clarify for me what is the Union K4 machine that you sought to purchase according to this agreement?
It's a dry cleaning machine. What would you like me to say about it?
So it's a non-perk dry cleaning
Right,
machine?
it's a non-perk, right.
Yes, thank you. And great. So moving on from this, it looks like, or you had mentioned earlier that you sought to purchase this machine in early March, but due to the pandemic, you weren't able to continue with that. Is that correct?
Financially, yes. Financially was impossible.
Thank you. And now moving on to the December 16th sales agreement. It looks like it's the same machine, the same, or I can't actually tell if it's the same Union K4 machine, the non-perk machine that you sought to purchase. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And I see on the special instructions here, a handwritten note paid $10,000, 12, 18, 20. Could you please explain what that
The salesman, he came in and he came in the next day after he sent me the paperwork or whatever day it was. He came in and I gave him a check for $10,000 from a line of credit that I had so that they can start the process of the machine.
Great. So you made a payment already towards the non-perk machine.
Correct.
December 18th. Thank you.
Correct.
And according to the sales agreement, looks like there's $4,500. It's one of the charges listed for installation
Yes.
of the machine and uninstallation of the old machine. Is that right?
Correct.
And what is the expected delivery date of the new machine?
He said between 4 to 10 weeks. They don't know.
Okay. And did they provide a reason for the delay, or are you aware of why there's
The
a
reason is because of COVID. He said that the manufacturer was shut down for a long time, and my facility is pretty small, so I cannot fit just any machine in there. So it has to be a machine just like the one that I have purchased from Western Multitech, and the other machine that I have is the same kind of machine, but it's perk. And they are the only ones that can get that kind of machine. Well, not the only one that can get that kind of machine, but that's the only machine that fits in my facility. So I have no choice. but to go with that machine.
Thank you. So it's and do you know how long it will take from delivery, assuming the 4 to 10 week delivery, to installation?
Same day. As soon as it comes in, they'll come and install it.
Okay.
I have to be shutting down for 1 day completely, which right now we don't operate every day. We operate like partial at this time. Like we are 4 days, and then the 1 day we do all the everything with that needs to be washed with water. So that can be washed in water. So we do that, but they'll come in 1 day and do the whole operation. They change the whole thing, take the old one and put in the new one.
Thank you. And finally, getting to the third document that you sent over this morning, it's titled the Equipment Lease Agreement. Can you identify for what equipment this agreement is for?
That's for the machine for that union machine.
Thank you. And what is the current status of this agreement?
The agreement, I have to sign it. She said, Mr. whatever her name was, I forgot the name. Let me see if I can. Jackie or something Lee. Jay Lee. So she said that she wants to go over the document with me tomorrow morning, and I'll sign it. But I have to find out what they want. They asked for $5,600 up front. I don't know what that is for, but.
Sure. So it sounds like you're in the final stages of negotiating this lease agreement.
Not the lease agreement. Yeah, it's done. One way or another, I do it. I mean, I don't care if it's going to cost me $100 more or less a month. That's neither here nor there.
Sure.
Right now, I'm out of $70,000. So.
I understand. Thank you. Madam Chair, I believe the petitioner has laid sufficient foundation to have the sales agreements and the equipment lease agreement entered into evidence, and the district would not object if he made that request.
Okay, so just to be clear, you're asking for, well, the request would be for exhibits 1 and 3. No, sorry, 2 and 3, or all 3? 1, 2, and 3? 1, 2, and 3. Okay, 1, 2, and I assume that there's no objection by petitioner. So 1, 2, and 3 are in evidence. Did you have any other questions, Ms. Lee?
No, Madam Chair, no further questions. And thank you, Mr. Hosseini.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board members who would like to begin with any questions from Mr. Hosseini? I see Mr. Balagopalan has questions.
Yes, Mr. Hosseini.
Yes.
You mentioned 4 to 10 weeks. Do they give you a precise date when you can expect delivery?
Well, they don't look at it optimistically. Optimistically, it could come in sooner, but it may not. So they give me like between 4 to 10 weeks, and I would go the 10 weeks. That most likely will take about 10 weeks to come here.
So where would they put it? What month in 2021 are you talking about?
Probably 10 weeks would be about 2 months, and I put in the order how many days ago? So it'll be probably mid-February, most likely mid-February that the machine will be here. I don't know the exact date. I have no clue, and they don't have it either.
They don't. So it could be longer, it could be shorter.
It could be shorter, it could be longer. Yes, a few days. I mean, it's not gonna be months later, but it could be a couple of according to the salesman, they ordered the equipment, and that's all I know.
And it's been shipped from Italy, right? So
Italy, right?
And it's on. You don't know if they're already on board. Or
I have no
anything.
clue.
No clue. Yeah.
They didn't tell me anything.
Okay.
I can
Now,
give you the phone number for the salesman, which is on the. I don't know.
No,
if
I don't need that. Thank you.
Call them.
Yeah.
Or call the company. The company number is there too.
So what specific relief are you asking for to
I'm not
operate
asking for anything. I was gonna ask for a variance so that I can have 6 to 7 months to see what happens with the COVID. Maybe I have better financing to buy the equipment at that time. But from what I heard from Mr. Ignacio and the other people at AQMD, I thought it'll be probably like tough to get a variance for 6 months. So I said, you know what, I'm just gonna bite the bullet buy the equipment, whatever is gonna happen is gonna happen. I just went and borrowed $10,000 from my line of credit and put it towards the machine.
But you still will need,
Yeah, Mr. Balagopalan, let me just explain, Mr. Hussaini, if I may. On January 1st, 2021, if you are not in compliance, which you won't be, you need variance relief, which means you have protection from enforcement until you are in compliance. So while you may have originally wanted to seek 6 to 7 months, today you still need variance requests if if it's not granted.
Fine.
Right? I just want to make sure you still want it, because otherwise
Of
you would be
course.
out of compliance. Okay.
Of course, I'm here now. I've been here since the morning time.
Okay.
So
right.
I want a variance until the end of February so that in case something happens to the ship or whatever, then I would be in compliance.
now,
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Balagopalan.
okay, that's fine. Some of the variances that we approved, we have put a limit. I mean, we're not giving a blanket, several months or whatever, but we're putting a limit on usage for a limited period of time. And the most we've given is a gallon. Is that something that you can live with?
Of course, no problem. I don't use that much perk. In the whole year that I did over 120,000 pounds of load, I used only 35, 40 gallons of perk. So 40 some odd gallons. And this year my perk use has been way less than that. So I don't really need to, I don't care about the limit.
Okay, so if there's a limit of 1 gallon and you can track your mileage.
Yeah, I do. I don't care.
And it seems you have got good mileage because previously we went with 800 pounds. You indicated you got.
And out of the 40 gallons that I used, probably 10 gallon of it went to the waste disposal, because when I empty the residue, there's always some perk that goes in there.
Right.
As you know, I think you're more familiar with it than anybody else. So it's like it has perk in it. So I haven't used that much perk. I don't have any problem with the usage. No.
Okay. And
the machine is a second generation or third generation. It does not use that much perk at all.
Okay. So because you because you cannot measure 1 gallon, right? Because of there's no way of measuring. Yeah. So what mileage can you propose that you can will?
You can propose whatever you like, no problem. I'll meet.
If we propose 800 like the others,
that's fine, no problem.
That's fine. No problem with that.
No, not at all.
Okay. Very good. Just a couple more questions. In your current unit, do you have a stack or what on the roof? Or is there a ventilation? Do you have a stack? Does it get ventilated through a stack?
No.
Exhaust? No.
No. That's
just inside the building.
This one, the machine is totally enclosed. Everything, the perk does not come out of the machine at all. Yeah. Once you close the door, the cycle is that the wash cycle, the perk comes from one tank, goes into the drum where the clothes are, and it cleans the clothes. It goes into either another tank if it's like lighter color clothes where there won't be any dye from the clothes into it, and then through the filtration as well, and then it goes into a different tank, and then I can use that for the darker clothes, and then it goes into the steel, which evaporates the perk, and it just comes back and gets condensed back to liquid and goes into the first tank again.
Well,
so it's a very close cycle.
Yeah. Do you have some general ventilation in the building? Is it you open the doors or you have a fan or something?
You have a fan on the roof.
You have a fan on the roof.
That's not for the perk machine. That's for the heat.
Just a general ventilation.
That's for the heat. Heat from the steam. The steam for the presses causes a lot of heat. The temperature in the back, if you don't turn on the fan, goes up to 120 degrees. So we have the fan on. It sucks the air from outside and sends the hot air into outside.
Okay, very good. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you very much, Mr. Hussaini.
Okay.
Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Hussaini, you seem to be much more enlightened about Rule 1421 than some of the other dry cleaners owners that we've spoken to. So did you take part in any of the working groups back in 2002 when we were speaking to the industry?
No.
Okay. Did you listen to any of the hearings?
No.
Okay. Because what I wanted, one of the reasons that it came out to 18 years was based on the life of the equipment, that we were told by the industry that the PERC machines would last. And you had just purchased yours, you said, in 1999, is that correct?
Correct.
So yours really is 21 years old.
Correct.
Which goes a couple of years beyond what the average life was that was given to us as an industry standard, correct?
Well, that was not correct, but that's correct.
Well, that's what they gave us.
Well, that was not correct. What they gave you is not correct. My machine is in perfect condition. Still, it can go for another 10 years. Another state will buy it probably from Western Multitech and use it, which is fine. I have no problem with that. Let me tell you about myself. I'm a person that follows the rules and the laws as much as I can. If the circumstances are beyond my control, like COVID, I will try to prolong the situation as much as I can to get back on my feet. And this, unfortunately, the COVID has not let me do that yet. And that's why when I first applied for the variance was 6 months. So that maybe by then I'll be able to afford the machine. Right now, even though I cannot afford the machine, I have purchased it. That's all I can tell you.
Okay, so you mentioned that the vendor that you're dealing with will probably sell it to somebody else. So does that mean that when you get your new machine, is yours a trade-in? Are you getting any?
No, there is no such thing as trade-in. They take that as a junk and they sell it to somebody else, including if you look at the second exhibit number 2, there is the water tower that I purchased also. My water tower is almost new. And at first they said they'll give me some money for it, which then they came back and said, no, we can't give you anything. So they'll take it as a junk also because they have so many used machines right now. So I said, okay, fine, no problem. I have no problem with that. As long as I can have the machine and I'll be in compliance, I have no problem.
Okay, that's the only question I had for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Senator, you have questions? Go ahead.
There you go. Mr. Hussaini.
Yes.
When you bought the machine that's currently operating in your business, how much did it cost you?
About 60, close to 60,000.
60,000.
Close to 60,000. I don't know exactly how much.
And you bought it, what year was that again?
1999, I think. That's what Mr. Ignacio told me, that I bought it in 1999, I think.
1999. And 3 years later, AQMD is up with another piece of equipment that cuts the emission level.
Was that again? I didn't get that. I'm
Cut
sorry.
down on pollution.
Yes.
Were you informed at the time you bought that equipment that the AQMD board is in the process of refining the emission levels?
No, they did not. If they had told me that, I'm not crazy to go pay $60,000 and buy a machine that I have to get rid of in a short time.
But you would appreciate it if they had told you that.
I would have loved it if they told me that. Then I would have picked another machine, but they didn't. 3 years later, in 2002 or 2003, they sent me a letter asking me to sign the new rules that they had, even for my machine, which was not in place in 1999. And I tried to fight back with them. And I said, you know what, you guys approved this. Now you're coming back and restricting my perk usage for one thing. Then you are restricting me to a lot of other restrictions that they have. They have like 10 different items. I have it on the machine right now. You're restricting me to that. And then you're telling me I have to change the machine by 2020. I wasn't going to sign that, but I had no choice. I like I said, I'm a small business. If I had more power, I would have fought against it, but I didn't. So
AQMD board suggested that you buy the machine that you're currently operating.
They did not suggest that. No,
They
that was
sign
my
off.
decision. That was not their suggestion. I purchased it. They gave me permission to buy it, to use the machine. I have a permit for it. And 3 years later, or whatever, 2 years, 3 years later, they told me I cannot use the machine after so many years.
In your testimony earlier, you said that if you have to close down, you close down. You prefer not to go out of business, however. Now, your customers, you have any customers that's been coming to your business for the past 10 years or the past 15 years?
Yes, past 20 years, 25 years.
Last 20, 25 years.
Whatever the number of, I have some customers that are coming in from long distances. I have some customers that have been loyal from the first day that I opened, they are coming in.
So this equipment is on the boat, hopefully, coming to the US. And you don't know how much time it's going to take to get here, do you?
They told me 4 to 10 weeks.
4 to 10 weeks. Well, if you have to be in compliance by the end of January, that's 1 week. So 3 weeks.
More like 8, 9 weeks.
No, it's at the beginning of January. The rule takes effect in the beginning of January 1st.
So therefore, 3 to 4, 5 weeks, you'll be out of compliance.
Yes.
You understand that?
Yeah, I do.
And not because of something you've done or have not done. Now, but your customers who've been with you for 20 years, that means you cannot be in operation. Are you concerned about losing your customers?
Of course. There's cleaners in every corner. But some of them have closed already, but there are cleaners everywhere. So of course I'll lose some customers. And plus my employees, I'm not worried about the customers as much as my employees. They need to have food on their table and money to, let's say, live on. If I close down, I have like 6, 7 employees. If I close down, they'll be out of a job.
How many employees do you have?
6 or 7.
6 or 7. The last bailout we got from Washington, did that support you in any way financially?
That partially, yes. Part of it, I have lost in the pandemic. I've lost over $70,000, $65,000.
So 30 days extension won't help you.
30-day extension would be as long as I can get. It's like what I need is for the equipment to arrive here, and I don't understand what the dilemma is here, because whether it's 1 week later or sooner, the machine will be here and they'll install it. If I close down the shop, my employees will be out of a job for whatever length of time it would be. They are not going to be able to find other jobs. There is no other jobs.
All right, thank you. I understand the problem.
Yes.
Thank you. I had a few questions. One clarifying what you were just saying. We do understand that if you had to close down, you would lose customers, and we take that very seriously, and any layoffs. But you would lose customers to other cleaners. Those other cleaners, by necessity, would be in compliance with Rule 1421, correct?
Yeah, maybe they may not be.
Well, if they are not in compliance with 1421, they too would have to shut down. So the question is, if they left and went to another cleaners, it would have to be a cleaner in compliance with Rule 1421 who already made the purchase or spent the money. I just want to put that out there, correct? So it's not
Yeah, but they could have bought the machine. A lot of companies long time ago, when they had to change their machine, they bought hydrocarbon machine. If
Sure.
I had any clue that within 3 years from my purchase, AQMD is going to come up with this new ordinance of 1421, whatever the number is,
Mhm.
that, oh, you have to change the machine in 20 years, I would have purchased the same thing. I wouldn't have to do anything right now.
Understood.
So it's like coins have two sides always.
Mhm. Of course, and we're not
Right.
minimizing anything that you're saying, Ms.
Well,
Tiffany. I just want to get out all the facts. Again, we're an independent hearing board.
right.
The Rule 1421, that was not the deadline of December 2020 for not using PERC, but Rule 1421 was adopted in 1994. So the district was regulating PERC before 2002. So you were
Well, if they
aware of
were
that?
regulating PERC, they shouldn't have let me buy PERC machine, or
Okay.
they shouldn't have permitted it.
But the question is, well, I understood, but they didn't have a rule that didn't allow that. So when the district permits, they simply get a request to permit and they go with what their current rules are. However, and I understand your frustration, but PERC was already, were you aware that PERC was already being regulated and the reasons why it was being regulated?
Well,
You were not aware that it was?
well, I don't remember if I was aware of the problems with PERC, but I know that when they said you cannot use the machine, I was aware at that time that there's a problem with PERC. So, but I know all the other states are using PERC. So,
Right, but it's true that you purchased in 1999, and whether the new rule came out in 2002 or later than that, the deadline was not until 2020. So it's not like you purchased a machine in 1999 and had to stop using it in 2000.
right, you don't go buy a car and then the next year go and get rid of it for nothing because.
But again, you're not
Yeah,
getting
then go buy a new car. I'm a small business. I have only so much money that I can spend on equipment or
Very
anything else, basically. So there is a
Very well
budget.
stated. Very well stated. But my question is, you didn't have to buy a car and then 1 year later get rid of it. You bought a machine and then 3 years later, a rule was adopted with an 18-year timeline. So
Yes.
it's not like you had to get rid of it the next year or 3 years.
Right, but
Okay.
but
I just wanna
the
make
thing
sure.
is that I'm not gonna get rid of my car in 3 years or even the machine in 3 years. If it says 18 years, I am in compliant. Then something happens, 300,000 people die, 325,000 to be exact, and they call it a pandemic.
Okay.
So and they shut down all the businesses, including all the ones that are around me, and somebody has to be a little bit more sensitive about that. So I went and look at the fact that I tried to purchase the machine before the pandemic.
Okay.
And so I was not only in compliance, I was doing the right thing. So don't give me this thing that I wasn't doing the right thing. And
Mr.
it took
Kinney,
18 years. Yes.
Mr. Kinney, relax. Nobody is questioning you. I'm about whether you did the right or wrong thing. I'm simply asking because you made a statement. You made a statement that you were allowed to buy a piece of equipment, and 3 years later the rule.
Right, and that is
Just
the
establishing.
That was the
Understood.
truth.
Understood. Just establishing.
So
that-
yeah, let's not get into it anymore.
Okay, Mr. Rossini just was establishing that the rule changed, but you were given 18 years.
Right.
I'm just putting that on the record.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I have other questions, but I think Ms. Verdugo Peralta has questions along
Yes.
that line, and she would like
It's
to.
more of an explanation because Mr. Husseini, you're one of the reasons I fought to extend the timeline of that rule. Originally, that rule 1421 in 2002 was going to be going into effect within a short amount of time. I want to say like 6 to 9 months, maybe a year, but that was going to be it. But because people like you came to me, spoke to me about the fact they had just purchased an expensive piece of machinery, they had obviously just started the payments of you know, however many hundreds of dollars a month. I, as a small business advocate in person, felt that that wasn't fair. Not only did I not feel it was fair in the sense of the timing of when people like you purchased it, I wanted it to go out further, and we settled upon with the dry cleaners, the various dry cleaners associations, not just one or two, that the 18 years, that's where that came from. They asked for more time. They wanted, like, I think 25 years. And we negotiated into the 18 years. Plus, the AQMD was not going to offer any money. And we talked them into offering money to people who could at least utilize it for a down payment. And people like yourself, wait a minute. I just want to explain to you, it was hard fought to give you those 18 years with the understanding that people in your position would be able to then start changing to the one that was non-perk, because it is such a carcinogen, because it affects their health so badly, and yourself as well as your employees. Those are all of the factors that came into why 1421 was pushed out 18 years, and that we gave you the money. I just want you to
Thank you for your efforts. Thank you for your efforts, but nobody predicted the pandemic. As I said, I applied for, I went and tried to purchase a machine right before the pandemic happened, and the invoices are there. So I don't understand what I have done wrong.
I want to stop us here for just a moment, please, okay? It's 4 o'clock and we need to finish this case today.
Yes.
So what I would like to do is just stop us here and say, the rule is not on trial today. The rule is the rule. We were just clarifying for the record that the rule gave 18 years. That's it. Now I want to just focus on beyond reasonable control and everything that you have testified to in your efforts to comply. So I have a few pointed questions, but again, the rule is not on, the rule says what it says. It has a deadline and it's not going to be met. So let's get back to the 6 findings. And thank you, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta. I very much appreciate your background on that. The questions I have, you had mentioned to Ms. Lee that you were operating 6 days a week, 6 cycles a day.
Right.
Is that currently, or is that pre?
The loads are way smaller. That was before. No, that was with the 20, whatever I gave her for the mileage. She asked me for the mileage. That's what it was.
You had said mileage.
But right now we are operating, we are open 7 days a week, but we are operating only 4 days a week, the equipment, the dry clean machine.
Okay. So what percentage would you say of your business have you lost from COVID?
65%.
Okay. Because when you
It
said
was a little bit better, it was a little bit better before the second wave hit. We were up to 42, 43, 45%. Then it dropped back down to 35, 36%.
Okay. Because when you were mentioning, that's why I was asking if you could clarify, because when you were saying you were doing 6 cycles a day, 6 days a week, it didn't sound like you would be able to limit your perk usage to 1 gallon.
I can.
Okay. All right. So you're saying you're doing 4 days a week. So you have that percentage, that amount of that number of cycles, that amount of usage has dropped.
Yeah, the usage has dropped a lot. I have dropped by about that much. Like I said,
Okay.
60 to 65%.
Thank you. That 65%, you are now at 65% of your?
No, we are at 35%.
You dropped. Okay, right.
We dropped.
Okay. I also wanted to clarify, when you said 4 to 10 weeks, was that from the 18th when you signed the sales agreement, or is that from today, or is that?
No, from my understanding is from the time that I talked to the gentleman, he said.
And when was
4 to
that?
10 weeks.
When
that
was
day that I signed the paper.
So that was the 18th?
The 18th, yes, because at first he said they had it in stock. I said, okay, great. And then he said, oh no, not this machine. We don't have it in stock. So it's going to take 4 to 10 weeks.
Okay, thank you. And then I had one final clarification question. Oh, would you be able to, and thus be able to comply with if there were condition, if we granted a variance and we were able to make the findings, and we granted a variance that had a condition that you shall install the machine the day it is delivered, would you be able to do that, or do you need any kind of lead time?
I don't install anything personally. The company that does installation, they have to come and do it. As soon as it's delivered, they would love to get their money, so they would go ahead and install it probably. If
Okay.
they have other installations that particular day, then it may be delayed one day, but they aren't gonna keep the machine too long.
Okay, so you would agree with a condition that you shall install the machine within 24 hours or 48 hours?
As soon as the company has the machine, yes.
Okay, hours of receipt. Okay. Okay, because I could see that as a way of limiting the variance, making sure that as soon as the company and
yes,
manufacturer delivers it.
I already paid $10,000 and they cashed it, so.
Yes, and then that definitely.
I have to pay interest on that $10,000, and I'm sure as soon as they get the equipment, they will come and install it. As soon as if they have the proper help at the time, which would be fine, which they have it, I'm sure.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Additional questions from board members? Okay. Oh, Senator, you have another question.
Mr. Hosseini, at the time you purchased the equipment that you're currently operating, were there any other, in retrospect, based on the new rule, were there any equipments that would meet the requirements in the new rule? At that time you bought?
At that time that I bought, what was the question? I'm sorry.
Were there any other machines or equipment at that particular time that would be available to be accepted?
The machines that were available at the time, I studied them, and the PERC machine came out better than all of them, basically, because it had really, really good, like, cleaning power. It had, like, the usage was of the chemical was a whole lot less than the other ones. The maintenance of it was a whole lot less, and that's why I bought that machine.
Are you aware of any of your competitors?
Yes.
Comply with the new rule, like in?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if any of them is complying, or I know some of them have wet cleaning, which a lot of people are complaining about. They have the hydrocarbon machine, which I spoke to one gentleman. He was saying that the tanks in the hydrocarbon machines get these like bacteria that go on the clothes and make them smell really bad. So, and K4 evidently, based on what the salesman told me, I had no clue what the K4 is, but he told me that it's the best chemical that you can use, the least amount of maintenance, that it would have the least amount of maintenance as well, because every time you have the hydrocarbon machine, if let's say any moisture goes in there into the machine, it's going to create a bacteria somehow, and I don't know what the heck that bacteria is, but
Right, you made your point. $60,000 in advance that could be lost. Carry on. Talk to you.
And Senator Holden, I would draw your attention to Mr. Von der Rohe's declaration, sorry, page 2, just to kind of answer that first question that you were asking with regard to any competitors in compliance. In 2002, there were 2,200 PERC dry cleaning machines in operation in the district. That's the date 1421 deadline was adopted. In 2019, approximately 325 businesses remained with a permit for PERC. So out of the 2,200, only 325 were left in 2019. And of course, that number has been reduced significantly in 2020. I'm not sure if we have that final number, but so the answer is many are in compliance, which is, again, the context against which we need to view these cases, because everyone, well, I won't say everyone, but almost every dry cleaner is a small business as well. Are there any other questions for Mr. Husseini before turn it over to see if the district, if Ms. Lee wishes to introduce any witnesses? Thank you. Ms. Lee, did you wish to introduce any witnesses? I think you had said no.
That's correct, Madam Chair. We don't intend to affirmatively call, but as I mentioned at my opening, we do have two district witnesses, Mr. Mark Vonderall, the declarant, and from engineering, Ms. Shannon Lee.
Thank you. And again, just board members, as a reminder, the declaration of Mr. Vonderaux can be used as hearsay evidence, even if we don't call him, which means we can't rely solely on it for any finding, but we can use it to corroborate. Mr. Balagopalan, you had a question for someone?
Yes, Ms. Lee mentioned that the risk, I think an opening statement was less than 0.1 in a million. I just wanted to know how that basis, is it based on a, maybe the engineer can explain how that was, came about, because we heard different numbers before. And is that what the basis is for that?
Sure. If I may, Shannon, I see that your video is on.
Yes.
And you took the oath earlier today, correct?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Lee, you did the risk calculation?
Correct.
And how did, at that point, was the risk of, is it 0.1 in a million?
It's the incremental increase for operating for one more year would be 0.1 in a million.
And that's how many gallons?
Assuming 10 gallons per year.
10 gallons per year. The incremental risk is 0.1.
Right.
What's the baseline risk then?
The overall risk right now, it is approximately 22 and a half in a million.
22 and a half in a million for the 49 gallons a year?
For 10 gallons of PERC per year. And so if they were to operate for one additional year, the incremental increase would be 0.1 in a million.
So, okay. How was this? Did somebody do a modeling or?
So after the last case, we consulted with Management and Engineering and Management and Planning and Rules Division, and we came up with a different methodology. Basically, we found a study that CAPCOA did in 2003 and that the district also did in 2007 with some basic assumptions, and we mirrored those assumptions, those being 10 gallons of PERC per year, a standard operating schedule of 8 hours per day, 5 days per week, 52 weeks per year, and assuming that 60% was a point source and 40% was a volume source.
Okay. That was the 2007 study.
Correct.
You said, and that was, okay. And you heard from Mr. Hosseini that it's not really a point source.
Right, but this is the data that we had, and we continued with those assumptions.
Okay. So if the board were to then limit them to a gallon total, then the risk would be substantially lower than 0.1 in a million. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
And do you have an estimate of how many, what the excess emission will be with one gallon of PERC?
PERC is not a VOC, so the risk is the only way to quantify it.
Right, but there's still emissions of PERC, even though it's not quantified as a VOC. My question is, how many pounds of perk will be emitted?
Based on 1 pound,
No,
1 gallon of usage.
Yes.
That would be approximately, 1 second. Approximately 0.02 pounds per day.
Can you just briefly go through how you got that?
Basically, we used that 0.56 that you mentioned.
That's based on fuel purchase, right? I mean, perk purchased.
Correct. Right. So perk purchase times 0.56 would equal your perk emissions. And that's again from that 2007 district study.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you.
Thank you for going through that, Mr. Balagopalan. I think that was a good exercise, and thank you, Ms. Lee, for your answers. Let me ask.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just want to ask a quick question. That study, can that be made available to us?
Dr. Bernstein, it was part of the link when we got the staff report. It was actually, I think it's in there, but you probably I'm sure just we can make that available separately. You have to download the attachment, and I think there's a reference to it.
And I think you can, if you Google it, you can also find it.
Right, although we don't want to do that outside the hearing, but the,
No, I'm just
but the link was provided in one of the attachments.
I believe that's where I saw it, yes.
Ms. Josephine Lee, do you know, that's in attachments to Mr. Vondero's declaration?
Oh, no, no.
No,
To
attachments
clarify?
to. How
Sure.
did we receive this? Sorry.
No problem. So the staff report was introduced at a prior hearing, but it was not included in the declaration. It was cited to in the declaration specific language, but the staff report itself was not included as an attachment or exhibit.
Okay, so we don't have that, and we would not refer to it, only what is in the declaration itself. And Dr. Bernstein, would you like to view it and then maybe perhaps in future hearings have it presented as an exhibit? Okay, so you can do that on your own, but before you bring it into a hearing, you'll want to let everyone know and make sure we'll make sure it's available to everyone first.
And Madam Brzezak, if it's okay, I can email that to Dr. Bernstein.
Yes, but for outside of this hearing, because it's not before the hearing.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you
Yes.
email it to me too, please?
Sure. I'll email to all the board members.
And email to the board members just as background, but again, if we're going to bring it in for any particular hearing, we need to actually have it before us as an exhibit.
While we're discussing that point, just repeat how many companies that are not in compliance at this time.
That's a good question, because the what I see here out of the 2,200 machines originally from 2002, there's 325 as of 2019. So
That
I'm
are
not
not in
sure.
compliance.
What-
That are not in compliance.
No, that was the number of, in 2019, the number that's in Mr. Vondero's declaration, the number that had permits to use PERC. So that's the most numbers of machines that were outstanding in 2019. I'm not sure if we have a number on non-compliance. And I see Ms. Manwaring, if you have that information or if we have it accessible.
I don't have evidence to introduce, but I can report to you that our chief operating officer has been reporting to our governing board regularly in these numbers. And my best recollection, and I'm going to defer to Ms. Lee because she knows these numbers better than I do, but it was approximately 160 facilities still had active PERC permits. However, that does not mean non-compliance. So the district has not yet gone out to verify whether or not they're still operating. So potentially the universe is 160 facilities still operating out of the 2,200 or so that were in the district in 2002.
Okay, so we don't have a number, but that's the most. The most is 160, correct?
Ms. Lee, now I see, would you like to clarify the number I just offered? Roughly 160 potentially, potential non-compliance.
Yes, and we don't have a witness right now to present on that, but as I recall from a recent permitting meeting, I believe it's around 120 outstanding, and the district's permitting group has been receiving around 2 to 3 applications per week for the non-perk machines. If that helps to give the board an idea of the industry's efforts to come into compliance.
Yes, thank you very much. Any other questions before we close the hearing, board members? Okay, thank you very much for that additional testimony. I'm now going to see if there's anyone who is present. I don't see any attendees who are not panelists, but anyone who is present who wishes to be heard on this matter. And if so, if you can just indicate by waving your hand, either turning on your microphone, since everyone's a panelist, you could do that, or otherwise use the raise hand function in Zoom, which you will see at the bottom of your screen, or if you're on an iPad or a phone, you can also find it there. And I'm going to give a few seconds to see, and I don't see anyone who wishes to be heard. And with that, Mr. Hussaini, I'm going to turn it to you. I know you opened by saying this is my opening, my testimony, and my closing. Do you wish to have any additional closing at this time?
Oh, nothing, no, not really. I just bought the machine, it's coming. So as soon as it comes in, it'll be installed and we'll be basically in compliance. And I paid for the machine already, so for part of it.
Thank you, Mr. Hussaini. Ms. Lee, your closing, and in particular, I think we're interested to know, I know you mentioned at the beginning that the hearing board is trying to set some kind of standard by which we are being consistent. However, we are taking them case by case. And the board did not make a decision that the greatest amount that would be granted would be 30 days or 31 days. Only in that particular matter did the evidence support that. So I think we'd like to hear what does the district support and how long of a variance if it does not oppose, not support, but not oppose.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, and thank you, Mr. Hussaini, for coming before the board today. We appreciate your testimony and your efforts to come into compliance. To address your question, Madam Chair, if the board is inclined to grant a variance, as the district remains unopposed, we would request the following conditions. As done in prior grants, a limitation on the number of cycles and or pounds of clothes. I believe we heard earlier that 1 gallon, that Mr. Hussaini would be able to function with 1 gallon of perk for the period of the variance, which wasn't specified, but I don't recall the exact number of gallons. I think it was 2,647 pounds of clothes with 1 gallon was his estimated mileage. We also would recommend a condition regarding the AQMD permit for this new machine. I would like to bring the board's attention to the Exhibit 2, the December 2020 sales agreement. Mr. Hussaini had paid $1,000, it looks like, in that agreement.
10,000.
I'm sorry?
10,000.
For the permit.
Okay, so.
Oh, for the permit, 1,000, I'm sorry.
Sure, okay, thank you. So it does indicate $1,000, but it would, we would recommend that that permit be, if there is any control, that it be submitted online. We've been told that this can be processed within a day if it is submitted online.
Okay, so are you looking for a condition? You mentioned a condition limiting to a gallon of perk. And in terms of pounds of clothes, that was 2,400. I don't recall the whole number. And you mentioned submitting online. Is that a condition you would like to see that?
That's, well, based on the sales agreement, it's not clear if Mr. Hosseini has control over that, but if it can be included to ensure to request that the distributor or whoever was paid to submit the permit application, that it be done so online.
I don't have any control over it, but if you like, I can call him, the salesman, to see if he has applied already, if he has put in the application for it. He told me that he was going to do it online anyways, basically. So would you like me to call him right now? Find out, or later is okay?
Ms. Lake, would that be helpful to?
May I jump in, Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms. Manwar.
Because we're crafting on the fly here, Ms. Lee, you don't need my help, but I thought I'd jump in. Because there's a contingency here, petitioner shall, if not already submitted, shall submit a permit application for a compliant machine no later than, and I'm going to leave that blank, no later than a date for Ms. Lee and the board to discuss that the petitioner can comply with. In other words, he submits if his vendor has not.
So petitioner shall, if not already submitted, submit an application for a district permit. Is that for a district permit by, and we pick a date?
I thought the intention is to have them go online and apply because they'll get the permit immediately. I think that's what I heard Ms. Lee say.
Submit an
Actually
application online.
do it online.
Okay, so we would add submit an application online for a district permit by such and such a date.
And I just wanted to clarify to make sure I understood correctly. Certain machines our permit engineers can process in a single day. Non-standard machines, they may need more time. This is because of this reason, and because we're dealing with primarily small businesses, for this request, we are not asking that expedited permitting fees be submitted.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
I just called the salesman. I got his answering machine. So if anything, if I have to do it myself, I'll do it myself. That's no problem.
Okay, and the request by the district would be to make that condition contingent. So if that has not already been done, then you will do it online.
Yeah, I don't know if he has done it or not. Okay.
Okay, Ms. Lee, I'm sorry. Oh,
Sorry.
Should we wait? Yeah.
No, because in response to my question, Mr. Hosseini was willing to take a limit of 800 pounds of clothes. Is that something, which is what we did in a previous order? So I don't know if the district is want to give the higher mileage or reduce the mileage to 800 pounds, which he said he has no problem meeting.
The mileage would be 800, right? Pounds?
800, yeah, the mileage.
Yeah, that's no problem at all. No problem.
Over the course of the entire variance.
Yes.
But yes, no problem.
Because of the higher mileage he got in 2019 when he was.
I do the same thing right now. My mileage should be about the same.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I just have a quickie question. Is that $1,000 the same amount of money that was supposed to be paid prior to the hearing?
Oh, filing fees? No, they're talking about filing for, and we're going to be adding in that contingency, and that's something very important to point out. Thank you, Ms. Verdugo Peralta. We're going to let Ms. Lee finish, but if we do grant a variance today, it will include a provision that will require the filing fees for the hearing board, which we don't normally notice and accept filing even of an application or a petition for a variance without that filing fee. So that filing fee will also have to be paid, but that's separate than a filing fee for the permit itself. So we'll be clear about that. We'll put that in. But thank you, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, for having me clarify that. Ms. Lee, you may finish your closing.
I have nothing further to add. We just appreciate Mr. Hosseini's time, and we'll be, one more thing I apologize is we had discussed prior the installation, if the board wanted to include that as part of the conditions, ensuring that the installation is done within 24 hours of delivery. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, board members, we have closed the hearing. We've taken closing statements.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I want to apologize for jumping in, but regarding the installation, I would just like to draw this board's attention to Mr. Husseini will be in compliance when the PERC machine utilities are capped off. So how quickly he installs his other machine is not necessary to condition.
Well, what I was going to do was put in if we get there, I was going to propose a condition that will say within 24 hours, the machine will be installed and the variance will end either on whatever date, if it's February 26th, it's February 26th, or upon compliance with condition number 1, whichever occurs first. So that way, once that machine is installed, the variance ends. So any use of PERC will be outside of the variance. That makes sense, Ms. Memory? Yes, okay. Okay, thank you for that though. We'll be very clear with that. Senator, did you want to begin deliberation?
What's February 26th about? Why is that the target date?
Well, let's talk about that. When we're making the 6 findings, Mr. Husseini during the hearing said 4 to 10 weeks for delivery. And so when we get to that point of if we can make the findings, how long would it last? For 10 weeks from December 18th is February 26th. And so that would be, if we get there, the suggested end date, overall end date, unless that, he could get that machine tomorrow. He could get that machine, January 15th. He can get that machine, much earlier. So it would end whenever he gets the machine and installs it within 24 hours, but in no event later than the 10-week time frame, which we were presented with.
Well, the reason why I raised the question, because we got to be consistent. And that this time for delivery, that's why I said the schedule of delivery and the order to purchase. I meant that early on, because there's a handicap, and the handicap is defined by how much time it takes to receive the equipment after the order's been placed.
Understood.
And so with this, Mr. Hosseini explained it very well. So did the previous participant explained it very well.
We're talking only about this case.
I know, but we gotta be pretty much consistent about what we do, the rationale.
Understood. Understood. And so let's talk about that, because we haven't talked about all the factors that might make us go beyond the amount that we've given previously. And I think that's when we're talking about beyond reasonable control, there are many factors that are different. And again, while we're trying to shoot for consistency, Senator, did you want to hear? While we're shooting for consistency, we also need to take every single case on a case-by-case basis and make a decision that is supported by the evidence for each case. So we haven't made a decision. Let's talk about it. I think we can make all the findings, but I think let's talk mostly about beyond reasonable control. Yes, this matter is very similar to other matters we heard, including one this morning or earlier today, where we have a particular petitioner who has known about this rule for a very long time. And again, sorry?
You all have known about it.
Okay, did you want to start the floor? I asked if you wanted to begin the discussion.
They all have known about it.
Okay, did you want to hear all the evidence that we've heard today and what
I'm listening.
Thank you. Starting from the point of the context of it's been 18 years and Mr. Husseini has known about this rule for a very long time. Yes, that's the same as all other petitioners. Mr. Husseini also stated, and he showed us, similar to the other hearing earlier today, he showed us that earlier in the year, he did have he had an actual agreement, not just a quote from back in March. Then COVID hit, okay? So it was his testimony that he was waiting until 2020. Again, just like all other small businesses, that's their choice. However, there are always unforeseen events. COVID hit. Mr. Husseini testified that because of that, he lost about 65% of his business, same as others. As a result, he wasn't able to purchase the equipment back when he had originally chosen to do so. However, where this deviates from other matters that we heard, Mr. Husseini has put himself on a path to compliance and has made real efforts to comply as quickly as possible later in the year. That includes signing an agreement on the 18th of December, putting $10,000 down as a down payment already to get that piece of equipment moving. And then once he did that, he has now talked with the supplier and found out that the model that he has chosen is manufactured in Italy. And due to COVID, it might be 4 to 10 weeks. So I don't know, board members, I'd like to hear from other board members. It seems to me that beyond reasonable control for Mr. Husseini has these intervening factors. He has made an effort, if not late in the year, at least he's made an effort prior to this hearing and prior to December 31st to attempt to put down money, sign a contract, and move along his purchase of a compliant machine, which I think meets beyond reasonable control a little bit more than some of the other matters we've heard. But those are my thoughts of why it's a little bit different. But again, it is a little late, and we'll talk about how much time we want to give Mr. Husseini, but I do think as the district is not opposed, that some time should be given. Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Husseini, for your testimony today. And I commend you for all of your efforts of trying to come into compliance and be a good actor and good neighbor to your surrounding area. I do see that you have had a path to compliance, that you've tried your best to do that. And the hiccup here is the delivery between 4 to 10 weeks, and due to COVID, it is a problem. However, 4 to 10 weeks, the 10 weeks to me is long. And if I'm thinking about how much PERC is going to be in the atmosphere during that amount of time, that's where I have a problem. If we can work out a shorter time, and I know that you don't have control of that, that's the other issue that I think we need to think about and talk about. But I just wanted to get it out there that I do commend you for what you have done so far. And I'm looking to discuss this with my fellow board members as far as what time frame we're looking at. Thank you.
Mr. Balagopalan. Oh, thank you, Mr. DeVille.
Yeah, I think the time is an issue, but I think the fact that we're putting a condition to limit them to a gallon and a mileage of 800 pounds takes that into account, so they could stretch it over a period of time, but still the risk to the environment and to the public is limited by the limit on the usage of the PERC usage, and that it will be monitored through the mileage through the clothes clean. So I think, and the Miss Shannon Lee talked about the risk assessment, and the numbers are very low. So I just wanted to caveat that study was done 2007, it was a different model that was used. It's a different model now. And the risk assessment went up by like 30%, and they revised the risk assessment guideline. However, I think it's still a good base. I think it's because that was based on 10 gallons. We're only limiting them to 1 gallon. And so the risk is still based on that study, and even taking the factor of the different model and the risk assessment guideline has changed, it's still a minimal risk for that period of time. So I think, and I'm comfortable because I think they did that in the other case too, where the gentleman bought it, it's on its way, it's on the ship coming here, and though he did it in a much more timely manner than Mr. Orsini, I think, but still Mr. Orsini has put the money down, has committed to it, and is willing to take a condition to limit his mileage. So I think for me, that will ensure that the exposure is minimized greatly.
Senator.
Once again, Ms. Orsini bought a piece of equipment in 1999 for $60,000. To me, he was not stalling until 2000. Until the time had elapsed for 18 years. He was doing what a good business person would do. I invested $60,000 in this equipment. I want to get the most out of it before I have to spend another $68,000. I mean, it's just absurd to impose $120 plus $1,000 on a small business, and then now you're in compliance after having said you can buy the initial equipment and you'll be in compliance. I mean, he's not dodging it for 18 years. He's trying to get the most out of his investment. That's what we do. I think that based on what I've heard in terms of these petitioners, that due to the circumstances beyond their control, they are put in a squeeze play. The district put them in a squeeze play. And certainly this is one such squeeze play for this and the previous one. Ms. Lee stated that approximately 120 people are out of compliance. Businesses.
That's not what she said. I don't want to misstate the record.
I thought
they don't know how many are out of compliance. They said at most, and that's just based on all they can know at this point is how many permits are still outstanding to use a PERC machine. That does not mean that those who have that permit are not coming into compliance.
Well, it was my understanding based on her test statement.
That
she said there was 168. She said, no, there's 120.
120 that still have a permit for PERC, but that doesn't mean that they're not coming into compliance, just to be clear.
Nobody said they're not going to make compliance. At least they're outstanding. They have not been, it has not been confirmed that they are in compliance. So, I mean, let's be clear on this. So therefore, she said they're making 2-a-week applications. That'll be over 1 year for 2 a week to come in. So, you know, I'm not asking that we be flexible. I'm just asking that we be fair and considerate. And I think based on what I heard, it's unnecessary squeeze play and unfair.
I just want to respond to that because I want to remind the board that we're dealing with perchloroethylene. I want to get that right. Squeeze plays are not trying to protect the public. When perchloroethylene was listed in 1991 by the California Air Resources Board as a toxic air contaminant. It is not a squeeze play when the district met with and had an extended rule amendment process as described by Ms. Verdugo Peralta, which took into account the concerns of small businesses and giving them 18 years, which was longer than what was told to the district was the useful life of these machines. It's not a squeeze play when I understood that small businesses want to exist and do the best for their bottom line, but they also need to comply with regulations when they're dealing with a toxic air contaminant, which is affecting people who live next door, people who wear their clothes, and the people who work in the facilities. So again, it's not a squeeze play. I think that is not a really fair representation of a very well thought out, important rule. And just to address those who are not in compliance, if they have not asked for a variance and been granted a variance, they will be out of compliance with 1421 as of January 1st and open to enforcement by the district. Doesn't mean they don't have to comply. It means that they will not be in compliance and open to enforcement. So that's all I want to say. I don't think that means others should not comply with the rule. But I just wanted to respond to that. But I think we seem to be in agreement anyway, from what I'm hearing so far, that the board can find beyond reasonable control, and the only question is how long. But I think it sounds to me like board members seem to be in agreement as long as there is this overall limit on the use of PERC, and in particular on the 800 pounds within the life of the variance, which Mr. Hosseini said he could do very easily, that however long it is won't matter. And I think Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, you had an issue with that, and as long as you don't any longer, then we will be addressing, Senator, I think, all the concerns you have for this case. And again, we're only talking about this matter, which is to be able to address that time frame of 4 to 10 weeks, but limiting it as much as possible. Is that true?
In 1991, as you stated, they were introducing a new concept and which would require equipment that would be less pollutant. And so therefore, the district knew where they were headed, but Ms. Hosseini did not know when the district said, go buy the piece of equipment that he not have for $60,000. No,
But we did stop them, Senator.
Pardon?
We stopped the district from requiring them to turn around and buy a new piece of machinery based on the fact that people like Mr. Hosseini had just purchased one. And I also did not feel it was fair that we, as the district, impose upon them another purchase and that they would have two loans, one for the new one and one for the old one. And that to me wasn't fair. So that's why.
And I want to stop because again,
1999.
Again, yes.
Well,
No, but
I was speaking and she.
Senator, I do understand that. I want to bring our attention. Okay. Can I bring our attention to the time and the fact that what we are arguing about now is not relevant.
Mr. Alto, were you on the board in 1999?
2000.
You
but I was on several technical committees that did look at this rule. So yes, I was involved.
You were aware what was coming, but Ms. Hosseini was not.
Okay. We have found beyond reasonable control. I think that the board unanimously is making the findings. Am I wrong? Is anybody not able to make the findings? Okay. So I don't think this is relevant, and we are so close to 5 o'clock, which is almost an hour beyond how long we are on. I think that we should finish the hearing. I will make a motion. Well, first of all, let's just quickly make sure that we can go through these findings. But the whole point is the rule is not on trial. The rule is the rule. It was adopted 18 years ago. And right now we're just looking to find out whether there's beyond reasonable control and all the findings to grant the variance, which I think we're all on board with. So let's just go through this very quickly. There is a violation clearly as of January 1st. It looks like unless that 4 to 10 week time frame is way off, it doesn't look like Mr. Husseini and the petitioner will be in compliance, so there will be a violation beyond reasonable control for all the reasons why we said. We all understand, and Mr. Husseini had acted before coming to this board and requesting a variance. He was on path before COVID hit with a sales agreement. He had to abandon that, but he rekindled that in December. He has paid $10,000, which is showing his commitment towards the path to compliance that he is currently on. He has agreed to a limitation and et cetera. And so I do believe it's beyond his reasonable control. And to not grant this variance, we all know that the repercussions are likely a loss of the business and certainly significant profits. It is without a corresponding benefit in reducing air contaminants. We heard that even if he were to continue operating PERC for the next year, that it's a minimal additional risk, but it's not minimal in the eyes of overall context, because we've been talking about 18 years of risk, but that's been allowable under the rule. But I think we can clearly make that finding. Curtailment is not an option because mostly it is a dry cleaning business. Reducing excess emissions, Mr. Husseini has agreed to the limitation that has been presented to him that would be part of the variance, and monitoring is taken care of, as the district has stated in past cases in the permit. So that will be monitored through the permit. So unless there's any other discussion on findings, anybody cannot make a finding or has anything to add? Senator?
I want to ask Ms. Hosseini, what do you think the terms are provided?
Sorry, we're not done.
Before.
We closed the hearing.
The question was asked of the other participant, and then he was allowed to answer.
What? I'm sorry, I'm not understanding. It's been closed, but what?
You said it was closed in, but he was allowed to answer the question. And why can't he answer the question? If he likes this, yes or no.
Since we closed the hearing, we haven't asked questions. But what is the question, Senator? And do we really have to reopen for you to make the point?
You heard the condition or the acceptance to you.
We haven't. There's no motion, and plus he already answered that question.
I would accept the conditions. The conditions are no problem. It's no issue to me.
Thank you.
I haven't used that much PERC in the whole year. I used 39 gallons or 40 gallons, and my mileage is 2,600. So 800 is nothing.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Husseini. I would like to. We have closed the hearing, and we already had that in the record. But is there any other discussion on the 6 findings before a motion is made? Okay.
Just to clarify, that mileage thing is not on the permit normally. It's in the rule, so they do keep records to meet the rule requirement. But
thank you. You're right. I misspoke.
Yeah.
And actually, the representation of the district was it's in the rules. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Any other thoughts before I make a motion? Or if anyone else would like to make a motion, but we're gonna have to on the fly write these conditions. Okay, then I'll make it.
Oh, I can do it if you want.
Would you like to? And then
yeah, sure, I can. Yeah.
And then we'll write the conditions together if we need to.
Yeah, I think I would need help, but on that, let me just pull the.
And just so you know, I would like to make, if you can make in your motion that the term will be until condition 1 is satisfied, but in no, sorry, gosh, it's so late in the day. But in no event later than, I think February, what did I say was?
26.
26, thank you, Mr. Husseini. February 26th. Okay, and with that, and then we'll walk through the conditions together.
Sure, together, thank you. So in the matter of Tiffany Cleaners, case number 6179 for the dry cleaner located at 1133 RTC Boulevard in Manhattan Beach, I think we can make the 6 findings, and I propose we grant the variance subject to the conditions that we are going to go through in a moment. And it's from Rule 1421 and the usage of PERC beyond this end of this year. And the conditions that are, and I'm not sure if I wrote it all down, the respondent shall limit the usage of PERC to 1 gallon during the duration of the variance, and this shall be limited to 800 pounds of clothes cleaned
Over the course of the variance?
over the course of the variance, yes. And I think condition 1 is stipulated that anyway. I forgot what you just said. It's condition number 1.
We can make that condition number 1 if you'd like. Petitioner shall limit its use of PERC to no more than 1 gallon or 800 pounds
clothes cleaned.
Of clothes cleaned, comma, over the course of the variance. That would be condition number 1.
Okay.
Condition number 2 would be petitioner shall, comma, if not already submitted, comma, submit an online application for a district permit by, what date does it make sense?
Again, I think, it's as long as there's a permit before the installation, he's covered. So he should get the permit, so by maybe the end of the January, that gives.
Okay, by January
31st.
That's a Sunday. So by January 29th?
Sure.
Okay, that's a Friday. Okay, so it would be petitioner shall, comma, if not already submitted, comma, submit an online application for a district permit by January 29th, 2021. Then condition number 3 would be, just find it, sorry, here we go. Petitioner shall install the 1421 compliant machine within 24 hours of delivery of the machine. That make sense?
Yes, I don't think we need to say, I think Ms. Manmaring said about capping it, but I don't think they can install it unless they remove the old one because of the footprint of the facility. So
Ms. Manmaring was fine with that as long as we make the term, which we'll go back to, end on that date, but no later than. So whatever's the earlier of February 26th or that date. So if they install it within 24 hours in compliance with the condition, the variance will end.
Right.
And then a 4th condition would be petitioner shall pay all applicable fees to the hearing board, right? All applicable fees.
Includes the filing fee. We want to say that.
That's right. Including so that includes filing fees and excess submission fees. No later than, I will say, since it's a filing fee, I'd like to make it January 29th as well. Is that acceptable?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we should make the filing fee earlier, quite frankly, because we shouldn't be hearing it without the filing fee. So I think we should have them pay that within a week, the filing fee at least.
I'm okay with that. Let's finish it up. I'll send the check in tomorrow.
Okay. By filing fee within a week. So what's that? By December 29th.
Well, I'll send the check in. I don't know if the mail gets there. If it doesn't get there, that wouldn't be my problem. If they accept credit card, I put it on my credit card tomorrow.
Okay. And we'll pay any other outstanding fees by you want the excess submission fees by the end of the date of the variance, or you want it?
Yes, I think the end of the variance will be.
Okay, so by February 26, 2021. Okay, and we're going to use the regular language, or this variance is invalidated under Rule 303K. Okay, and then you need to make the term beginning on January 1st and ending upon the earlier of compliance with condition 3, right? That's the installation condition. And or February 26th, so it's the earlier of. Or we could say ending upon that condition, but in no event, that's better. Ending upon compliance with condition 3, but no later than February 26th. Does that make sense, Mr. Balagopalan?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And what are excess emissions?
I think Ms. Shannon said it was 0.2 pounds per day of per
0.2.
emissions.
Yes, 0.2 pounds per day.
Oh, no, 0.02, I'm sorry, 0.02 pounds per day of per emissions.
Okay.
It's not a VOC, but it's a toxic air contaminant, so they'll report it under that category.
Okay, and that completes your motion?
Yes, thank you.
I am seconding that motion. Is there any discussion on the motion before I call for a vote? Okay. Senator, how do you vote?
And stipulated to this, I vote aye.
Great. Mr. Duber-Peralt, sorry, Mr. Duber-Peralt, it's late. How do you vote?
Aye.
Dr. Bernstein, how do you vote?
I vote aye.
Thank you. I vote yes. Mr. Balagopalan, you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0. Mr. Husseini, before we end for the day, I want to make sure that you understand. Do you understand?
Yes, I do. I
all
did.
the terms? Okay.
Everything. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much for presenting in it. First of all, for sticking around all day till 5 o'clock. Obviously, we are taking these matters very seriously, and we want to take the full time to deliberate and also make sure we have all the evidence we need. But thank you for sticking around, and thank you for, in advance of the hearing, presenting us with the documents that you wish to present that help to move it along as well. And good luck, and we hope that you are in compliance even sooner than that. And again, board members, thank you so much for excellent deliberation and for all your hard work. Clerk's office, thank you to Ms. Lee and Ms. Manwaring and the staff of the district, because you all worked very hard as well. Oh, and thank you. She's like, I don't care, but thank you. I just want to make sure we understand that Mission Foods tomorrow is not on the consent calendar. There were a number of questions that were being asked, and it was headed towards having a hearing over email. And so we headed that off. However, we're going to take that matter first tomorrow, and all of the witnesses will be made available, but we're going to start by putting in evidence the declarations. So everything that has been put into those lengthy and helpful declarations will be placed in evidence, and questioning will be those things that go beyond that we need to understand to make the findings. Okay.
I just want to let you know I've received notification from Southern California Edison Company that due to wind up in our area, it's a possibility that our circuit will be shut down. If so, I will race down the hill to my daughter's and plug in there. I just don't know if they're going to do it and or when.
I will try my hardest to really focus in on you so that if you have phone, but you don't have,
well, sometimes I do and sometimes I don't.
If you do, call the
I will, which I tried to do that today, and I got back on faster than the phone call took. So
May I be excused?
Yes, thank you. We are done with the hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other business, board members, before we adjourn? Yes, Mr. Balagopalan.
I just had a point of clarification. I know the declaration mark wondered we were taking it hearsay evidence, what's the criteria to put that into evidence? Is it because it was not public noticed, or what
No.
was the reason?
It's because when there's a declaration, that means that all the statements have been made out of court, but they're being introduced for the truth of the matter. But there has been no opportunity for cross-examination. So if we want to take it as direct evidence, we would need Mr. Van der Rohe to take the stand, or alternatively, we do have a rule, and I'll just go over it real quick so you know. It is, I had it up on my screen somewhere. Yes, it is Rule 9 of our hearing board rules, and it is called evidence upon declaration. In order, now Ms. Manwaring had submitted emails that she had sent to both petitioners in advance with the declaration. However, for it to come in as evidence, it needs to be done at least 10 days prior to the hearing. That's in
10 days, okay.
That's in 9C1. And in addition, there is specific language that must be told to the other party. And I'll read it really quickly. It's the accompanying declaration of so-and-so will be introduced as evidence in the hearing in, and you would say the title of the proceeding. So-and-so will not be called to testify in person, and you will not be entitled to question the declarant unless you notify, here insert the name of the proponent or attorney, so if it's Ms. Manwaring, at, and give her address, email address, that you wish to cross-examine. To be effective, your request must be mailed or delivered 7 days, I'm just paraphrasing, on or before a date, which is 7 days prior to the hearing. So that would allow the other side to say, yes, I want to cross-examine, or no, I don't. Once they don't, if they don't respond in time, or they say that's fine, then their right to cross-examine is waived, and under our rules, that can be taken in as direct evidence. Does that make sense?
Yes, no, yeah, no, it's just because there's a good information in his declaration, so that, you know, instead of using it.
And again, because we don't follow the rules of evidence, we were able to take that, but we're not allowed to base any one finding on hearsay. That's the rules also, our rules.
Understood.
Okay. Thank you. Any other business before we adjourn? Dr. Bernstein.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to clarify for tomorrow on the agenda. So Mission Foods, as well as the Sun Cleaners and Montclair Cleaners, they're all on the agenda for tomorrow?
Yes, and we received at least documents I know for Sun Cleaners. I don't know if we've gotten anything else, but definitely
Yes.
check your
We
email.
got from Montclair Cleaners also information last week, I believe.
Oh, okay. So make sure we're checking our email for all the cases tomorrow, and that we're ready to hit the ground running, because now we have 3 matters that we're ready to hit the ground running on Mission Foods, so we can try and make that a quick hearing, even though it can't be heard on consent. And we'll try to limit our questions to that which is not covered in the declaration. Anything else before we adjourn? Okay, thank you, board members. Thank you again for Paul. Thank you. Thank you, Teresa and Faye, for going way beyond 5 o'clock. All right, we are adjourned.